Chapter 241 Global Public Beta 65 New World and New Order. Only He Xingwen's voice flowed at the scene, outlining words that sounded like a dream. After He Xingwen finished speaking, the scene was silent. Nolita yawned and broke the silence first. If these do not need to be kept secret, I hope to invite others to participate in the next conversation. He Xingwen looked at Nolita. Nolita took out the dwarf's special communication tool from his personal space, and while fiddling with the half-man-high machine on the table, he said, after all, the mage is the authority in world projection research. Ether fluctuations were born in the machine, crossing the space distance, and connecting with other existences on the other side of the continent. Nolita tilted his head and looked at His Majesty the King. What's more, what you just said is a breakthrough in current cognition. With just a few people present, there is no way to have any effective discussion. Ether docking. The machine builds a communication channel, and several light screens appear in the air, presenting different scenes. Duodi frowned. His men were busy all the time. He didn't even look up. After answering the call, he said impatiently, Nolita, you'd better come to me for something serious. The ether frequency adjustment experiment is only one step away. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blacksmithing rang out, and the loud voices of the dwarves were as usual, serving as background sound. Andy Su swung the hammer, focusing on his creations, and didn't look at the communication. Still about the king? I have already rejected you. Nolita. In the quiet forest, the druid looked at them. He was probably the only one who was not busy, and saw the scene on the other end of the communication at a glance. So he was very quiet. The roars of various animals mixed together, and the sound of animals galloping on the ground came into the ears, and occasionally the lively shouts of players could be heard. The huge black wolf lay on the grass, and several white wolves were playing behind it. In the distance, tall buildings could be vaguely seen extending on the grassland. The black giant wolf lazily cast his eyes towards the communication. In the azure sea, schools of fish of various colors swam by. Huge red corals stretched their limbs in the water. Crystals and gold rolled all over the ground, and soft, boneless giant jellyfish stretched out dense tentacles. As the water kept rising and falling, two tentacles were very close on the screen, shaking constantly, as if they were fiddling with something new. In an instant, vivid scenes of various colors unfolded in front of He Xingwen. The busy call objects, after noticing other noisy sounds, cast their eyes towards the communication screen. Then the scene became quiet. Dodi, greetings, respected king. Andy Su, your majesty. I am glad to see you and everything is fine. Lincoln gave a hypocritical smile. Good day, your majesty. The black wolf tilted its head and changed from lying on the grass to sitting on the grass. It was considered to be a correct posture. The jellyfish was still tossing the communication tool. It seemed that it would take a long time. Is this the other person you mentioned? He Xingwen's eyes paused on the jellyfish, who was busy tossing the new toy. He was a little confused. Other races were fine. After all, they were all part of the kingdom in name. But why did the intelligent creatures on the seabed appear here? Based on this doubt, He Xingwen had to make a more terrible guess. Has the kingdom annexed the South China Sea? Fortunately, before He Xingwen could think further, Nolita, who had a full-level skill in observing people's words and expressions, spoke up to dispel this terrible guess. I had contact with Shanhain not long ago, so I also sent them a communication invitation. He paused for a moment and said meaningfully, if the Diamond Empire was not busy dealing with the rebellion, I would also be happy to invite them to participate in this conversation. There was a rebellion in the Diamond Empire? Although 2 years of game time could not cause any ripples for the long-lived species, it was enough for the short-lived species, especially those in a war, to undergo earth-shaking changes. He Xingwen paused for a moment and laughed. Why not? Although the Diamond Empire has some minor troubles, I think they will deal with them soon. His Majesty the King spoke in a relaxed tone, as if the minor troubles faced by the Diamond Empire had nothing to do with the kingdom. Nolita thought so, and his movements were not slow at all. He gestured to Du Lei and said in a long tone, why are you looking at me? How could I have the contact information of that king? I am a loyal follower of the king. How could I have any affair with the enemy? Since he said so, there is no doubt that he must have the contact information of Diamond Karen 3. And maybe there are some deeper interactions. Considering the current situation, Du Lei was too lazy to bother with a person like Nolita. Du Lei initiated contact with Diamond Karen 3. The average Ezigen would not have a way to directly contact the human emperor, But Du Lei was not an average Ezigen. So, a few minutes later, the communication was connected. After seeing the scene on the other end of the communication, Diamond Karen 3's expression did not change. He calmly greeted He Xingwen. Good day. There have been some rumors recently, and now it seems that you are all right. It's a pity. This state of self-cultivation is really awe-inspiring. I'm glad that you are the same. He Xingwen said sincerely. I heard that there were some minor problems in the Diamond Empire, and I believe this will not cause any trouble to you. Diamond Karen 3 is not young. But in this world, over 50 years old cannot be called old. At least the other party is still ambitious, and has not been defeated. He seemed to be talking to a familiar friend, not to an enemy who intended to divide the empire. And he was very well-mannered. Since you can contact me, something big must have happened. And Isu snorted, not hiding his attitude towards him. After confirming that everyone was there, He Xingwen relived the process of his contact with the South Federation. The mage was the first to react. Duodi approached the screen, his eyes sparkling. World projection? There are countless world projections. No. Who is the positive side of the world? No, anyone can be the positive side of the world. When he said this, he suddenly pulled a pen and paper from the table beside him and started writing. Others were more concerned about another point. He Xingwen, what the great scientist meant is that if someone on the mainland can learn science to a deep enough level, they can let the other party in another. He Xingwen organized his words. The world continues to learn science from them. I think it's not very precise to call it another world, said Nebuda. According to the king, this is a different side of the same world. It can't be considered another world. Nebuda glanced at He Xingwen, hinting, you should understand the difference between the two better than we do. Dodi, who was busy calculating, suddenly interrupted the conversation. Whatever it is, the problem is that they can break the wall. They can let us enter the other side of the world, into the world projection. The world is really big. And Isu muttered, the number of broken civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent is so large. It's already surprising enough. And now there is a world projection. Another, different from the mainland. You don't understand what this means at all. Dottie's voice suddenly rose. Our control over the ether is inseparable from the existence of the world projection. Nebuda dug his ears and reminded him, if you haven't forgotten what the king said, let me remind you that the science of the South Federation is the study of the ether. And the end of this road is semi-etherization. In other words, you are still studying the world projection, and others have already entered the world projection. I'm not saying, but the gap between you and the other party. Nebuda watched the fun and fanned the flames. Isn't it a bit big? Dottie instantly quieted down. Nebuda turned to the king and changed the subject. The mage's words are not wrong. If the South Federation has broken this wall, why can't we do it? A wall that can be broken. A projection of a world that was once defined as untouchable. Nulida is not only good at fanning the flames. As a demon, he is also good at deceiving people. I think you have all realized that the unobservable can still be observed to some extent. In addition to what we see in front of us, there are more projections of the world in this world that we have never seen or set foot in. Everyone. Nulida looked around at everyone. This is where we should focus. He Xingwen watched Nulida's speech with interest, and felt deeply that the reason why the Father God separated the little devil from the big devil was probably for this moment. Nulida said excitedly, I think the great scientist's suggestion is very good. We can explore these unobservable world projections in an orderly manner and incorporate them into the world. That's why I hope all intelligent creatures on the continent can participate in this conversation. After all, the power of an individual is not enough to open those doors. But we can cooperate. Nulida looked at He Xingwen, full of vigor and vitality. With his pupils bright and amazing, explore those world projections together and build a new world belonging to the continent. He not only invited He Xingwen, but also invited the 6 billion people on Earth behind He Xingwen to build a new world with the continent as the core. From the perspective of the lawful evil of the devil, the new world he envisioned could not be harmonious. In other words, what he said about building a new world is itself an extremely naked suggestion. Use the blood, death, and submission of other world projections to build a new world full of hope for the continent. He Xingwen glanced at He Xingwen. He Xingwen's expression was frozen, unchanged. He Xingwen understood. He Xingwen had no authority to make a decision. Nulida didn't get the king's feedback, but he didn't mind. He was still encouraging people. You all heard that in the projection of the world where the South Federation is located, The high concentration of ether even materialized into liquid. And the continent. Nulita stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, then spread it out to show everyone his empty palm. And the ether of the continent is so thin that some humans can't even perceive it. Diamond Karen 3's eyebrows moved slightly. As a human, it was hard for him not to be moved. But as the emperor of the human empire, he was very calm. Opportunities and dangers are equal. Diamond Karen 3 poured cold water on the atmosphere that had unconsciously become tense. Just because great scientists can do it doesn't mean that all intelligent creatures on the continent can do it. Those doors that can be pushed open. Not everyone has the right to push them open. Diamond Karen 3 said coldly, Nulita, you don't have to be busy encouraging others. Just see if you have the ability to enter those world projections first. Really calm. Nulita retracted his exaggerated look and complained pretentiously, but it's understandable. After all, humans are weak and short-lived, and can only see the immediate benefits. But demons are immortal species. Nulita spread his hands and said, for us, there is enough time to do this. He glanced at the other people present, and seemed to realize that there were not that many immortal species among the other people present. So his tone changed again. Besides, as a loyal follower of the king, I believe the king can definitely solve this small problem. He smiled brightly at Xingwen. After all, the king easily met those great scientists. Didn't he? I will meet the Salfa Federation again. Bring the key over. And then? Xingwen spread his hands. If you meet the requirements, the key will naturally take you to meet the great scientists. Beyond that, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to provide substantial help on how to open those doors. Xingwen said frankly, the road is under your feet, but you have to walk it yourself. Nulita was not disappointed by Xingwen's answer. On the contrary, he was more excited, but you don't mind. Let's cooperate more closely. Nulita seemed to be. He complained, to be honest. I have been annoyed with the habit of the mainland to cherish their own things and sweep the snow in front of their own doors for a long time. Since there is no way to directly build a new world centered on the mainland, why don't we take a step back and build a pure cooperation in research first? Nobita, this is much better than each of us studying our own things. And then no one can solve the problem in a short time. Nobita took a big step back, just like he was still vowing to go to the moon in the last second, and then said in the next second that since the current conditions do not support us to go to the moon, let's take a step back and form a research team for the purpose of going to the moon first. It is hard not to remind Xingwen of a sentence. If you say you want to tear down a door as soon as you open your mouth, no one will agree. But if you say you want to tear down the house first, and after being rejected, you take a step back and say you want to tear down the door, then everyone will agree. Note 1. Good guy. Nulita has mastered the essence. Everyone present looked around at the others around them, and they were obviously shaken. Several bubbles emerged from the waving tentacles of the jellyfish, and a line of text condensed in the water. I think it's great. I'm very interested in the liquid world where the great scientists are. I'll join. Sitting on the grassland, Zhulang shook his hair and roared, attracting everyone's attention, then nodded and made a choice. Representatives of different races made the same choice one after another, and even Xingwen was no exception. They might hesitate to form a new world with the continent, as the core of the relevant interests involved are too huge, and it is difficult to determine it in a short time. But they will not hesitate about a so-called pure research cooperation group. After all, it is only used to study how to open those unobservable doors. This is indeed what they are more concerned about at the moment. Although the new world with the continent as the core sounds exciting. For now, there is no shadow of the new world. They can't even enter the world projection where the Salfa Federation is located, let alone form a new order in those world projections. However, it would not be too surprising that this so-called pure research cooperation group became the predecessor of the founders of the new order in the future. After all, it is too closely related to them. However, at present, this new research cooperation group has just taken shape, and most of them are just idiots who are trying to take advantage of the situation. Nulita probably also realized this. Apart from the mages, most other races have done very little research on ether, not to mention world projection. Some races may have heard of this term for the first time today. So Nulita became active again, then, in order to ensure that our cooperation can proceed smoothly, and that we can overcome those unobservables. The promotion and learning of science seems to have become an urgent matter. All races need to learn the basic knowledge of ether. He looked around at everyone present. Great scientists are indeed very smart, and can build a scientific system. But among so many intelligent creatures, aren't there any smarter ones than them? I believe these intelligent creatures just lack an opportunity. An opportunity to understand the world and the ether. He Xianwen instantly understood Nulida's meaning. Universal education? Yes. Among all intelligent creatures. Promote science in the world. And then let the most outstanding intelligent creatures work together to study how to cross the wall and enter the world projection. Nubelida looked at He Xingwen. Your Majesty. This is my little idea. What do you think? I have a little suggestion. He Xingwen nodded slightly to Diamond Karen 3 and said, considering that the unstable order on the continent will greatly slow down the speed of promoting science. A stable order that can cover the entire continent is imminent. Diamond Karen 3 raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you mean that before building a new world with the continent as the core, you need to build a new continent order with the kingdom as the core? No offense, He Xingwen, but judging from the current situation, apart from the kingdom, no other forces can become the new core. He Xingwen said slowly. This looks like the kingdom's move to further expand its rights. But I believe that any intelligent creature who knows the kingdom and me well enough should understand that this has nothing to do with my personal thoughts. Just, He Xingwen looked around at the respectful, calm or indifferent expressions in the room, and said, for the idea that everyone here just agreed on promoting science and building a new world with the continent as the core. There was silence at the scene, and no one spoke. Of course, this is not a mandatory requirement. I respect the right of all races to choose. I just think. He Xingwen glanced at Diamond Karen 3. There is no need to make the scene too embarrassing. After all, the winner has already been decided. He Xingwen said sincerely, I don't care whether the Diamond Empire will be in civil strife due to the betrayal of some people. I believe you are capable of solving these small problems. This is a more arrogant performance. He doesn't even care about the war between dwarves and humans. Because in his eyes, the Diamond Empire could never win. Diamond Karen 3 was not angered by this arrogance. He had long been accustomed to suppressing ineffective emotional fluctuations. So I believe you will make the most correct choice for humanity and the Diamond Empire under this situation. He Xingwen paused. There should be a place for humans in this stable and peaceful order. Similarly, if he rejected the other party's extended hand of friendship, then there might not be a place for them in this stable and peaceful order. A very straightforward threat, but deadly enough. Diamond Karen 3 asked himself a question in his heart. Is it possible for the Diamond Empire to defeat the kingdom? He knew the answer. After a brief silence, Diamond Karen 3 spoke again. So, what do you want? The conversation entered the next process, because of the other party's concession. He Xingwen, I personally think that the peaceful reunification a few years ago was not a voluntary choice of some people. They made a request for independence to the kingdom. Diamond Karen 3, a divided Neva plain? He Xingwen looked at Ndisu. Ndisu scratched his head. The dwarves obey your orders. To be honest, I am not a supporter of revenge among the dwarves. I think it is much more important to retrieve the lost technology of the dwarves than revenge. Indeed, it was Luo Mu who talked to He Xingwen about the dwarves' request for revenge before. And after the war began, it was Duolongna who led the dwarves to the border of the Diamond Empire. Among the dwarves, there are fanatics who strongly demand revenge, neutrals who are calm and watch, and opponents who don't care about hatred at all. Since the beginning of this war, these three parties have carried out enough arguments among the dwarves. As the king of the dwarves, Ndisu has never clearly supported any party. He Xingwen set his eyes on Diamond Karen 3. In this case, the Diamond Empire only needs to change everything back to the status quo before the unification of the Neva plain. Although the king said it lightly, for any divided country, it is definitely not just enough. Nulita said quietly, it's a pity that Dorona was not present. Otherwise, he would have strongly demanded that the Diamond Empire be cut into countless pieces. Nulita smiled brightly at Diamond Karen 3. Recreate everything the dwarves have experienced. Your Majesty Diamond Karen. The Diamond Empire is not so innocent. Nulita watched the excitement and fanned the flames. Compared to what you have done, His Majesty the King is too tolerant. Diamond Karen 3 ignored the demon. Most of the time, ignoring the demon is the right choice. It is meaningless to dwell on the Empire, said Diamond Karen 3. Discussing what this stable new order covering the entire continent will look like is much more important than other things. He Xingwen took over the conversation. A new order that is more respectful and inclusive must first ensure that representatives of all intelligent creatures become part of this order. The kingdom ensures the stability of the order. and you ensure the interests of your respective races. He Xingwen noticed that He Xianwen was a little restless, probably because the conversation had completely exceeded his authority. This new order will jointly explore the future of the continent, coordinate the conflicts and interests between intelligent creatures on the continent, and ensure that science can be fully promoted on the continent. He Xingwen paused. To ensure that the continent can become the center of the new world in the future. As for whether the continent can become the center of the new world, He Xingwen's words don't count, and the words of others present don't count. It depends on what their many choices on this road will eventually lead them to. Since you have no objection to the composition of the new order of this continent, then we can discuss the relevant rights and obligations in detail. First, the premise of cooperation is openness and sharing of progress. This is the premise of the new order. I hope everyone can keep this in mind. Second, since the primary demand of this new order is a peaceful environment, I hope everyone can be more restrained and use dialogue and negotiation to resolve all possible conflicts and disputes. Here, I only represent the kingdom to make a statement that any behavior that crosses the line will be warned by the kingdom. Finally, as a special member of the kingdom, the player will occupy a special position in this new order. Please allow me to introduce this player, one of the representatives of another world. He Xianwen. All intelligent creatures looked at He Xianwen. Although most of the races that have come into contact with the player have speculated that the player comes from another world. This time, the king put it on the table. I suggest that the first topic of the new order can be determined as how to reach cooperation with another world. However, before starting the first topic, they need to truly implement this so-called new order. Chapter 242 Global Public Beta 66 The Dwarf's New Invention. A passionate cooperation topic must first go through endless negotiations, consultations, and wrangling, especially since the scale of this cooperation topic is so large, covering the entire continent and based on the new world of the future. This means that the interests involved will be extremely shocking. This makes the subsequent dialogue intense and lively. Individual conversations between different races, negotiations between multiple races, swarmed in, and the entire continent was like boiling water, completely boiling. Even players who knew nothing about the inside story could sense that something was wrong. Why are the NPCs acting weird lately? Is the game going to release a new version? Several fixed NPCs have gone to the ruins. Strange. Aren't there too many NPCs going to the ruins recently? More than many? She has even gone to the ruins. Really? Did someone dig out an artifact from the ruins? I heard that someone seems to have dug out the Hall of Knowledge. Isn't the Hall of Knowledge a virtual library? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss about this thing? Besides, can a virtual library be dug out? It sounds like someone dug out the internet. As for the game, the planner can turn the internet into a physical entity once the backend data is adjusted. Well, is the skill of scientific common sense usable again? Wait, I still feel something is wrong. Even if the Hall of Knowledge is dug out, does she have to rush over? This is too low class. Isn't the kingdom a dark and evil force on the continent? Shouldn't they wait for them to offer treasures on their own initiative? Not only Zhe. I just saw a druid come to the ruins. Is the planner trying to make a big deal? The Hall of Knowledge is not a plant, so the druid shouldn't be interested. Right? Why do I feel that NPCs go to the ruins not to dig up artifacts, but for other things? Oh my god. I just saw a giant jellyfish walk past me. Why are you making such a fuss? The residents of Shanhae look like this. So what's so strange about seeing strange creatures in the South China Sea? But I'm not in the South China Sea. In the ruins of the South Federation. It's over. I really can't guess what the planner wants to do. The creatures under the sea have been tossed onto the land. Is the end of the world coming again? The Dark Ages are going to repeat themselves? What? The planner plans to release a Doomsday DLC in the next version? No way. The player version has just started, and they are planning to increase the difficulty of the game? Planner, you are not a human. I was wondering why the dwarves in the kingdom's territory have been running to the factory recently. It turns out that they are preparing for the end of the world? Not only the dwarves in the kingdom's territory are running to the factory, but the dwarves in the dwarf army have been silent for a long time. A large group of dwarves are huddled in the camp, and players are not allowed to enter. I don't know what they are doing. To be honest, the dwarf army is silent because the Diamond Empire has been split recently. The Diamond Empire has been fighting like that. Wouldn't it be nice for the dwarves to watch the show? At this time, of course, it is better to kill him while he is sick. It is normal to launch a large-scale attack and take down the Diamond Empire directly. Right? I have a great discovery. Don't be afraid to tell you. You can tell us. We have received professional training and will not be easily afraid. I saw a team from the Diamond Empire here in the Federation ruins. Did you see it wrong? Not all humans are from the Diamond Empire. It is also possible that he is a slave who was just rescued by the player. The dwarves have been fighting the Diamond Empire for several months. How can I not tell the composition of the Diamond Empire team? A mage, 2 knights, and a group of heavy firepower carriers. This is definitely a team from the Diamond Empire. Even if it is a team from the Diamond Empire. So what? The ruins of Salfa are open to the whole continent. The Diamond Empire wants to come to search for treasures. And Azajan can't turn them away. Screenshot of the Diamond Empire team lined up neatly, so they came with so many people? Your wording is too imprecise. What kind of team is this? Just call it an army. The Diamond Empire is not busy suppressing the rebellion. The dwarves, who have a deep hatred for the Diamond Empire, did not take advantage of the civil strife in the Diamond Empire to attack, but disappeared instead? I smelled the scent of a big event. Nonsense. All the players smelled it. The area of the ruins was blocked and players were not allowed to enter. I saw a bunch of Kingdom Knights lined up nearby. Screenshot, it was quite grand. The official website did not send an update notice. Nor did it say that a new version of the game would be released. A player said he heard first-hand news. It seems to be related to some new world. New world. Are you talking about the new civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent? The basic task of transforming the world gap has not been completed yet. How can it be related to it? Isn't it almost completed? The stupid players really filled a road from the world gap to the new continent. Awesome. While the players were talking, He Xingwen, who through the subsequent negotiations Tusha, was not in the ruins of the Salfa Federation. He was in the kingdom. To be precise, in the dwarf factory, in the land of God's Fall. This is one of the experimental sites for the cooperation between the dwarves and the mages. And it is also the starting point for the birth of the forbidden spell weapon of the Black Bloodstone version. We are still overcoming the problem of how to further utilize the energy of Black Bloodstone and enhance the power of God's Wrath number 1. Andy Su led He Xingwen through the numerous steel machines. Not satisfied with the current harvest, in terms of how to effectively stimulate and utilize Black Bloodstone. We still have many problems to overcome. God's Wrath number 1 is just a rough semi-finished product. Andy Su spoke and spoke, speaking difficult technical terms. He Xingwen listened and looked around. Unlike the original dwarf factory, all the mechanical equipment in this factory, which brought together the highest level of dwarves at present, was extremely complex and high-end, engraved with complex etheric patterns, and flashing with the light of various expensive and unimaginable minerals. They were not used for repetitive mechanical labor. Some of the equipment might only be used to draw a specific pattern on the structure of God's Wrath number 1. He Xingwen's sight extended forward. As they shortened the distance from their destination, the equipment he saw became larger and larger, and the etheric fluctuations next to the machinery became stronger and stronger. These machines themselves were some kind of powerful magical creations. Behind the last door, the rich ether fell into a calm state. He Xingwen's perception of ether was not so sharp, but he could clearly feel the inexplicable sense of oppression, like a sudden panic and danger. Andy Su activated the door. The huge door of unknown material was as high as the wall, extremely thick, and set up protective magic to isolate the ether. The dense ether lines outlined the opponent's heavy momentum. The main function of this door was not to prevent theft, but to ensure that after the device behind the door failed, it would delay the people outside the door for a few seconds, so that they could run further before being completely destroyed here. After all, behind this door was the only forbidden spell weapon in the kingdom that used the energy of Black Bloodstone. Before it was successfully developed, no one knew what kind of weapon could be created by combining the energy of Black Bloodstone with forbidden spells. But now, the dwarves and wizards who designed and forged all this knew the answer. They named it God's Wrath number 1. Only the anger of the gods can create such devastating lethality. The heavy door slowly opened, and Andy Su led He Xingwen and He Tong into the core area of the entire factory. The size of the Wrath of God number 1 was extremely large, occupying most of the space behind the door. The object was fixed to the ground, and the silver-white shell tightly wrapped it. This is the outermost restraint to ensure that the Wrath of God number 1 does not lose control. Andy Su explained, because the energy of the Black Bloodstone is used. The energy cycle inside the Wrath of God number 1 is very unstable. We need to control the ether fluctuations around it in a state without fluctuations. So the outer shell of the Wrath of God number 1 is covered with 3 layers of restraints. Of course, we have also designed a 5-layer fuse mechanism inside the Wrath of God number 1 to ensure safety. Of course, after the Wrath of God number 1 is activated, the outermost silver-white device will fall off by itself. Andy Su led He Xingwen to another device and introduced it to him. This is an auxiliary launch device designed by the wizard. The energy of the black blood stone is sufficient. So they expanded the attack coverage of the Wrath of God number 1 to the outermost part of the continent. Because we don't know much about the terrain of the outermost part of the continent, there may be a point deviation when locating the outermost part of the continent. But the wizard has calculated that with the attack power of the Wrath of God number 1, a small point deviation will not affect the kingdom's plan to destroy the enemy. The auxiliary launch device is different from the rough cylindrical shell. Compared with the shell of the Wrath of God number 1, it is smaller and more delicate. All the ether nodes on a whole magic crystal are composed of expensive ores. The ether lines lead to the ground and are connected to the device that fixes the Wrath of God number 1. He Xingwen looked at this magical creation that was obviously made by the wizard, and didn't know what to say for a while. After the completion of the Wrath of God number 1, did you conduct any trial attacks? Andy Su showed a regretful expression. We originally planned an attack experiment, and the attack point was chosen in the South China Sea, but it did not approve. Considering the ecological environment of the South China Sea and the survival rights of intelligent creatures, destructive attacks are not allowed. Andy Su shrugged. These are just original words. So we only conducted some offensive tests and energy maximum value debugging on it later. Andy Su, from this, we can get the approximate attack strength of the Wrath of God number 1. He Xingwen cast a curious look. Have you ever seen the gods when they are angry? Andy Su spread his hands. Zhe's judgment is correct. If the Wrath of God number 1 attacks the South China Sea, the South China Sea may no longer exist. He Xingwen thought. In other words, the destructive blow of the Wrath of God number 1 is similar to that of the Mage's Ethernet. He Xingwen did not forget that the Mage's Ethernet also has the same function, and can launch destructive blows to certain areas. Andy Su thought for a moment. In theory, it is similar, but the two cannot be compared. Ethernet consumes the ether energy accumulated by the Mage, while the Wrath of God number 1 consumes the energy of the black blood stone. Ethernet is Ethernet. But if necessary, the kingdom can completely mass-produce the Wrath of God number 1. From this point of view, the destructive blow of Ethernet is a killer. Not only because of its extremely strong destructive power, but also because it is used less each time. But the Wrath of God number 1 is just a magical creation. The word only may not be accurate. After all, it is still very difficult to make this thing. But no matter how difficult it is still a magical creation once the technology is mature. It can be mass-produced. He Xingwen's thoughts naturally extend to this idea. So, can the Wrath of God number 1 be mass-produced at present? It's a bit difficult. Andy Su said honestly. It's not that it is difficult to make the Wrath of God number 1. The difficulties in manufacturing technology have been overcome. The main problem is that after it is manufactured, it takes too many resources to ensure that it remains stable. It is not recommended to mass-produce it when it is just a semi-finished product. Yes, this thing is too big. He Xingwen looked up at the God's Wrath number 1 and said, then you continue to study how to improve it. The discussion on this new invention, which might shock the intelligent creatures on the entire continent, ended. Compared with the God's Wrath number 1, He Xingwen was more concerned about another thing. I heard that you opened a school on the top of the mountains? The heavy door closed again. Andy Su nodded. The previous wandering made the dwarves' forging level uneven, and the loss of some technologies caused the dwarves' forging level to drop sharply. So we established a school for all dwarves in the dwarf kingdom. Dwarves need to receive unified education, and can only graduate from the school after meeting the standards. They walked out of the factory. He Xingwen asked curiously, have those lost technologies been restored? We spent some time studying the wreckage of the instruments of the Salpha Federation and restored some forging technologies. But there are more. Andy Su, there is no way to restore it. He Xingwen was a little surprised. Since the Forbidden Weapon project has made a breakthrough, it stands to reason that the dwarves should have overcome the technical limitations. This makes many dwarves very frustrated. Compared with the peak period of the dwarves, we are far behind. Andy Su continued, for this reason, we have to focus more on exploring forging technology. They left the factory. The sun illuminated the bustling city, and the outside of the factory was bustling. Andy Su stopped and looked up at the king. Later we found that we don't have to stick to the technology that cannot be restored, because we can also create new forging techniques and various special mechanical manipulation methods. If we can't restore the past glory, let's create new glory. He Xingwen showed his first smile after returning to the kingdom. I'm glad you think so. Being limited to the past will restrict your path forward. But if you can realize what you have, then a broader road is at your feet. This is thanks to our cooperation with the wizard. Andy Su said while carrying a hammer. The wizards never know what it means to give up. They forced us to do this. Andy Su sighed, and we really did it. I seem to hear a stonehead praising us. It's so rare. Towards Moody, who came from the factory, nodded to Yixingwen, glanced at Andy Su and said, Has the king finished the tour? Andy Su rolled his eyes. The tour is over. Moody, great. The clearing is over? Can we go in now? To be honest, I think it is very unreasonable to interrupt the original experimental arrangement for someone's visit. Andy Su rolled his eyes again. Indeed, if your experiments are not so dangerous that they blow up the laboratory every now and then. Do you know how dangerous your experiments are? Moody knew this very well, and it was indeed difficult to guarantee that their experiments would not suddenly produce accidents when the king visited the factory. So he changed the subject. By the way, have you shown the king your latest research? Andy Su was shocked and immediately took the bait, shifting his attention to other places. King, we have developed a new technology. Andy Su led He Xingwen around and entered another dwarf test site. The atmosphere here was in line with He Xingwen's impression of the dwarves. The strong smell of alcohol and the loud voices of the dwarves were everywhere, and the sound of iron forging mixed with singing and dancing. There was no sense of order and confidentiality at all, and it was as cheerful as a festival at all times. Andy Su greeted the dwarves one by one, and took the wine jar and drank it himself. There were also dwarves who tried to stuff the wine jar into He Xingwen's mouth, but were scared away by He Tong's gaze. When they arrived at the empty test site, Andy Su was already a little drunk, which made him no longer restrained and thoughtful before, and he directly took out a black blood stone from his personal space. This is a bit dangerous, right? He Xingwen subconsciously took a step back, remembered that the black blood stone was ineffective against him, and took another step forward, thinking that if he really got out of control, he could still stop it in time. As a result, Andy Su had finished the job in just 2 steps of hesitation. He stuffed the black blood stone into the palm-sized disc and pressed it down. The next second, the ether raised a huge wave and rushed towards the disc in Andy Su's hand one after another, converging into a violent energy fluctuation. Andy Su burped and stared at the empty field in front of him with a sharp gaze. In the ether flushing, an arm-sized humanoid machine slowly took shape. The appearance of this machine was very simple. The only thing in common with the human figure was that it had obvious limbs. There was obviously a reason why the other party had obvious limbs. Because the other party's mechanical hand was holding a small broom? Seeing this nondescript robot holding a broom and starting to run around the field, He Xingwen had to cast his eyes on Andy Su and said in a puzzled voice, Your new technology is using the energy of black bloodstone to stimulate a sweeping robot? This is indeed not dangerous, but it is too undangerous. Andy Su burped and did not rush to explain. He lowered his head to look for something on the disc in his hand and pressed a new button. So, the surging energy burst out from the disc again, sweeping across the empty experimental site. The sweeping robot slowly changed in the baptism of ether. The broom in its hand turned into a small hammer. Of course, the appearance of its mechanical arm also changed. It became thicker and had more functions, such as bending the mechanical arm. And for example, it disassembled its own mechanical arm and began to hammer its arm with a hammer in one hand. I always feel that its logical setting seems unreasonable. Of course, this thing may not have a logical setting at all. Andy Su pressed another button. The surging energy burst out again, and the robot lost its human form this time. It became a movable mechanical arm connected to the chassis. The fingers on the mechanical arm were particularly delicate, and it seemed to be able to operate more tightly instruments. He Xingwen saw something. He turned his head and exchanged glances with He Tong, then looked at Andy Su again. If I'm not mistaken, you made an auxiliary tool? Andy Su's eyes sparkled. Very proud. An auxiliary tool that can store multiple forms, driven by ether, and has basic behavior settings. It was originally made by a dwarf to be lazy when cleaning. But soon it evolved into more versions for other situations, and finally became what it is today, a multifunctional auxiliary machine. It can clean, do basic forging, and help mages with experiments. Because it uses black bloodstone, it can support long-term operation and changes between multiple forms. This is a new technology full of potential. We are studying more forms, and the goal is to make it a universal auxiliary tool, a helper that everyone can't refuse. Perhaps because He Xingwen didn't interrupt him. Andy Su talked endlessly. We have a lot of ideas to make it better. Mages hope that it can become more smart instead of being so dull and always bumping into obstacles. For this reason, they are even willing to admit that spells are indeed not as good as pure machinery in some places. Yen hopes that it can have more powerful. The deformation function of the exoskeleton can be applied to combat. He gave a very feasible suggestion that the exoskeleton armor can be combined with its deformation ability to make it a combat unit, not just a piece of equipment. Of course, we also have some ideas. You know, the talent of other races in forging is really far behind. The dwarves need more helpers to help us with forging that is not just on the assembly line. At this point, Andy Su looked at the king and asked the king expectantly about his opinion on this new technology. What do you think? You are asking me now. What do I think about your plan to develop artificial intelligence, combat robots, and intelligent mechanical life? He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. He didn't expect that the dwarves would touch this field, although the demonstration He Xingwen saw was so immature and dull. He Xingwen did see a corner of a brand new field for the mainland. This looks like an unknown area, He Xingwen said, choosing his words carefully. I'm curious. How does it think? Andy Su was extremely puzzled by this question. How can it think? This is just an auxiliary tool. He Xingwen realized that he used the wrong word, and he corrected, I mean, how does it judge? Andy Su vaguely realized that the king's question was not due to his lack of understanding of it. But he did not delve into it. We have strengthened the perception of the ether circuit, and combined with the mechanical vibration transmission function, it allows it to identify obstacles. However, it always cannot distinguish between obstacles and garbage. Andy Su muttered, we are studying how to strengthen its judgment ability to make it more useful and more helpful. I think there must be some way to better solve this problem. Andy Su's voice became softer and softer, until finally, he suddenly stopped talking. He Xingwen looked at the small robot parked in the field. It was still spinning in place, at a loss because it could not find the target. Judge? Think. Andy Su grabbed He Xingwen's hand. I know. He Xingwen had a blank expression. That question was unnecessary. Now, the technology tree of this world is completely wrong. Andy Su didn't know what His Majesty was thinking. He was full of fighting spirit, because he suddenly opened up the Ren and Du meridians. Your Majesty, I remember you brought back a dead soul? Dead soul? Dead soul. He Xingwen suddenly realized something. This is not the materialistic earth. There is no way to solve the problem of mechanical judgment and logical thinking. So we have to climb the technology tree and hope to reach the starting point of intelligent life. The dead souls in this world can make bones form skeletons, and can make skeletons have souls. Then the question is, when the engineers of this world encounter problems in the field of intelligence, how will they choose to solve this problem? Since the dead souls can give corpses souls. Andy Su could hardly suppress his excitement and said, then we can cooperate with mages and dead souls to study the field of souls. Give machines the ability to think. And even more, the existence of souls. Chapter 243 Global Public Beta 67 The Age of the Kingdom. No one knows what kind of storm a butterfly flapping its wings can stir up in another world. This is a fork in the road that leads to different paths. There is a reason why the undead are unpopular. The two abilities of manipulating souls and controlling death are on the edge of the moral bottom line, even if the moral bottom line of this world is so low, and giving machines the ability to think. The same effect can be achieved by extracting the souls of living people from their bodies and injecting them into machines. This not only conforms to the consistent image of undead creatures, but is also simpler and cruder, and is a complete shortcut. Embers was obsessed with following He Xingwen back to the kingdom. He was not interested in the negotiations to divide up the grand future territory, nor did he intend to participate in it on behalf of the undead. He was more interested in this mysterious kingdom. The kingdom did not disappoint his expectations. He saw the origin of this world on the monument standing in the center of the city, and was almost blinded by it. When He Xingwen found Andy Su, they had to face a strange scene. The other party was looking at the monument and crying. He Xingwen paused, not sure whether the two bloodstains on the red ghost's face were tears. Maybe the other party changed his makeup on a whim? Although the words ghost and makeup don't go together at all. This world is so magical. It's not so strange for ghosts to have some personal hobbies, right? He Xingwen fell into thinking. But Embers noticed their arrival first, and turned his head to look at them with 2 lines of blood and tears. This place is too dazzling. Embers' sight fell on He Xingwen, and the color of blood and tears became darker. He suffered a second wave of visual shock from He Xingwen. Embers originally thought that the surging vitality surrounding the other party, when he was outside the kingdom, was already amazing enough. But he did not expect that after the other party returned to the kingdom, this amazing degree was upgraded again, and he almost merged with the entire kingdom. Embers angrily poked his eyes out, and changed his perspective to perceive the world, and finally got rid of the blinding golden light. The pupils of the red ghost floating in the air turned into dark holes, and the image became more and more weird. This place is not suitable for the undead. The vitality is too surging. The undead are suitable for places without vitality, such as the Undead Valley, which is completely composed of death and corpses. Seeing that the other party's chatterbox nature broke out again, He Xingwen interrupted him and said, "I have something to talk to you." Embers closed his mouth, thought for 2 seconds, and became alert. "If you want to talk about that new order, you have to talk to the Undead Emperor. I don't care about this." His voice was a little lower. "Besides, what I say doesn't count. The Undead Emperor has the final say in the entire Undead Valley. Otherwise, why do you think the Undead Emperor is called the Undead Emperor? Of course, it is because it is appropriate. He is a complete dictator. Whether the Undead Emperor is a dictator needs to be understood in combination with the special ecology of the undead. But there is no doubt that there is a strict hierarchy among the undead." But since Embers mentioned this, He Xingwen asked the question that he had never figured out. "So what is your relationship with the Undead Emperor?" Embers was stunned. It's hard to explain this at the moment. He Xingwen stared at him with a puzzled expression, suspecting that he was fooling him. What kind of relationship can't be explained at the moment? Embers' voice was a little lower. "He is my father. I am his brother. We each have our own way. You undead are really good at playing. You are worthy of being a race that can bring the dead back to life." He Xingwen coughed, not daring to dig deeper, and turned the topic back to the main topic. "The dwarf wants to talk to you about something." Embers' attention moved down to the short figure at He Xingwen's feet, and suddenly realized, "I thought this was the pendant you carried with you. But it turned out not to be. What do you want to talk to me about? Who do you want to revive?" Ember said in a relaxed tone, "It's a small matter. But let's make it clear first. The resurrected dead must return to the Valley of the Dead. His personality may change a little, but you have to understand that after all, he has experienced life and death. If he has been dead for a long time, he can only be resurrected as a skeleton. I can't guarantee that it will be. If you die too long, your soul will lose its vitality. Of course, if you die recently, you may be able to revive a necromancer." Seeing that the other party had said a lot in just a few minutes, Andy Su, who had never seen such a scene, was slow to interrupt him. "No, I'm not here to revive someone. I'm here to ask if you want to cooperate with us to study the soul field." Embers, who was floating in the air, stopped. "Ah?" Andy Su patiently explained to him, "We have recently developed a new technology, and this new technology has a little problem. I think the undead may be able to solve these problems." Embers didn't understand at all. "What?" The dwarf, who couldn't explain it, simply took out the disc again, showed Embers the big robot on the spot, and then looked at each other expectantly. Embers looked at him and hesitated for 2 seconds. "That's it? You use such a huge energy to make a toy without any combat power?" Embers was puzzled by this. What a waste. And Disu was not hit by his evaluation. For intelligent creatures who don't understand forging, it is normal that they can't understand the potential of this crude toy. In short, I hope it can be more smart, able to judge obstacles, assist dwarves in forging, and even attack alone. Embers was very confused. What does this have to do with the undead and the soul realm? I hope it can think. Andisa looked at him expectantly. It can have basic logical judgment and discrimination ability. Embers suddenly realized, "You want to introduce a soul to this little toy?" He looked at the rough toy critically. "This is not good. The workmanship of this toy is not fine at all. No soul will like such a body. If you just want a better helper, why don't you catch some slaves? The idea of letting this thing have a soul is terrible." He Xingwen, who was listening on the side, was a little surprised. In this regard, Embers was unexpectedly cautious. No, No, I don't want to introduce a soul to it. Embers didn't mention this point. And Andisa didn't think about this at all. He looked at the king on the side and quickly clarified, and the kingdom prohibits slave trade, let alone such terrible behavior. Importing souls into mechanical bodies. This idea is too crazy. Andisu said in a serious tone, you don't understand what I mean? I don't need to import souls. I want it to have its own soul. No, it doesn't have to be a soul. Andisu said in a panic, the description of having a soul is too weird. I just hope it can be smarter. Does he know what he is talking about? Embers looked at the king. Suspecting that the dwarf was not in a normal mind, smart is used to describe intelligent creatures. He hopes that this is much more evil than us undead. The scene suddenly became quiet, and Andisu fell into thinking. He Xingwen organized the wording. This involves another point. Independent thinking ability and self-cognition ability. If the other party does not have self-cognition, can it be classified as an intelligent creature? Of course it can. Ember said firmly, you have also seen those skeletons. Most of them have only awakened some residual thoughts. But they are still undead creatures. It was a mistake. I almost forgot that this is a world with an extremely loose definition of intelligent creatures. They can even define Manxing, who can't communicate at all, as an intelligent creature based on some of its laws and intelligent behaviors. Not to mention a man-made product with thinking ability. This is definitely an intelligent creature. I know. After thinking for a while, Andisu suddenly said, then give him thinking. Life and a new race. Andisu looked at He Xingwen with a bright look, Your Majesty. We can create a special new race. Cultivate his thinking ability. Improve his self-awareness. Until he is born with wisdom. He Xingwen? He Xingwen, who was once again confused by this development, did not continue the conversation. But Embers on the side spoke again. But there is a small problem. Embers raised the most critical question. Do you think the new race is cabbage? You can grow it if you want? How do you plan to create a new race? That's why I found you. Andisu, the wizard will definitely be interested in this topic. So do you want to join? Andisu stretched out his hand to him. Study with us how to create a new race. Ember's voice suddenly rose. Too arrogant. You know you are interfering with the authority of God. Right? Andisu glanced at the king on the side. If the king allows it, then why not? I like your arrogance. Embers floated to the ground and held Andisu's outstretched hand. No. But there is one thing that needs to be made clear at the beginning. If you succeed in creating a new race, what are you going to do with it? Andisu shrugged. If it is confirmed that he has the ability to judge and think for himself, and his intelligence level is enough to reach the minimum standard of intelligent creatures, then he will automatically become a citizen of the democratic communist state and enjoy the same rights and obligations as us. Andisu pointed to the stone tablet engraved with the laws of the kingdom standing next to the monument and said, the laws of the kingdom guarantee this. Embers had no other questions. He was much more excited than Andisu. Then let's take the first step. First, Embers was stuck in his shell. As a novice who had never conducted practical research, he knew nothing about how to conduct research on the subject. We must first determine what the soul is made of, and where the brain's thinking ability comes from. Andisu was very excited. What kind of brain can support the birth of consciousness in a mechanical body? The undead emperor is much better than me in this regard. Embers retracted his hand and shook it up and down twice. By the way, I can ask him for help. He Xingwen, who was stunned by the magical direction of this conversation, couldn't help but uttered a puzzled monosyllable, Ah? The white mist gradually rose and dissipated in the air because of the special nature of the kingdom. Oh, it's not convenient for him to come in here. Wait a minute. I'll call a skeleton to talk to him outside the kingdom's territory. Embers didn't think it was too much for him to call out the undead emperor, just because he said so. He explained casually and concentrated on communicating with the undead emperor. Andisu admired the other party's attitude towards this topic and waited expectantly for Embers to finish communicating with the undead emperor. He Xingwen felt that he was probably the only normal person among the intelligent creatures present. Although he didn't know how the problem went from how to develop machines to how to create a race of intelligent machines. But in the end, he didn't reach another fork in the road of destiny. Today, the world is also a peaceful and beautiful day. Bullshit. Although the moral bottom line is maintained, and there is no crisis of destruction, these people will not really give him any intelligent life next time. Right? He Xingwen subconsciously glanced at He Tong. He Tong smiled. Don't you think this is interesting? The two people who were fully devoted to the research topic had obviously forgotten the existence of He Xingwen. He Xingwen simply walked out with He Tong and left. He Tong said slowly, "They plan to create a mechanical life, which is far beyond what the mechanical army of the Dwarf Kingdom could do. If they can really do it, then the dwarf's mechanical army will become a real army, comparable to the undead." Although Andy Su has not yet clearly realized this, the subject he proposed, the new race he tried to create, is the undead. Artificial undead. Before this subject was successful, it was just a subject that sounded incredible. Just like the construction of a new world with a continent as the core proposed by Nulita at that meeting. Before the new world was truly constructed, it was just a proposal. A crazy proposal that people flocked to and shared the entire new world together. He Xingwen could throw those negotiations in the other world to Xia, but he couldn't throw the conversations that took place on Earth to others. The long-lost conversation on the computer screen began again. This time, He Xingwen was not only facing Xiaoming, but also a human team of all skin colors and races that filled the entire conference room, representing the interests of the entire Earth. He Xingwen had not paid too much attention to the exchange of interests between China and other countries regarding the holographic game. But from this scene, after more than 2 years of wrangling, they finally reached an agreement and sat together to face the opportunities and challenges of the human beings on Earth. Of course, it is hard to say whether this is directly related to the crazy proposal put forward by Nulita. But just like all the races on the continent are celebrating this, it is hard for the Earth, which maintains a close connection with the other world, not to be moved by this. Before officially starting this conversation, as the person who has the most contact with His Majesty the King, Xiaoming was fortunate to become the host of this conversation. China's homosexuality bill was just passed early this morning. He pushed 2 small red books onto the table. "I've reserved one for you." Under the gaze of everyone, the red book disappeared from their sight. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong. He Tong opened the marriage certificate and showed the inner page to He Xingwen, on which the names of His Majesty the King and He Tong were clearly written. He Xingwen. What kind of program would allow such a strange name as His Majesty the King to appear on the marriage certificate? He Tong didn't have so many questions. He liked it very much. He showed He Xingwen the 2 books and put them into the data, hiding them in the safest place with the previous memories. After the red book disappeared, the cursor on the computer screen moved slightly, and handwriting emerged. "I like it very much." After this episode, the conversation really began. "We need to have a closer connection with the other world, Xiaoming, and we are sure that this is a good thing for both us and the other world." The text slowly emerged. "If you haven't fallen into madness yet, you should know that the reason why it exists in the form of a game is to protect the Earth's civilization. There is no need to discuss the fact that the Earth's human beings can enter the other world with their own bodies, because it is absolutely impossible. Then, the plants and animals from the other world are teleported back to Earth. Not for discussion. Not including dead things? Yes. The other world has world projections. What about Earth? Can we explore the world projections corresponding to Earth? The spiritual energy recovery of the Earth is in its infancy. For Earth, world projection is an extremely distant topic. If you are interested, you can estimate how long it takes for a planet to be born, and then how long it takes for the world projection of Earth to be born. It has taken about 4 billion years from the birth of the Earth to the present. If it is substituted into the world projection, then let alone in this lifetime, whether human civilization will exist 4 billion years later is another matter. Then how do we get the benefits we deserve from the new world with the continent as the core? If you put your eyes back on the game, you will know how to get the benefits you deserve. The expansion of the game map, the increase of NPCs, and the emergence of new races all mean that there is room for the strength of players to go further. This is what is closely related to you. We need to cooperate further with the other world, including research on the science of the South Federation. The existence of the other world itself is the greatest treasure. The ecological environment, social structure, and various civilizations of the other world are very different from those of the Earth, and they are all worthy of our further research." He Xingwen only listened to one ear. The person responsible for answering those endless questions was He Tong. They took some time to reach an agreement. It was a very long basic agreement, covering comprehensive areas of cooperation, and the rights and obligations of both parties between the other world and the Earth. That's right. The 2 parties in the cooperation are the other world and the Earth, not His Majesty the King and China. His Majesty the King can only be regarded as a witness and middleman. In a sense, He also bears the responsibility of ensuring the smooth progress of the cooperation between the two parties, and ensuring that everything is back on track when one party violates the rules. The signing of this agreement marks the end of the negotiations within the continent, and the crazy move of dividing the unformed New World has finally ended. All races on the continent have reached a consensus and passed a new continent order with peaceful coexistence and open research as the core. And this new order has the position of all races participating in the discussion. The emergence of this new continent order also means that the continent of the law of the jungle has entered a new era. The era of the kingdom, or the era of science. After the negotiations came to an end, His Majesty the King issued a notice to all players through his account, announcing the news that the game will undergo a major update. Forum. I'm going to be bored to death without holographic games to play. Original poster. I'll post the notice that His Majesty the King just issued in the first post. His Majesty the King the holographic game is about to undergo a major update, which is scheduled to take place from the early morning of May 27th to the early morning of May 30th. During the game update, the game will not be able to log in. Please be prepared and log off in the safe zone before the early morning of the 27th to avoid equipment loss. Game update content. Adjustments to the relationship between the various forces on the continent. New maps, new professions, and a new game plot. The Road to Science will be launched. Please look forward to it. The Road to Science? The new profession will not be a great scientist, right? The next version is the Rise of Scientists? I said that so many NPCs appeared in the ruins. It must be related to the Salfa Federation. The Salfa Federation has collapsed like that. Can they still restore science? The plot is called The Road of Science. Maybe it just shifts the focus of the plot to science. So, can players finally copy inventions in reality? Although they are both science, the two are completely different. Haven't you learned a lesson from the transportation tools developed by those players themselves? Those things can move, which is enough to prove that the game is not about science at all. Then what's the point of the scientific path? Wait, is this the point? The point is that it's the 21st century. How can there be a game that can't be online during the 3-day update? Your Majesty, please quit the group. It's embarrassing. Fuck. Can't play the game for 3 days? Is that too much? Wait. Think about it carefully. Doesn't this mean that I can take 3 days off? I see that the hot search has exploded, all of which strongly request to shorten the update time. Look up and glance at the title of the post. It's so appropriate. 3 days? Is this forcing players to break their internet addiction? Why does this update take so long? Can't play during the update? Isn't it just a normal version update? It's not like we haven't done it before. And weren't the updates completed quietly? The previous updates that were used to perfunctory players were not so much completed quietly as to explain the reasons for some small changes in the other world to the players. But this time it's a big change. The other world needs some time to adjust and adapt to the new order. Each race also needs some time to train how to contact players and how to interact more deeply with players in a special way that is consistent with the concept of the game. Chapter 244 Global Public Beta 68 Supervision Mechanism and set off again. After more than 1 billion players logged off, the continent returned to its original tranquility. In the kingdom with the largest number of players, thousands of infrastructure cities suddenly stopped. And only the kingdom knights were scattered in these infrastructure cities in groups of 3 or 2 to maintain basic operations. Compared with the area of the kingdom's territory, the number of kingdom citizens is too small, so that after the players collectively logged off, these areas seem even more empty. But this is not the point. At present, the attention of all races on the continent is focused on the endless meetings. The ruins that were open to the creatures of the entire continent suddenly became the center of the continent. And one cooperation after another was established here. The underwater kingdom established in-depth cooperation with the continent, including racial assistance, business exchanges, technology sharing, and basic education system. The human kingdom reached an agreement on peaceful division at the negotiation table. Dozens of human kingdoms appeared on the Neva plain overnight. Of course, the Diamond Empire is still the one with the largest territory and the strongest strength. Compared with the Diamond Empire, the remaining dozens of human kingdoms are like scraps cut off, shrinking in the corner of the Neva plain. But at least, the new order guarantees their independence, saves them from the shadow of the Diamond Empire, and gives them the opportunity to recuperate and grow stronger. All human kingdoms have reached a strategic agreement for in-depth cooperation because of the peaceful division. The constraints imposed by the Diamond Empire cannot be easily broken free. And the Diamond Empire still holds the reins. A front led by the Diamond Empire was announced the day after the peaceful division. It covers the entire Neva plain and forms a special human alliance, with the theme of deep cooperation and mutual assistance. The kingdom did not object to this, because at the same time, this newly established human organization reached an agreement with the kingdom on in-depth cooperation under the leadership of the Diamond Empire, including opening borders, sharing ether research, sharing new discoveries in scientific exploration, and conducting official trade. As for Ezigen, it had already had extremely in-depth trade cooperation with all parties before the emergence of this new order. In this new order, Ezigen is more concerned about the establishment of the Hall of Knowledge, a purely scientific research organization proposed by the king. The Hall of Knowledge was originally composed of 4 great magicians, 2 dwarves and 1 Ezigen, with an extra staff member, the undead Embers. It's not that the human kingdom doesn't want to get involved, but if you want to join the Hall of Knowledge, you must first pass the exam. The kingdom explained that this is a purely scientific research organization, and to join this research organization, you must have a basic understanding of science and ether. Who knows who came up with this unethical idea? The exam is divided into question and answer and practical operation stages, and the king will give the unified score in the end. In front of this ingenious threshold, the monks of the human kingdom were eliminated because of their lack of research on ether. The dwarves barely passed the practical operation stage. The mages and Ezigen who passed the assessment. The former's understanding of ether is at the level of a mentor, and the latter's understanding of science makes it hard not to suspect whether Ezigen stole the knowledge of the Salpha Federation. As for the non-staff member, Embers, he was recommended by the dwarves and the wizards, who said that he had a unique level in the field of souls and the undead, and became a non-staff member. This slightly crude organization will become the leading institution for establishing a scientific system and exploring world projections. Of course, what they have to do now is to classify and study the wreckage that has been excavated in the Salpha Federation to fill in the large amount of information missing in the outer area of the Hall of Knowledge. For players, this is an update that means they can't play games for 3 days. And for this continent, it is nearly a month of busy communication and adjustment. Books such as How to Communicate with Players Correctly, detailed explanation of player race characteristics, 10 things you should never do when getting along with players, and players-friendly creatures from another world from the kingdom were sold throughout the continent and became bestsellers that quickly swept the continent. These books introduce and analyze players. A special visitor from another world as a new race on the continent. The other world is a special and contradictory world, where backwardness and advancement coexist. Ignorance and omniscience coexist. Weak and powerful. The new civilizations that constantly border each other have trained their tolerance for new things, and they easily accept the existence of players. After nearly 10,000 years of recuperation in the 5th era, this world has entered a new era. There has never been such a large-scale cooperation on this continent, just as there has never been such a deep cooperation between dwarves and humans, druids and mages, and sea creatures and land creatures. The world order has changed from the law of the jungle to mutual assistance and common progress. Of course, the intelligent creatures who have just entered the new order will not know that this is another cruel battlefield. The unrealized pie tempts them, making them unable to realize the essential changes in a short time. The order of the survival of the fittest has changed, but it does not mean that the instinct of conquest and fighting in the intelligent creatures has disappeared. It's just that the wider world has attracted their attention, so that they have lost interest in the interests of the corner of the pond. People are eager to open the door to the world projection and build a new world with the continent as the core. For this reason, they abandon past hatred, tradition and stubbornness and embrace the new order dominated by the kingdom. For a wider new world, for powerful power, and for science. Nulita has joined the research on mechanical life? He Xingwen made a puzzled voice. Why would Nulita join the research on mechanical life? Besides, no matter how you think about it, there is no reason for the wizard to agree to allow demons to join the research, unless they are studying demons. Otherwise, let a demon join the research, for fear that the research team will part ways halfway, and artificially introduce a very destructive troublemaker. He Xingwen was confused for a few days, and finally left the affairs in the kingdom behind, mainly communicating with the representatives of the Earth's human beings to implement the ridiculously long basic agreement, and once again became a hands-off boss and ran to the ruins. The research initiated by the dwarves was originally within the kingdom. Later, because the undead emperor could not enter the kingdom, and the participants of this research overlapped with the members of the Hall of Knowledge on a large scale. In order to fulfill the responsibilities of the members of the Hall of Knowledge, they ran to the ruins to study the wreckage. So the research site was also changed to ruins. But the point is, why was Nullida, a notorious demon whose reputation among all races on the continent was negative, allowed to join the research? Anything related to demons is hard to make people have good associations after all. The image of demons causing trouble and sowing discord is really deeply rooted in people's minds. The ruins of the Sarfa Federation have undergone tremendous changes again at the moment. Various races have cooperated to clear a large area in the center of the ruins in order to facilitate their previous negotiations. And now it has become part of the huge base of the Knowledge Hall, a scientific research organization stationed in the ruins. A large part of the area is used to store various debris found in the ruins, and the remaining small part is used for various research, including research on the mechanical life of the dwarves, research on the ether base station transported by the kingdom, and the activation and construction of the Knowledge Hall Virtual Library. The last one is the current research focus. Intelligent creatures are working overtime to try to find a way to open the Knowledge Hall to all races. Finally, they set their sights on the only remaining and still running ether matrix on the continent. These new things and new research made the Knowledge Hall organization full of vitality at the beginning of its establishment, and also made this area extremely busy. There were even some buildings under construction here, and intelligent creatures of different races came and went. So no one had time to pay attention to He Xingwen. He Xingwen wandered around this area for a long time, and the first person to find him was the undead emperor. White mist floated out from somewhere, forming handwriting and greeting He Xingwen. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" He Xingwen stopped and wondered, "You're still here?" Realizing that his wording was a little inaccurate and could easily cause misunderstanding, he corrected himself. I thought you had other things to do. After all, there are a lot of people in the Valley of the Dead. No. There are also a lot of intelligent creatures. Is it really okay for a big boss, like the undead emperor, to always hang out outside? I should have something to do. If you mean the Valley of the Dead, I slept for 10,000 years before, and when I woke up, the Valley of the Dead still hadn't changed at all. For some reason, He Xingwen always felt that he saw some regrets in these words. It might be an illusion. I'm really envious. He Xingwen sighed sincerely. I'm almost drowned by all the things that come with these big moves these days. I'm really envious. The undead never have so many things to deal with. Places accompanied by death are always not lively. The white mist formed a thin line, indicating the direction He Xingwen was moving forward. He Tong didn't come along, because after He Xingwen ran away, all the things were thrown to him. You can handle most of the kingdom's affairs, but some things that don't belong to this world must be attended by more important people. However, He Tong's absence doesn't mean he's not there. He and He Xingwen are so closely connected that they are almost inseparable, literally inseparable. He Xingwen followed the navigation and asked a question that he had been curious about for a long time. Since you are not busy, why didn't the Undead Canyon participate in the previous discussions, when all races were crazy about the big cake thrown by the devil? Only the Undead Canyon was indifferent. It neither participated in the discussion of the new order nor appeared in the subsequent cooperation. It was independent of the noise, with an overly indifferent attitude. What do you think the undead are attracted to? Power? Power? Money? The white mist slowly outlined the words, or immortality. He Xingwen paused. Although the immortal species also have a long life. For the undead race, even the immortal species will die. For the race that conquered death, this carnival across the continent is just a noisy and lively event. It is very interesting, but only very interesting. He Xingwen became interested. You are not interested in world projection? Those possible worlds. Possible different races. I am very interested. In fact, I am very interested in everything that happens on the continent. Even the idea of that mechanical life is so interesting. They have arrived at their destination. And He Xingwen heard the quarrel between the dwarf and the demon from afar. No surprise. Introducing the demon into the research team will inevitably lead to various controversies. He Xingwen's attention was still on the conversation. But you don't plan to open the Valley of the Dead? If you mean the players? I don't mind the round ones coming to play. The text was filled with some happy emotions. In fact, I like them very much. They are both cute and lively. There is simply no better race than them. Players? Both cute and lively. The indigenous people, who have been harassed by players, may not agree with his point of view. But He Xingwen still understood the key point: players can. But other races can't? This is order. The tacit understanding that life and death should have. Not far away. Nulita brought the topic to He Xingwen. Your Majesty? Are you here to urge Andice's research progress? So everyone present turned their attention to He Xingwen standing at the door. Only Ember's voice was endless. I also think the progress is a bit slow. When can we create a new race? Now we haven't even decided what the mechanical body will look like. Let alone what humanized module. This word is hard to say. Can't we just create a new life? Obviously. Embers has begun to feel tired of the lack of progress during this period. He is not a qualified researcher. In fact, He Xingwen is already surprised that the other party can hold on until now. It's just as unexpected as he found that the undead emperor is still here. How free and patient must he be to waste time on a topic that is difficult to make progress in a short period of time and requires years, or even decades, or hundreds of years of research to reach the end. But now it seems that the undead emperor may be freer and more patient than He Xingwen expected. After all, hundreds of years are only a trivial short time in his long life. He Xingwen reminded the other party, this is not a research that can be completed in a short time. No matter how arrogant the intelligent creature is, it would not think that a new race can be created in a few months on this extremely barren land where a complete scientific system has not yet been established. I am not here to urge the research progress. I just have some doubts. He Xingwen glanced at Nulita, who was out of tune with the scene. Why did you invite a demon to join your research? Nulita touched his chin. This sounds like a question. He said aggrievedly. They invited me because they need my help. For example, the demon's attainments in human nature. Nulita spread his hands. Creating a new life is not just about letting him learn to think. He Xingwen frowned. When there was no progress, they began to consider how to shape the personality characteristics of mechanical life. This problem will at least arise in the middle and late stages of the research. He Xingwen looked at Nebulita suspiciously, thinking that the problem was mostly with him. In fact, it should be said that the reason why the demon was able to join this research team must be because of him. After all, no matter how you think about it, Andisu has no reason to actively invite the demon to join when the project has made no progress. He Xingwen thought for a moment, did not get to the bottom of it, and warned the other party. I think this research is very interesting. So don't toss too much. Nulita tilted his head. Your Majesty is also interested in creating a new race. That is the final result. The research process before reaching the final result is enough to promote the understanding of intelligent creatures in the fields of ether, forging, life, soul, and even human nature. He Xingwen, how do you think the science of the Alpha Federation was established? From defining ether to analyzing ether, and then to creating ether. One unattainable goal after another has promoted people's understanding of ether. I hope you can have this spirit and never stop exploring and pursuing. After using an official cliché to sublimate the scientific research spirit and fool the dwarves and mages with extremely low emotional intelligence, He Xingwen had a short conversation with Nulita in private and gave him a real warning. You can keep an eye on their progress, but don't disband the research team. This is a very dangerous topic. You handed Pandora's box to them. Who knows what they will release in the end? So will you stop moving forward because of this assumption? No. I usually kill it before the problem arises. Nulita said frankly, King, the mainland needs a supervision and management mechanism to ensure that these terrible research topics will not start a new doomsday and he glanced at He Xingwen. Ensure that the new order will not collapse because of the ideas of some individuals. He Xingwen, the ideas of some individuals, sounds like you are questioning me? The devil doesn't trust everyone. Nulita didn't deny, including myself. But this proposal is very good. He Xingwen, why not do it? Nulita was briefly stunned by He Xingwen's overly direct response. Do it? Establish an effective supervision mechanism. He Xingwen repeated, I think you are very suitable for this. After all, the devil has been doing this for many years. Establishing a supervision mechanism for scientific research projects, or even new orders, is not a simple matter. Because its appearance itself means suspicion and distrust, which can always lead to more other factors. So, He Xingwen handed this matter over to the devil and the omnipotent tool Manja, and asked them to discuss how to establish effective constraints without causing unnecessary thoughts from other races on the mainland, and ensure that the constraints themselves will not become another uneasy factor. This is a profound science of how to ensure balance within a huge political body. But one thing that is better than the Earth is that most of the races in the other world live a long time, especially the demons. Although the demons are terrible, they are the race that least needs to worry about corruption. Corrupt a demon? It sounds like stealing a job from the demon. This episode did not disturb the communication between Yi Xingwen and the undead emperor. I don't think this is a good idea. Although I can understand that the round ones are cute. Ember slipped out of the research team and joined the conversation, but they are a little too enthusiastic. At this point, Embers glanced at the white mist, as if he thought of something, and changed his tone. But for you, their excessive enthusiasm should be the best. After all, you are an old guy who likes to be lively. Embers, you are not polite at all. Really? Embers didn't take his words to heart at all. He said perfunctorily and changed the topic to Yi Xingwen. So, to what extent should it be opened? Let this old guy. Embers? Okay. Embers changed his words. Give my dear father to the round balls as a display? I don't think they will be interested in a piece of white fog. Yi Xingwen interrupted the conversation. If you need help from the players, it would be the best. After all, they like to help others very much. Do we need help from the round balls? Why not? Dear father, let them chat with you. Embers counted on his fingers and said, they can also play games with you, tell you stories, and help you clean up those collections. There are so many things they can do. At this point, Embers came up with a good idea. In that case, why don't we go to the Valley of the Dead? I believe you can come up with some good ideas how to make Yuan, and the dead get what they need and everyone is happy. Embers, you want to come back so soon? He probably just wants to escape from the research team. Yi Xingwen said. Are you bored? Too boring. Embers kept talking. Can you believe it? They just let me summon a skeleton every day, and then ask the skeleton some stupid questions, and try to study what the soul fire is made of. Undead King. This is so boring. My original idea of creating a new race is not. It looks like this. At least he is going to come up with something. But this is the result? Although this topic sounds exciting, you have to accept the reality. Yi Xingwen comforted him. To reach the exciting part of the research, you have to endure the boredom at the beginning. This is not suitable for me. Ember said, I have been sleeping for so many years, and I finally woke up once. Is it just to experience the feeling of sleeping in a different place? Let my dear father be their tool man. Anyway, he can run multiple lines. I won't play with him. Embers glanced at the building behind him, and couldn't wait to say, let's go to the Valley of the Dead. Yi Xingwen looked at the white fog. He is always like this. Stupid and impatient. The undead emperor didn't seem surprised at the other party's choice. I'll wait for you in the Valley of the Dead. Chapter 245 Global Public Beta 69 Trip to the Valley of the Dead. There is still 1 day left before the holographic game update ends, and 10 days before players can return to the game. Yi Xingwen is going to adjust the small problem of the high difficulty of the Valley of the Dead dungeon. It's not that Yi Xingwen wants to open all areas to players. For example, Yi Xingwen has no intention of disturbing the elves, an extremely xenophobic and suspected socially anxious race. However, the Valley of the Dead is different from the elves. The undead emperor who dominates the entire Valley of the Dead welcomes players very much. So Yi Xingwen doesn't mind setting the next stop of his short-term journey in the Valley of the Dead. Although this short-term trip seems to have lost its original meaning. After all, a journey spanning 2 years can never be said to be short. But since the kingdom has been normal in the 2 years without the king, Yi Xingwen changed the short-term trip to a long-term trip. The kingdom has proved with facts that the king is indeed redundant in the kingdom's political system. Why is Yi Xingwen in such a hurry to go back? So, shall we go to the outermost part of the continent later? Yi Xingwen said to Yi Tong. I am very interested in that new continent. Embers did not treat himself as an outsider, and could not wait to interrupt the conversation. I am also interested. Yi Tong, who was not at the scene, and could only have a mental conversation with Yi Xingwen. Then I am afraid you have to take back the key of the Salfa Federation first, after the players return to the other world, and ensure that this new order led by the kingdom is running well. You can cast your sights on the outermost part of the continent. Yi Xingwen concluded. You agreed? Can't you be apart for even a moment? Embers floated around Yi Xingwen, trying to attract his attention. Don't you want to say something to me? Yi Xingwen glanced at the red ghost, and then at the white mist covering the ground of the undead canyon. The white mist surged, like some kind of natural phenomenon, which was part of the undead emperor. Yi Xingwen pondered for 2 seconds. Speaking of which, I do have a question to ask you. Embers became more energetic. And even the speed of circling around He Xingwen became faster. What question? What question? Ask me. With your IQ of no more than 100. Saying that you are on par with the undead emperor is simply an insult to the undead emperor. He Xingwen complained in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. What does your true form look like? The red ghost stopped floating around and suddenly realized, yes, we have already reached the Valley of the Dead. So there is no need for me to suppress my power anymore. So, the red ghost plunged into the white mist and disappeared in front of He Xingwen. He Xingwen followed and stepped into the white mist. Unlike what the players encountered in this area, He Xingwen lifted his foot and directly entered the real Valley of the Dead. Corpses covered the ground. Blood flowed endlessly. And countless soul fires lit up the darkness. A person sat on the throne made of bones. This is a magnificent independent space. And the end of the corpses is a thick blood color. The ground covered with corpses built a foothold on the sea of blood. He Xingwen looked down at the ground under his feet. The bones were dense. And he could vaguely see the long river of blood under the bones. He looked up at the sky, which was dark and heavy. And the floating soul fires were like stars one after another, breaking the blockade of darkness. There are no living creatures here. But it is not small either. There are so many bones that they form a vast land. But apart from the bone throne, there are only corpses of various shapes on the land. They fell quietly on the ground, as if they had fallen into eternal death, so that the bone throne and the figure on the throne became the only existence here. This is not quite what He Xingwen thought. He Xingwen has read the discussion posts about the Valley of the Dead on the forum, including everything that Li and his team encountered in the Valley of the Dead when they first came into contact with the Valley of the Dead. No player has seen the scene that He Xingwen saw. In the descriptions from players, the Valley of the Dead is too lively, with skeletons, ghosts and various undead creatures running around, sending them back to the resurrection point one by one. But in front of He Xingwen, there is only a bone throne and a vague figure sitting on the throne. It is so dead silent here that there is not even wind. In fact, He Xingwen has noticed that the brightness of the golden light around him has risen again, isolating the air around him. He Tong. The air here not only lacks the elements necessary for living things, but also contains many lethal elements. It is extremely dangerous for intelligent creatures that need to breathe. He Xingwen can probably understand why the undead canyon that players see is not what he sees, because it is faster for players to die here. But then again, where is Embers? He Xingwen looked around the dead undead canyon again, and finally fixed his eyes on the bone throne. That is the only place where it seems that there may be people. He Xingwen walked towards the bone throne. It was too quiet here. The sound of running water and the subtle movement of bones colliding with the running water lingered in his ears. He Xingwen always felt that silence was a kind of enjoyment, especially after traveling with Embers. This was the first time he realized that silence could be so unbearable. Fortunately, the bone throne was not far from him, so He Xingwen didn't have to endure it for too long. As the distance shortened, the figure on the bone throne became blurred, although the human figure could be vaguely seen. In fact, it was just a fog composed of some existence. The darkness in the sky merged into the back of the fog like a sharp blade, forming the backrest of the bone throne and absorbing light from all directions. The sea of blood under the bones rushed out from the feet of the fog and formed the red footrest under the bone throne, flowing with rich blood. And he slept forever on the bone throne, maintaining the entire undead canyon. He Xingwen could understand why the undead emperor was the only master of the entire undead. He Xingwen stopped. Unsure, undead emperor? You didn't find me. The first to react was Embers, who broke the unbearable silence. He Xingwen looked at the place where the voice came from. The blurry figure on the bone throne. You are too far away. Come closer. Embers continued to talk. Otherwise how can you find me? To be honest, in this scene and atmosphere, this sentence sounds like a bad intention. He Xingwen looked at the dazzling golden light around him, and continued to move forward in the direction of the bone throne, shortening the distance between them to the point where they were too close. Thus, he was finally able to see the details of the bone throne through the blurry figure. The throne was made up of countless crystal clear bones, and above these bones, there was a skull, not a human skull, but the head of some giant beast that He Xingwen had never seen before. It was at the top of the backrest made of pure darkness, like some kind of embellishment, or like some kind of trophy, located at the highest point, at the same height as the blurry human head. From a distance, They were almost shoulder to shoulder. He Xingwen noticed that there were some subtle traces of patchwork in the skull of the strange giant beast, which seemed to have been broken to the point where the bones needed to be pieced together again, which meant that someone patiently turned it into its current appearance among the debris on the ground. You found me. Embers was as talkative as ever. This is where my power and soul are. That is, the real me. If you are interested in the true body of the undead emperor, this human figure is not his true body. This space is the real him. He Xingwen drew inferences from one example. So the undead canyon is actually the undead emperor? The bones that made up the ground moved and formed a line of text. It's not accurate to say this. But for you, it's enough to understand to this extent. Although the original form is very powerful, I prefer other forms. The bones on the ground jumped up and formed a human-shaped skeleton. The yellow soul fire lit up from the skull's head, and the whole skeleton came to life. Ember stretched his body, and the sound of bones colliding all over his body. I feel endless energy. It's so comfortable. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to squeeze yourself into a small body? Embers complained. You have to be very, very careful to prevent this small body from accidentally breaking. It's okay if it breaks. But the main thing is that after it breaks, you have to worry about whether the world will be broken by you. He Xingwen expressed his feelings truthfully. It sounds like you are very dangerous to this world. The dangerous ones are other intelligent creatures living in this world. Death is always very dangerous to them. So, it's great to meet the round ones. Although they are a little too enthusiastic. They are the only creatures in another world who don't have to follow the death rules of this world. Embers cheered heartlessly. We can contact them at will, toss them at will, and get a warm welcome. Almost at the moment when the mute string that became garbled code because it could not be translated appeared, He Xingwen saw the destructive scene of bones collapsing, blood surging, and darkness falling. But it was just a moment of distraction, and everything remained the same as what He Xingwen had just seen. As if it was just an illusion when he was distracted. No, that's not it. He Xingwen covered his eyes that were almost blinded by the golden light. So, can anyone explain to me what happened just now? Ember's tone was a little embarrassed. I accidentally called out his name. But it's actually nothing. The main thing is that there is a living creature at the scene. He Xingwen, this living creature is not referring to me. Right? Ah. Ember said in a relaxed tone. Yes. You are different from those players. You are at the intersection of these two worlds. So the death rules of this world also apply to you. It is indeed a bit too exciting to call the name of the god of death in front of you. Death? He Xingwen grasped the key point. I thought the gods of this world were extinct. The word extinction sounds like the gods are regarded as endangered species. Embers complained. There are indeed no gods in this world. He Xingwen moved his hand away, and the brightness of the golden light was slightly reduced. But it still maintained an extremely vigilant light. He Tong interjected. The word death is a direct translation between different civilizations. To be precise, the other party is not a god. He is death itself. This is more impactful than him being the god of death. He Xingwen, what? It's not what you think. He Tong explained slowly. After all, you should remember that the Valley of the Dead is a broken world bordering the continent. The end of the world may be different, but the choices of intelligent creatures are mostly the same. They all want to save the world, preserve civilization, or more simply, survive. This undead emperor is the same, but his way of preserving civilization is very unique. He Tong, before the world was destroyed, all intelligent creatures in his world died because of him, and then lived in another way. He carried the entire civilization and became death itself only in his world. But when this broken world bordered the continent and was assimilated by the continent, the rules came into effect in this world. So, he became the god of death in another sense, without the name of a god, but holding the authority of a god. He Xingwen almost forgot that most of these new civilizations bordering the continent were survivors of their own doomsday. Even the undead as powerful as the undead. Have you finished talking? Embers waited for a while, watching He Xingwen's expression change with interest, and soon lost his patience, urging He Xingwen to be honest. Your relationship is too good. You have to get together to talk in private even though you are so far away. Shocked by the shocking inside story, He Xingwen casually perfunctorily said to him, maybe it's because he is my lover? Ah? Embers made a monosyllable with a refreshed view. Do you mean the lover I understand? It was actually quite interesting to watch him shouting. And He Xingwen nodded seriously. Speaking of which, I am also curious about another point. Don't you have any intelligent creatures you like? The skeleton's jaw opened and closed, and he couldn't say a word. In the end, it was the undead emperor who came to the rescue. Of course he did. He was just shocked by the huge gap between you and that special intelligent creature. That special intelligent creature is not the intelligent creature we are familiar with. Embers picked up his chin and said with a stammer, "You are worthy of being the man who changed the original direction of this world." Embers couldn't find words to describe his feelings. So he said, "If your feelings for each other come to an end, won't it cause the end of the world? Hey, I think we should prepare to start looking for the next host world for a short stay. Where are your manners, Embers?" Fortunately, Embers couldn't roll his eyes in this form, but he still vividly expressed his sarcasm. Okay, dear father, do you think we should prepare to run away? Don't be trapped in this world by accident. He Tong, I think he is worrying too much. He Xingwen, I think you think too much. Embers is like a person who has experienced it, and said earnestly, "That's because your life has just started. If you live as long as we do, and can't see the end, you will know how easy it is for a relationship to disappear. Ignore him. He has always been so stupid. Hey, Embers. Polite? Ignore him. Let's talk business." Embers changed the subject and said, "You can see that there is really nothing interesting here. Only death is eternal. We have only been in this world for a short while. You need to be more patient. Or are you tired of this world? I thought you were having fun outside." Embers sighed, "I will go and communicate with him. You wait a moment." After saying this, the bones scattered all over the ground, and the scene returned to the abrupt silence. He Xingwen counted numbers silently in silence. This time he counted to 1,000 before waiting for Embers to finish the conversation with the undead emperor and reassemble the skeleton. "Where were we just talking? Embers, round?" "Yes, it's round. Do you have any good ideas?" He Xingwen didn't ask what they said. He followed the other party's words and said, "First of all, this place is definitely not suitable for players. Not to mention that this environment can cause players to lose blood and die in a minute. If players take the risk of life and death and tear down the skeleton throne, it will be a big problem. Secondly, we need to determine what the undead need and what the players need." Embers glanced at the skeleton throne. "Undead like round. They are noisy and will not die. And they're round. So cute. This sounds like the preference of the undead emperor." He Xingwen has heard the same evaluation from the undead emperor before. He Xingwen confirmed with him, "You have no other requirements for players?" Embers nodded. He Xingwen, "Then the problem is much simpler. Just meet the needs of the players. And what the players like is obvious. Before that, I need to confirm one thing." He Xingwen said cautiously, "Undead creatures will not die. Embers, of course. You have seen how I came back to life from death. As long as the undead king is still here, all deaths will be revived in his will." "That's good. Come on. Now let's talk in detail about the self-cultivation of actors, and the ups and downs of a story with climaxes." That day, Embers entered a new field. That's right. Since the Undead Canyon is so cooperative, and the Undead King's requirements are so low, He Xingwen is going to provide players with an immersive, plot-oriented, and one-stop service for the undead world, while letting players complete tasks, become heroes who save the world, and improve the game experience. They can also tell stories to lonely elderly people, perform stage plays, play games, and clean up. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. The only problem is how to maintain order. He Xingwen has already begun to worry in advance that the immersive experience of the Valley of the Dead is too popular. After attracting too many players, it will cause problems in the interpretation of the plot of the World of the Dead. I can create different spaces for them. Each space can accommodate a certain number of round balls, so there is no need to worry about the order getting out of control. And those stories will never have loopholes. I don't know why. It's obviously a very normal sentence. But when placed in this environment, there is always a kind of villain boss atmosphere. Embers is much more excited than when he was doing that mechanical body research, and you can throw those garbage as rewards to the round balls. So great. You don't know? This guy never throws garbage. And he collects all the messy things we encountered during our short stay in so many worlds. The language is too poor to describe this. So Embers simply reached out and held He Xingwen's hand. The scene in front of him changed into another look. He Xingwen stood in the sea of blood and looked up at the white sky above, which was the land made of bones. He went from above the bones to below the bones, deep in the endless sea of blood. compared to above. The scene here is completely different. Embers, it's just like a garbage dump. Right? He Xingwen is very rigorous. The garbage dump is dirtier and messier than this. This is more like a collection. In the depths of the sea of blood, there are densely packed garbage of various colors. They are not stacked together without any rules, but according to some rules, while maintaining a certain distance, covering a large area in the depths of the sea of blood. It was like some kind of exhibition hall, displaying collections from different worlds. He Xingwen took a look and saw the most common swords, guns, sticks and clubs among the collections of different shapes, and even saw nuclear bombs. How did the undead emperor get this thing? It couldn't be that someone bombed the undead canyon with a nuclear bomb. Right? Of course. He also saw unidentified objects that he had never seen before, and whose purpose was unknown. The sea of blood was surging, and words emerged in the liquid. They were indeed classified. I like to collect creations from different civilizations. They are usually very interesting. You can see from them the yearning of the weak creatures trapped on the planet for the universe. And you can also see the reflection of the giants wandering in the universe on life. Embers interrupted him with a shout. You should at least throw some away. There are more and more of these things. And sooner or later there will be no room here. I can pick some to give to the round ones. I think they will be very happy. He Xingwen glanced at the nuclear bombs and some artifacts flashing with rich energy in the collection, and did not dare to think deeply about how many unexpected things there were in this vast collection. Players can definitely use these things to destroy the world. Absolutely. Well, if you plan to do this, then first of all, I'm afraid we have to set different levels for these collections to determine which ones can flow into the hands of players, and which ones can only remain in your hands forever. Are you not interested in them? I'm happy to give you some collections to thank you for taking care of Embers and everything you have done for us. He Xingwen was very sure of this. I already have enough. If you really think that the collections are too many, you can also give them to the natives of this world, but in the same way. We have to set a standard first to ensure that nothing that should not flow into this world will appear on the continent. After all, He Xingwen glanced at the collections. Some things here looked dangerous. On this day, a project called Collection Hall was established in the Valley of the Dead. The original leaders of this project were His Majesty the King, the Undead Emperor, and the Undead Embers. The project is committed to ensuring that certain collections that are too dangerous for this world will not flow into this world. The project content is to classify hundreds of millions of collections in the Collection Hall over a long period of time. It gradually evolved into an organization used to recycle dangerous goods and ensure that the continent is not destroyed. In the process of forming a new world with the continent as the core, the continent's contact with those world projections led to some dangerous goods from the world projections flowing into the continent. After entering a certain stage of scientific research, many man-made dangerous goods also appeared. Of course, the fundamental reason is that the South Federation has completed the task of breaking through the world's limitations. The other world has become an inconspicuous member of countless worlds. In the great changes in the world's cognition, there are countless dangerous items pouring into this world, even to the point where they need to be specially recycled. At that time, the original person in charge, His Majesty the King, was missing, and most of the immortal species who had experienced the era of His Majesty the King had already died. Only the Undead Emperor was still the person in charge of this project. The immortality of this person in charge ensured that this project not only did not disappear over a long period of time, but even evolved different characteristics as time passed to adapt to different eras. Chapter 246 Global Public Beta 70 The world is there. But now, let's turn our attention back to the starting point of everything. Before the countdown for the game update ended, He Xingwen finished dealing with the Undead Canyon. Most of the time, he spent with the Undead to confirm the plot, prop settings, and environmental restoration, and everything else needed for an immersive experience. It must be said that the existence of the undead is simply too buggy. They can change into many forms, are highly obedient, and will not die, no matter how bizarre and tortuous the plot is. They can hold it. Low-level undead creatures, such as skeletons, have extremely weak self-awareness and only some obsessions, which makes them the most useful extras. And high-level undead creatures have clear self-awareness and thinking abilities. Embers is a typical representative. Most of them are bored and welcome enthusiastic and immortal players to perform stage plays for them. The arrangement for the opening of the Undead Canyon to players was implemented very smoothly. The will of the undead emperor determined that there would be no ways in all this. However, the progress of another matter was not so smooth. In addition to the stage play, He Xingwen also paid attention to the classification progress of the undead emperor's collection. The original standard for simply classifying the collection had to be further refined, because most of these collections could not be simply described as dangerous. They also had some special rules, so that they were dangerous and very strange. After all, we have to think about a premise. What kind of things can flow into the hands of the undead emperor? The undead emperor is not Embers, who will run around anywhere on the continent and come into contact with harmless and interesting gadgets. The premise for these collectibles to become collectibles is that they appear in the undead canyon in various ways, such as long-range attacks from one party, or a brave man who enters the Demon King's lair with a set of artifacts to defeat the Demon King. After all, the image of the undead in most worlds is not very positive. These origins are destined to make the collectibles harmless. They retain some rules, and after leaving the original world, this special rule is still in effect. How to explain this rule? Different worlds have different rules. For example, in the world where gods exist, it is natural that there are relics. Of course, most relics cannot appear in another world. But if some relics experience twists and turns and become part of the undead emperor's collection, then they will have the honor of appearing in other worlds. In this case, the power of the relics is greatly weakened. But there are still weak rules left. Thus, the power of a certain god from another world took effect across worlds. This is nothing, just a weakened version of a divine weapon. He Xingwen initially thought so, until he began to classify these collections. The first collection he classified was a holy relic from a certain world. It is difficult to describe it accurately with words alone, so He Xingwen had to use a player template to paraphrase the game's main console's description of this holy relic. Holy relic. It will continuously devour the holder's thinking ability. During this process, the holder will lose a different amount of blood and organs for each point of IQ reduction. After the holder completely loses his thinking ability, he will release a large-scale skill, God's Descent. Note, God's Descent. The god to which this holy relic belongs will rely on a weak connection to cross the limit and appear in the area where loyal believers are located. This is just the most insignificant one among those collections. After all, not all worlds have gods. The rules left on the collections of some extremely materialistic worlds are even more outrageous. Active signal. The area where it is located 5 kilometers around the center of the collection will gradually lose all energy fluctuations, which is used to provide the collection with energy to search for world signals. Note, the energy fluctuations referred to here refer to energy in any form, including but not limited to life energy, primitive wind power, electricity, nuclear power, and ether energy fluctuations. He Xingwen read this description for a long time, and finally understood that this means that within a radius of 5,000 miles of this thing, a death area without ether fluctuations will be formed. After all, this thing can even absorb life energy. It is difficult to say whether materialism, which has developed to its limit, is more terrible than idealism. But He Xingwen soon realized that he had such an idea because he was too shallow. Because the rules of the idealistic world are not much better. Storm, holding this collection. Intelligent creatures with normal thinking ability will enter a permanent state of madness, and be keen to spread to all intelligent creatures. In this state, all intelligent creatures who hear the term will enter a permanent state of madness, and begin to spread to other intelligent creatures. He Xingwen repeatedly read the description of it on the main console of the game several times, and finally confirmed that this is a missionary tool that spreads like a plague. He Xingwen had to start thinking deeply about another thing. How many worlds had the undead emperor briefly stayed in? The immortality made the other party's lifespan become a long time that is difficult to describe with a specific number. When He Xingwen heard He Tong's explanation about why the undead emperor became the undead emperor, he subconsciously thought that after the destruction of the other party's world, the undead canyon bordered the mainland. But in fact, there were some other brief contacts between these two time points. For the undead canyon, the mainland is a foothold. Just like the previous footholds, they are ready to enter the next foothold before this world is destroyed. The number of these footholds exceeded He Xingwen's imagination, and the collections prove this. There are so many of them that sorting these collections is like opening a treasure chest, and you never know what strange things will pop out of it. Of course, not all collections are so terrible. Some collections are very safe, but most of them are more terrible than He Xingwen could imagine. To be honest, although He Xingwen saw a nuclear bomb in the collection, in this world, How can a nuclear bomb be magically dangerous? He Xingwen naively thought that these collections should be some interesting gadgets. But now it seems that they are indeed interesting. But definitely not gadgets. By the way, the nuclear bomb that He Xingwen saw is a safe-level collection. And most of the knives, guns, sticks and clubs that He Xingwen first glanced at have strange world rules. Their real danger lies in the attached rules, not the form. Because of this, He Xingwen further refined the classification standards and divided the collections into safe, ordinary, dangerous, and extremely dangerous standards. Collections under the safe standard can flow into the hands of players. Collections under the ordinary standard can only flow into the hands of natives at the level of great magicians. Collections under the dangerous standard need to be properly kept and occasionally taken out for inspection. Extremely dangerous collections are best kept in the deepest part of the Blood Sea forever. And under these 4 standards, there are more specific classifications. He Xingwen has compiled a stack of relevant classification standards to ensure that the continent will not be destroyed by accidentally lost collections. Thinking about it this way, it's amazing that these collections can be kept here intact instead of causing chaos. He Xingwen, theoretically, their current holder should be you? That's right. So they can be kept here without causing any impact on the outside world. The logic of this sentence is impeccable if you think about it carefully. The depths of the Blood Sea have now become another lively scene. Busy undead wander among the collections, testing the different characteristics of the collections, and classifying them. The most common ones are ghosts and necromancers, while skeletons are excluded because of their low IQ. As for the undead king and Embers, Embers went to rehearse the stage play. Although he said that he was doing it to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the stage play, everyone knew that he was just having fun. While the undead king focused part of his attention on the stage play, the other part of his attention remained in the depths of the Blood Sea, ensuring that the process of classifying the collection was controllable. He Xingwen came to say goodbye to the other party and confirm the progress of the collection classification. Ever since He Xingwen put on the player template and simply looked through this group of collections, he regained the awe of mankind. There are always dangers beyond imagination in the world. Whenever these collections enter the mainland, the intelligent creatures on the mainland can personally experience what it means to be in dire straits. In that case, it's actually unnecessary to use these collections as rewards for players. After thinking carefully, He Xingwen said, it's easy to cause accidents, so it's better to let them stay here. What? Didn't we agree to throw away some garbage? Ember suddenly spoke, and the skeleton appeared out of thin air from the sea of blood, complaining, this place is almost full. The skeleton gestured a big circle and said, if you put everything in and don't throw it out, sooner or later you won't be able to put it in. Didn't we agree before? Why are you going back on your word? He Xingwen, but before we agreed, you didn't tell me that these garbage were so dangerous. Dangerous? Embers tilted his head. It's okay. Isn't some garbage also interesting? I think you and Yuan will definitely like it. Players who are afraid of chaos in the world will certainly like this kind of artifact. He Xingwen glanced at the sea of blood. The undead emperor responded, and he would support Ember's ideas when it was not necessary. Nothing will happen. And didn't we agree to only give away collectibles that meet safety standards? Even if something unexpected happens. It's okay. I'll handle it. If He Xingwen knew that garbage referred to this kind of collection, he would never agree to use garbage as a reward. But now, He Xingwen can only believe that the undead emperor is indeed capable of solving the accidents caused by these collections. Considering that even if a person dies, the undead emperor can resurrect the other party as an undead creature and live again. He Xingwen put down some worries. By the way, didn't you say you were going to leave? Embers remembered the reason why he hurried over. Where is our next stop? Are we leaving now? He Xingwen glanced at the excited skeleton and subconsciously looked at the floating sea of blood. I thought you were very interested in the new changes in the Undead Canyon, He Xingwen said, and the players will be online soon. And there will definitely be a large number of players entering the Undead Canyon at that time. Don't you plan to stay? Yuangdong Gun is too enthusiastic. Ember said confidently, I'm not used to it. And I'm not stupid. There will be more fun to watch if I follow you. You're really not stupid. He Xingwen muttered in his heart. Embers had never thought about the possibility that He Xingwen would not take him with him, and could not wait to urge He Xingwen, where are we going next? Go to the outermost part of the continent to see those new civilizations? I am very interested in them. I have to go to the great scientist to get the key first. He Xingwen regretted it as soon as he said it. Sure enough, Ember's excited voice sounded immediately. Are we going to the world projection again? Great. How should I explain that I didn't plan to take him with me? Or is it that strange big fish that takes us there? Embers looked around and gave the undead emperor a popular science. You don't know. The appearance of that big fish is strange and cute. You will definitely like it, he reminded He Xingwen. Because you didn't let us take a ride. This time, I plan to contact the great scientists in other ways. And it may not be appropriate to bring you along. Embers was confused. What way? Why is it not appropriate? He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and said frankly, my lover has a special way to. Cough, cough, cough. For some reason, He Xingwen was interrupted by Ember's crazy coughing just as he started. That's really not appropriate. He Xingwen? For some reason, I suddenly didn't want to know what Embers was thinking. He Xingwen tried to turn the topic to an innocent direction. In a few hours, the players will be online. And you can stay and play with them. Embers was very regretful. Actually, if you think about it carefully, your lover. Embers. Embers swallowed his unspoken words and said aggrievedly, Okay. Okay. I'll wait for you here. When you come back from the world projection, you must come to me. Let's continue this unfinished adventure. What kind of adventure is this? Let's not talk about He Xingwen's special identity. Not only can Embers burst, but he can also trigger the ultimate move when he is hit by low blood summoning the undead emperor. What other dangers can there be? He Xingwen muttered in his heart and agreed to the other party. And then, he successfully escaped from the undead canyon. Do you really plan to contact the great scientist at this time? Risking the uncertain passage of time? Out of duty. He Tong raised the problem. We can't be sure whether this will be the same as the last time. Of course. It may also be missing for 200 years. Or more. This is a potential risk. I suggest that you contact the great scientists when everything is ready, and you can bear the worst possibility. He Xingwen took a breath of fresh air. This thing is too rare in the Valley of the Dead. In fact, we can think in another way. Under the current circumstances, if I disappear for a longer time, what accidents may happen? A very long report appeared in Tong's database. He Xingwen did not wait for him to answer and continued to ask, will there be accidents such as the destruction of the continent and the destruction of the earth? He Tong's report was shortened a lot, but there were still relevant answers. He Xingwen nodded his head. My mind palace told me that the main task of the first phase had been completed when Lai signed the agreement. And the progress of the second phase is rising rapidly. The establishment of a new order centered on the kingdom has created a prerequisite for other races to enter the kingdom's territory. The second stage of the main task requires that the number of continental natives in the kingdom's territory be balanced with the number of natives on the continent excluding the kingdom. At present, the number of indigenous people on the continent outside the kingdom is far greater than the number of indigenous people in the kingdom's territory. But this is not immutable. In fact, after the establishment of the new order centered on the kingdom, cooperation replaced exclusion, peace replaced hostility, and the mobility of indigenous people on the continent will be strengthened as the cooperation between different forces deepens. This is also the reason why the progress of the second stage is rising rapidly. The facts are in front of us, and He Xingwen is only one step away from completing the main task. And this one step away was exchanged for the unprecedented change in the continent. I don't think that in this situation, there will be a problem that only I can solve. He Xingwen walked on the road outside the Valley of the Dead. This is the area between the Elf Kingdom and the Valley of the Dead. Because the Elf Kingdom was completely blocked by the kingdom, there was no one living. He Tong was stunned. It sounds like you are ready to face an extremely long period of disappearance. So you formally introduce the player as a visitor from another world to other intelligent creatures in order to build a new communication channel between the Earth and the other world besides you? I'm just preparing for the future. He Xingwen stopped and turned his head to look at the long trail of footprints left after he passed by. I can't be an immortal king. This destroys the political system I originally established. Remember what I said? In the kingdom, the king is the most redundant one. Every step he took left a trace here. He Xingwen turned his head to look forward. But there were still more distant steps ahead that had not yet been taken. I not only want to see the scenery on the outermost edge of the continent, but also the scenery on Earth that I have never seen. He Xingwen looked at a certain empty place that was where someone had been standing all along. With you. He Tong surrendered. In that case, please wait a moment. I need to deal with the kingdom affairs that have not been completed. I'm not in a hurry. He Xingwen continued to walk towards the direction of the Elf Kingdom, saying as he walked, actually, I didn't plan to stay there for too long this time. But that doesn't mean I won't do it later. Your previous suggestion was correct. I must first ensure that this new order with the kingdom as the core is stable enough. He Xingwen muttered, and I haven't decided whether to find some programmers for the main console of the game. He walked through the dead woods, revisited the old place, and headed towards the direction of the statue. Besides, even if I never come back, I must at least make it clear to China. He Xingwen, otherwise they will have to make up more terrible guesses in their suspicion. He Xingwen arrived at his destination. The elf statue stood in the center of the dead woods as always, forming a unique landscape. Countless small dots floated in the tree of life, creating an undisturbed space for the elves. Although the outside world was turned upside down, there was no change here from what He Xingwen had seen before. He Xingwen was immersed in the scene in front of him, and realized what the undead emperor had said before. This is the order, the tacit understanding that life and death should have. What exactly did it mean? Movement and stillness make up everything in the world. But only with stillness can there be movement. If everything is running non-stop, and there is no room to breathe, then the world is only one step away from collapse. The same is true for life and death. I'm done. Are you ready to enter the dimension where the great scientist is? The data flowed around He Xingwen, suddenly increasing, and wrapped He Xingwen in it. The boundless sea composed of data unfolded again in front of He Xingwen. This is a completely different experience compared to being brought into another world by you. After all, intelligent creatures can't understand the meaning of those data at all. In the world washed by data, even He Xingwen has become a string of simple data symbols, not to mention other existences, without the familiar framework and outline of intelligent creatures. Data defines this new perception. Just like the first time, He Xingwen got lost in the countless data that wandered by until another string of data overflowed and found him. After the other party exchanged data streams with him, and opened everything to him, and shared the concept of data, He Xingwen vaguely realized that the data that was constantly refreshing around him was partly the analysis and behavior pattern judgment of golden light. And more of it was a record of everything that was happening on the entire continent. That was a huge amount of information. Even if He Xingwen shared the data stream with Yi Tong, he could not get complete information. He Xingwen realized that this was caused by his way of existence. As an intelligent creature, he could not accept too large a data stream. Only after confirming that He Xingwen had a basic perception of the surrounding information flow under the sharing situation, Yi Tong took He Xingwen to step forward. The surrounding data accelerated the speed of consumption and birth. From the perspective of intelligent creatures, it was difficult for He Xingwen to say that they were moving forward because there was nothing but data around. No scenery, and no sense of space. But for intelligent life, the information flow is exploring another dimension. In other words, he is perceiving, constructing, and analyzing data from another dimension. Through the data stream shared with Yi Tong, He Xingwen can clearly perceive that the data that was originally used to observe and record the continent has now become an analysis of the dimension. The dimension that is out of reach for intelligent creatures is nothing more than a string of special data that can be analyzed in Yi Tong's perception. Of course, this special data is a little long and a little much, so that a scene of endless data flowing around He Xingwen has formed. But this does not prevent Yi Tong from unraveling the mystery and deconstructing it into the most basic data source. The data gradually increased like flowing water. Of course, it can also be said that the data around them became the observation and record of this dimension. For intelligent creatures, this way of perception is very strange. In fact, in order to avoid data overflow to He Xingwen due to excessive data, what He Xingwen saw was far from everything that Yi Tong perceived in his complete form, but only the highest value that He Xingwen could accommodate in this state. People are keen to imagine how big the world is, but most of the time, their ideas are too poor, because the world is there, and will not change because of the ideas of a certain creature. Chapter 247 Global Public Beta 71 I want to take you home. The perceptual world composed of data is not aesthetically pleasing and difficult to understand for intelligent creatures. But for intelligent creatures, perceiving the world with fragile visual organs is inaccurate and lacks information. It is difficult for intelligent life to understand that intelligent creatures, which are weak and backward in existence, are content to perceive the world with flesh and blood. Perhaps this is why the world of most intelligent creatures is so narrow. For Yi Tong, the perceptual world composed of data is efficient, accurate and perfect. You has to rely on his talent to form an independent world in order to cross the dimension with fragile intelligent creatures. But Yi Tong only needs to look at it to do it. Of course, because he brought He Xingwen with him. Most of his energy was used to filter the information flow to ensure that the huge information flow would not overwhelm the fragile brain of intelligent creatures. This is actually the most difficult part of the whole thing after all. In this state, the information flow received is too large. He Xingwen didn't know what He Tong was busy with. He couldn't understand the other party's micro-manipulation at this level. His attention was focused on a completely different perceptual experience. Huge amounts of data are constantly changing and disappearing. If you pay attention to them, you will find that these data are not meaningless. The information contained in each short data is the perception, analysis and feedback of the surrounding environment. He Xingwen carefully analyzed the information contained in the data closest to him. This took him a lot of time. But in He Xingwen's current state, the passage of time is different from the definition of intelligent creatures. Time. Here is also a string of data. Only when there is action will. To be more accurate, when the data flows, will it change and produce the concept of time passing. And He Xingwen's analysis of the data information around him has not yet reached the level of data flowing for intelligent creatures. Analyzing the information carried by the data is almost the same as looking at it, which is an almost instinctive behavior. Fortunately, He Xingwen was able to complete the information collection, and thus confirm that they have completed the act of crossing dimensions. Because in the information of the surrounding data, large areas are the analysis and description of the high concentration energy factor. As the data flows, the information carried changes accordingly. The high concentration energy factor began to be replaced by the energy body. It seems that their pace is extending to the natives of this dimension. Soon, the relevant analysis, judgment and deconstruction of the energy body. These large sections of unreadable information were replaced by new information. A certain piece of information came from He Tong's data stream, conveying the conversation. Interesting. The great scientist seemed to have learned some tricks from the natives of this dimension, He Tong said, and used them in new inventions. Did you see it? He Tong reminded He Xingwen. Those dots. He Xingwen tried to distinguish the information around him, and found the information fragments He Tong mentioned in the long descriptions of various technological products. A dot lying in the data stream is like an inconspicuous symbol. But if you carefully obtain the relevant information fragments, you will clearly know that it is trying to mix into the data. The specific description of it was coded in He Xingwen's perception. This is not surprising. After all, among the information that He Xingwen distinguished, large areas were indistinguishable information. This was the information flow that He Tong blurred in order to ensure that the amount of information He Xingwen received was at a controllable critical point. Very interesting. Right? He Tong enthusiastically shared his happiness with He Xingwen, a poor imitation and trial. He Xingwen looked at the small dots in the data stream and thought about what was interesting about this small dot. Their progress was faster than I expected, and they have begun to explore the world's composition in depth. Of course, this can also be understood as their research topic of breaking through the world's limitations has made some small progress. He Tong restrained his emotions and explained to He Xingwen, "We have arrived at our destination." He Xingwen looked at the data that was washed like a waterfall and thought about another question. How did He Tong communicate with a specific existence in this state of perception? The data was too large, so He Xingwen could not find any traces of the existence of the great scientists at all. Most of the data was about the analysis, interpretation and description of the surrounding environment. Perhaps because there were too many scientific instruments and research projects running inside Noah's Ark. The data flow around them was extremely huge. He Xingwen did not move. He Tong took him to the perceptual world to contact the other party. If it was He Tong, he could directly communicate with intelligent creatures at the data level, that is, a conversation that takes place in the brain. But He Xingwen could not communicate at this level unless he wanted to be hit by an overly large data flow and become brain dead. So He Tong changed his communication method. Other overly powerful beings have also used this method, such as Manxing and the Undead Emperor. This is all for the same reason: to prevent demons and weak lives like He Xingwen from being killed by overly huge energy fluctuations. Under He Tong's manipulation, the data was broken and reorganized like flowing water, restored to basic data, and then formed into the simplest data stream. And then He Tong stuffed it into another data stream. He Xingwen witnessed the whole process and suddenly realized what he was doing. That data stream was the manifestation of a great scientist under this perception. And the simple data stream formed by He Tong was a string of information. He stuffed this string of information into the data stream and let the other party see it, just as He Xingwen understood. outside the perception world of intelligent creatures. A certain energy body. A great scientist who was writing scientific research records on the etheric brain suddenly found that the text he wrote had undergone some uncontrollable changes and formed a new sentence. Greetings to you. The king came as promised. The great scientist was stunned for a second. Put down the ether brain in his hand, connected to the external device, and directly drilled into the Ethernet covering the entire Noah's Ark, trying to find the other party from the most original place. What's going on? Who drilled into the Ethernet again? The usage frequency of the Ethernet exceeds the upper limit. Information interruption. My ether frequency is interrupted again. Information terminal. Query the perpetrator. Deduct credit points. Immediately, all the great scientists connected to the Ethernet responded, and a new ether frequency channel was established. The next second, the great scientists' experience was synchronized to the etheric perception of all the great scientists. The great scientists stopped their actions and gathered with each other in the core area of the etheric brain through the etheric frequency channel. Have you found any traces of the other party? No. The information fluctuations of the ether are so clean that it's like the other party has created a piece of ether out of thin air, which is very unreasonable. That king always gives us a scare. I thought he would use an independent world frequency to connect to the world projection like last time. Didn't we come to the conclusion before? That method has too many restrictions, and is not an ideal way to break through the restrictions of the world. Not being able to interact with another world is indeed a huge deduction. But his method this time is very good. Obviously he can interact with us. It's just that we can't find any trace of him. So, is the king still there? The series of actions taken by the great scientists gave He Xingwen a reaction that the data changed faster and more, so that he couldn't analyze it at all. He Tong took over the task of building a bridge of communication, fed back the reactions and communications from the great scientists to He Xingwen, and then presented He Xingwen's words to the great scientists, so that the conversation could continue. In the core area of the ether brain, where all ether fluctuations leave traces, sentences composed of ether appeared out of thin air. I used a special method to communicate with you. And it seems that you are doing well? This is not a special method that should be glossed over. The great scientists talked to him, while trying to find the source of the etheric fluctuations that appeared out of thin air in the core area of the etheric brain. Its appearance has updated our understanding of ether. Did you directly create these ethers for communication? Or mobilize the ether in this world through some method that we cannot detect? Another great scientist, who had no results, muttered in a low voice, "Creation out of thin air? Wow. According to our previous research, in a world with ether, creating new ether out of thin air is something that only the creator can do. We have not yet broken through this point, because it is almost impossible to do. Again, I can't explain this to you, because I don't understand it either. This is simply cheating." A great scientist said angrily, "If you don't understand it, how do you know what it can do? Is the legacy left by the father so incredible?" Another great scientist said regretfully, "We started the Noah's Ark project too hastily, and we didn't have time to make further contact with that kingdom. If we can study it, maybe we can know what kind of backup the father has left for this world. Your desire to explore seems to have become stronger. The last time we met, you didn't show so excited. The way we met last time was different from now." A scientist muttered, "You don't know what you are doing at all. If you are free, can you stay for a while?" Another scientist enthusiastically invited He Xingwen. "We can exchange research progress and study you by the way. I want to know more about how long time has passed in this dimension since the last meeting." A great scientist suddenly became excited. "By the way, are you sure the time between the two dimensions is proportional? Is it proportional?" Another great scientist answered this question. "In fact, it is not as long as you think. Compared with the initial gap of 300 years, the latest two contacts were only 3 years apart." He Xingwen was a little surprised. The time he entered the world projection twice was not much different. But one passed 300 years, and the other passed 3 years. There was really no pattern. He Xingwen turned his attention back to the purpose of his visit. "Has the key been researched?" The great scientists were silent for 2 seconds. Someone whispered, "In fact, positioning is very simple. The difficulty lies in how you carry it back to the mainland and make it work in another dimension." This doesn't sound like a single problem, but it is obviously 2 problems. He Xingwen studied this sentence carefully and understood. The other party probably didn't start research at all, so he said it so vaguely. "So, you didn't research the key?" The great scientists coughed one after another, looking at each other. fully demonstrating the low emotional intelligence of scientific researchers, and gave a clear answer with body language. Well, I hope that when I come next time, you have completed the research on the key. Or have you changed your mind? Don't want to provide the intelligent creatures on the mainland with the opportunity to further study? That's not the case. The great scientist denied. It's just that there were too many research topics before, and we didn't spare the energy to study it. And we thought you would appear in a few hundred years, assuming that the time flow in these two dimensions is proportional. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Another point. The positioning itself is simple, but to ensure that it can be carried by you and reach another dimension, this requirement requires a little help from you. Other great scientists gave this great scientist a good review, indicating that he should keep up the good work, and it would be best if the king could stay to cooperate with the research. What else is more suitable for them to study the unknown field than the king's current state? After all, this king is full of ultimate problems that the great scientists have not yet solved. I'm afraid I can't help you. I need to return to the kingdom in a short time to avoid accidents on the mainland. The great scientist was a little confused. You have postponed the end of the world. What accidents will happen to the mainland? In fact, I think you are a little too worried about this. The world will never stop because of the disappearance of someone, even the Father God. You are right. But there is a small problem. Not long ago, the entire continent just reached a consensus and formed a series of cooperation. He Xingwen roughly explained the content of the cooperation to ensure that the great scientists could understand what happened on the mainland not long ago. The great scientists were not unable to understand such simple content. They were just a little confused. So, what you mean is that the mainland has unilaterally reached a cooperation to build a new world with the mainland as the core? Although it was a true description, for some reason, it sounded a little wrong. Yes, this is very arrogant. A great scientist muttered, they can't even beat us. And they want to build a new order with the continent as the core. Are they dreaming? Besides, they can't find the projection of other worlds at all, let alone establish connections with other worlds. Even if we assume that they can find this world projection and establish connections with us, how do they want to overcome the problems caused by different dimensions? How to enter this world projection? How to make this world projection part of the new world? The great scientists asked a series of questions. In front of the great scientists, the continent's previous ideas really sounded like the ridiculous babbling of a child, or to be more precise, it was because the great scientists had already touched the threshold of the new world that they could understand how difficult it was to propose to build a new world with the continent as the core. First, they need to find the world projection. Second, they need to establish connections with these world projections. And finally, they need to make these world projections part of the new world. The difficulty of these three steps gradually increases. And the last step, turning the world projection into a part of the new world, is almost equivalent to breaking the world's restrictions. There is a reason for the existence of world projection. If there is a positive side, there will be a negative side. And what the mainland wants to do is undoubtedly to open a door between the positive and negative sides, so that people can enter and exit different dimensions at will, which is considered to be building this so-called new world. He Xingwen thought for a moment and agreed with the evaluation of the great scientists. It is indeed difficult, but we cannot do nothing just because of the objective difficulties. Right? What you have been doing all along is to overcome one seemingly insurmountable problem after another. Right? The great scientists may not have high emotional intelligence, but they have a basic understanding of intelligent creatures. We are different from them. The long research time will not wear down our will. I don't look down on the intelligent creatures on the continent, but there is no doubt that they will easily change their initial ideas during the long research process, and then choose to give up, or turn their attention to the intrigue and struggle for interests. So I need to ensure that the new order has a certain self-correction function and a certain vitality. The great scientists gathered together for a while, and quickly reached a consensus. If you are so interested in this new world, then we invite you to stay and study the key with us. Before He Xingwen refused, they continued, it is not the key of the primary concept mentioned before, but the key that can really open that door. The great scientists, who were not interested in anything other than research, sold this dimension to the king without a care. Let this dimension become the first anchor point of the new world. Are you interested in this kind of research? It is hard for He Xingwen not to be moved, especially with the cooperation of a bunch of senior researchers. Great scientists are not the same as the aborigines on the mainland, who don't even have a precise concept of what science is. The same problem is not at the same level of difficulty when it falls on them or the Aborigines on the mainland. This is definitely a cheat. But the side effects of the cheat are also obvious. The premise of the random passage of time in the two dimensions makes it possible for every second that He Xingwen stays in this dimension to evolve into a huge time difference. The longer you stay, the higher the possibility of a larger time difference. This study may have lasted only 3 months. But after He Xingwen returns, it may be 300 years. 300 years is enough for everything to change. He Xingwen is not alone. Even if he uses time to dilute his connection with those friends, he can't cut off his connection with his parents. He Xingwen fell into thinking. In fact, you don't need to make a decision now. He Tong pointed out the problem. You can do what you want to do, and then come back to solve this small problem. He Xingwen came back from thinking. He was not hesitating in a dilemma. After all, the mainland's ambitious New World plan was not attractive to He Xingwen. He just suddenly realized something in front of this problem. It turns out that I still have so many things to do. When every second becomes crucial, you will find that those things that have been postponed have already accumulated into a thick pile without you realizing it. He Tong, I began to miss the earth. Miss everything in China. Miss my parents. He Tong did not hesitate. Then let's go home? He Xingwen did not leave himself too much time to hesitate. You were right before. I have to deal with those things. They are also right. The world will not stop because of the lack of someone. He Xingwen looked through his mind palace. My main task is almost completed. And when it is truly completed, I want to take you home to meet my parents. As for the extremely touching invitation from the great scientist, He Xingwen postponed it to the next time. Schrodinger's next time. I need to deal with something that must be dealt with. You are right. The world has its own laws of operation, and it will not stop because of someone's disappearance. Although the road ahead is full of difficulties and thorns, they will continue to move forward even without me. So, maybe next time we can talk about your proposal. As the final curtain of this conversation, the data surged and took He Xingwen back to the starting point. In front of the unchanged elf statue, He Xingwen looked around. It was difficult to see the traces of time passing from the dead wood. Everything seemed to stay at the moment before his conversation. He Xingwen took a deep breath, with a bit of trepidation of opening a blind box, and confirmed with He Tong, how long has it been? He Tong's attention was not synchronized with him. What do you think your parents would like? Do I need to change my appearance? Is the Elf King's appearance too exaggerated? Based on my understanding of China, although most people can appreciate beauty, their requirements for beauty seem to change with different identities. The endless questions confused He Xingwen, and the other party's rare loss of composure even made He Xingwen forget his original question. What? He Xingwen, no. Your reaction is too exaggerated. Relax a little. It's just to meet my parents. I know what meeting parents means in Chinese culture. The flowing data condensed into a human figure beside He Xingwen. He Tong, who had a template face, asked He Xingwen for his opinion. Is this face too ordinary? Will they like a more friendly appearance? Normal people would worry about what to bring when meeting their partner's parents. But He Tong was worried about what face he would wear. Even though He Xingwen had many feelings about the previous conversation, he was speechless at this moment. He Xingwen tried to calm down the overly excited He Tong. I don't think they will care so much. They have always supported my choice. But from the relevant information I know, the elders of my partner are often very picky. Especially in China. They will make many requirements. He Tong said this and seriously thought about another thing. Where do you think the house should be bought? Closer to home? Or in S City? Although he was very curious about where He Tong got the money, He Xingwen decided not to say too much to avoid the other party starting to think about how much salary per month can win the trust of the elders. This is a more realistic and more outrageous topic. He hugged He Tong's waist and buried himself in his arms, successfully calming him down with one move. It's great to have you by my side. He will never be alone, because He Tong is always with him. No matter how many hundreds of years have passed, or how things have changed, there will always be another person to walk with him and face it together. Chapter 248 Reality 28 Going Home. After those occasional softness and fragility, everything still has to return to the most critical issue at the moment. How long has this short interdimensional dialogue lasted for the mainland? Although the dialogue time is very short, it has no other meaning compared to the random passage of time. After all, before returning to the mainland, no one knows what kind of surprise will be opened in the blind box. After sensing the passage of time, He Tong gave the answer, 2 years. The scene was silent for a few seconds. And He Tong continued, 20 years have passed in the other world. He Xingwen took a deep breath. This is not bad news. He Tong, from the changes in the mainland over the past 20 years, the new order you led is running well without you. And because of the existence of the players, the catfish, the new order is still full of vitality and pursuit of science. At the same time, the operation of the game is normal. From the situation of the main console of the game, although there are some small waves, the players still successfully become a member of the new order of the mainland. He Tong's voice flowed calmly. 2 years is indeed not enough for him to cause data fluctuations. The second stage of your main mission, balancing the number of indigenous people between the mainland and the kingdom, should have been completed. He Xingwen, who was feeling the complex emotions brought by the passing of 2 years in the blink of an eye. I don't know why he suddenly guessed what He Tong was going to say next. He Tong said calmly, do you need me to help you book a ticket home? That. Is it too late to say that I just set a flag for myself? It's not that He Xingwen regretted it immediately, but time passed so quickly that everything needs to be reconsidered. For example, he has been missing for 2 years, and his parents' missing person notices have been posted all over the country. Right? For He Xingwen, it was less than an hour of conversation. But for others, it really happened. 2 years without He Xingwen's participation. He Tong got the answer from He Xingwen's silence. And he kindly brought up the topic. So are you going to return to the kingdom next? He Xingwen thought for a moment, and suddenly jumped to the topic. Am I on the missing persons list of China? In fact, in order to avoid accidents caused by the uncertain passage of time, the part of the data I left behind has been maintaining a stable connection between you and the only contact, He Tong, until you return to the mainland. Or the only contact no longer needs a stable connection. Stable contact? How did you do that? He Xingwen subconsciously said. You also cloned me on Earth? After the technological civilization of Earth entered the information media era, maintaining stable contact does not require real contact. Only stable information exchange and occasional video needs are enough to achieve this. He Xingwen, so for 2 years, my parents didn't realize that the person communicating with them was not their son. He Tong said truthfully, based on my understanding of you and your information evolution capabilities, it would be unreasonable if they could detect the abnormality. But it's not written like this in ordinary science fiction novels. He Xingwen hesitated to speak. And considering He Tong's control over the internet, he swallowed the extra questions. I have to go back to Earth to take a look. When the world changed, He Xingwen vaguely heard He Tong's voice. So, do you need me to help you book tickets? How about 2 high-speed rail tickets? So, you haven't given up the idea of going home with me to see my parents? Although time has fast-forwarded to 2 years later, when He Xingwen reappeared in the bedroom, everything around him was still arranged as if he had just played a few hours of games. It was not covered with dust as imagined, and the green plants on He Xingwen's windowsill even grew well, lush and green. Wait! He Xingwen stared at the lush green plants on his windowsill and asked a puzzled question. Why are there these things on my windowsill? He searched his memory and didn't remember that he had raised plants before or such a large group. Data was piled up in a human shape. He Tong, with a handsome and non-aggressive face, seemed to have the shadow of many stars between his eyebrows. But a closer look showed his handsome and distinctive face in front of He Xingwen. These plants, He Tong explained, your mother was obsessed with growing flowers and plants before. She bought a lot of them, but couldn't keep them alive. Your father secretly sent the remaining ones that were not dead to you. He Xingwen had a lot of questions in his head. Why did you send them to me? To prevent your mother from destroying them all. It just so happens that you are working now. Growing flowers and plants in the office can also protect against shooting. He Tong added, these are your father's original words. He Xingwen had the illusion of traveling to a parallel time and space, and was very unfamiliar with himself and He Tong's words. Wait? I'm still working? After you dropped out of school and indulged in games for 1.5 years, that is. The first 2 years of your disappearance. I felt that according to the unspoken rules of Chinese society, in order to ensure that your personal image can grow, you should make some changes. So you found a job. This is too detailed. And you also have to consider the growth of your personal image? He Xingwen suddenly understood why his parents didn't realize that the person communicating with them in the past 2 years was a fake son. Who could have guessed this? He Xingwen thought as he looked at the lush green plants on the windowsill. By the way, your dad said that if you haven't finished discussing the group merger and procurement case, You don't have to rush back for the new year this year. He Xingwen had a hard time not interrupting He Tong and repeating a word that puzzled him. Group merger and procurement case. It's like this. After you found a new job, you were promoted and raised to become the general manager in the first year because of your outstanding personal ability. In the second year, you resigned and started your own business. You started from scratch and built a business empire. Recently, you started the group merger and procurement case. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. He Xingwen took a deep breath and was very surprised. You made up such an outrageous story. And my parents believed it? It seems that the conclusion that the elderly are the most deceived group is indeed based on reality. Such an outrageous lie. His parents dared to believe it? He Xingwen thought that only novels dared to write about building a business empire in 1 year. He remembered that his father was still very energetic 2 years ago. How come he showed signs of Alzheimer's disease in the past 2 years? Objectively speaking, this cannot be considered fabricated. He Tong, except that you have not personally contacted any employee in the company. The group you remotely command is indeed in good momentum and is preparing to enter. He Xingwen looked at He Tong for a moment, reached out to pick up the phone, and quietly clicked on his balance. My God, He Xingwen has never seen so many zeros in his balance in his lifetime. This? He Xingwen looked at his phone, then looked at He Tong. And after repeating this several times, he put the phone back on the table and sat down on the chair tremblingly. This is too exaggerated. He Tong pondered for 2 seconds and felt that this was not too exaggerated in order to keep a low profile. I deliberately slowed down your entrepreneurial process to avoid becoming the richest man too quickly. He Xingwen felt a little short of oxygen. Have you even set the final goal? After all, the longer you disappear, the stronger your parents' desire to meet you will be. In order to avoid problems with your existence due to the inability to meet them in reality, you need a suitable and reasonable reason to postpone the time to meet your parents. After my analysis, successful business activities and personal prospects can delay your parents' need to meet you to the greatest extent. They will support and understand your busy personal career. He Tong's explanation was as convincing as ever, and He Xingwen's mood stabilized a lot. In fact, compared with He Xingwen's achievements in the other world, the little business achievements are really nothing. But on the other hand, even if the kingdom's warehouses were full of gold, He Xingwen did not think that it belonged to him. Facing so many zeros on the balance was indeed too shocking. After He Xingwen calmed down, he simply browsed through all his social media and found that He Tong's role was indeed impeccable. Judging from social media alone, in the past 2 years, He Xingwen has been busy with work and has a romantic life. He bought gifts for his family to create surprises and finished new games. Occasionally, he would have self-doubt and frustration. If He Xingwen hadn't had this memory, he would have almost thought that it was posted by himself. The character image is full, and the process of the character's gradual growth in mentality is clearly visible. After flipping through the communication records, He Xingwen put his phone on the table and finally made a decision. Book 2 high-speed rail tickets. We will go back to see my parents and change my personality as a successful person. No matter how smooth and reasonable He Tong's explanation is, He Xingwen's career plan does not include the plan to become the richest man. Not to mention that no matter how reasonable He Xingwen portrayed by He Tong is, he is not the real him. He Tong had no objection. While booking the high-speed rail ticket, he gave He Xingwen a solution. Do you plan to end the operation of the company? Considering that it has recently been supported by government policies, I suggest that you hand the company over to professionals, set up a charity fund, and give back this part of the profits to society. He Xingwen and He Tong entered China 2 years later. The community has not changed much. He Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. And after thinking carefully, 2 years is indeed not enough for a stable and orderly society to change. With this idea in mind, He Xingwen looked up and saw a group of people riding skateboards and flying in the sky. He Xingwen paused and heard a child crying not far away. How many times have I told you not to destroy public facilities? I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally lost control of my ether. You've entered the ether-sensitive period. So go to the ether comfort area. Why are you wandering around the community? He Xingwen looked in the direction of the voice. There was an inconspicuous collapse in the ground at the center of the conversation, and countless cracks extended far outward, looking like it was about to collapse. He Xingwen turned his feet to avoid the accident area that looked very dangerous. But suddenly a white shadow jumped past his feet. About knee-high. A fluffy ball. What is this? He Xingwen stared at the place where the white shadow disappeared with a puzzled look. Because the other party was too fast. He couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Someone behind him said slowly, "Haha. Don't run so fast. Come back quickly." The white shadow reappeared from where it disappeared, and whooshed past He Xingwen's feet again, and stopped beside the owner. He Xingwen was able to see the other party's appearance clearly. It was a Samoyed. Its owner was an old lady, whose etheric fluctuations were very gentle. She noticed He Xingwen's sight, and nodded to him in a friendly manner, then slowly passed He Xingwen. The Samoyed once again turned into a white shadow, disappearing from the field of vision at a speed that a Samoyed should not have. He Xingwen slowly turned his sight back, and looked at He Tong beside him. It's only been 2 years. Has the spiritual energy revival reached this point? He Xingwen couldn't fully summarize what he meant by this point. But this world is not unchanged. On the contrary, it is becoming more lively than ever before. He Tong, although the changes in the world in the past few years were called the revival of spiritual energy, it is only now that it can be regarded as a true revival of spiritual energy. It was only a prelude before the concentration of ether had not crossed that line. And now, ether has completely become a part of this world. He Tong looked at He Xingwen. What do you think? I don't have any talent for ether. He Xingwen put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the exit of the community. I haven't taken the magician's classes seriously, so I don't have any feeling about the changes in ether. He Tong followed his footsteps, smiled when he heard it, and his eyes moved down to He Xingwen's hand in his pocket. He reached out and touched He Xingwen's arm tentatively. He Xingwen, who was walking forward, didn't even look at him, but took his hand with his backhand. Someone on the opposite side cast a look at their holding hands, and then shook their clasped hands at He Xingwen. The sun was warm, and He Xingwen couldn't help but a small dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. The world has changed so much, not only in the fact that more people and animals are using, learning, and controlling ether, but also in the process. The change is caused by a series of laws implemented by the state. At the gate of the community, after swiping the newly registered ID card to go out, He Xingwen flipped through the new ID card again and again. In addition to the information he was familiar with, there was also a line of special ability symbols on the ID card. It was very lively outside the community, because it was adjacent to the school. A small commercial street was formed here. Various small toys introduced after the introduction of ether appeared in an endless stream, and various exercises also had ether basics and exercises added. In this column, the most common products are ether guidance tools. On the busy streets, many people carry related suppressors and guidance tools, which allows the order on the streets to be controlled to some extent. Of course, it is better to disperse than to block. On another road in the street, some people are floating forward, and some people are playing and laughing. The ether fluctuates on this road, but it seems to be subject to some unknown restrictions, which limits the fluctuations to a certain range and does not affect other people. The changes brought about by the increase in ether concentration have been incorporated into the old order in an orderly manner and have become part of the new social outlook. Dad? Mom? I'm back. He Xingwen took out the key and pushed open the door. The next second, a shadow rushed over with a swish. Ya. Come back. Huang Heling stopped the other party in time. This is your brother. You can't pounce. The parrot, which fell back on the shelf, tilted its head and cast a look at the stranger. Why did you come back so suddenly? Without even telling your family? Huang Heling complained. But she smiled. Didn't you say you were busy at work? Huang Heling stood up in a hurry and stopped, looking at the figure behind He Xingwen. Did you bring a friend back? He Xingwen changed into slippers, and took a pair for He Tong, and said coquettishly, Mom, I miss you. You're already an adult, and you're still coquettish. Huang Heling touched He Xingwen's head. I told you long ago. Why do you have to work so hard? You don't need to eat or drink at home. So why do you have to work so hard? You're making more and more money, but you're so busy. You didn't even have time to come back during the Chinese New Year in the past 2 years. He Xingwen patiently listened to Huang Heling's chatter until she finished a long string of words and stood up to pour tea for He Tong. Tell me, did you get into trouble again when you came back this time? Huang Heling handed the tea to He Tong, turned her head, and showed a friendly smile to He Tong. Xingwen doesn't bring many friends home. Just treat it as your own home. Don't be embarrassed. He Tong took the teacup with both hands, nodded calmly, and drank it all. When Huang Haling turned her head to look at He Xingwen, her expression instantly turned into a ferocious one. Is there a problem with the business? Mom, why don't you expect me to order well? He Xingwen muttered. Then you should also make people feel at ease. How long have you not been back? Huang Haling scolded him for a few words, turned her head and saw that He Tong's teacup was empty. So she filled it up for him, and said amiably, Are you and Xingwen colleagues or? He Tong drank it all calmly. Huang Haling glanced at the empty teacup in the other person's hand. Seeing that he was drinking so eagerly, she hesitated and filled it up again. He Tong calmly drank it all again. Huang Haling glanced at the teacup, then at He Tong's calm expression, and slowly moved her eyes to He Xingwen. Some signs slowly emerged in his expression. In the midst of lightning and thunder, He Xingwen changed the subject in time. Where is my dad? He went fishing. Your dad likes fishing now. In his words, it is the fish that have learned to be smart. And only then can we have the fun of fighting wits and courage. Speaking of this, Huang Haling talked endlessly. He goes out early every morning, and when he comes back, it is always empty. If you ask me, it is just a waste of bait. Why are you changing the subject? What kind of friend is this? Huang Haling glanced at He Tong and stopped being friendly. She became inexplicably picky. You look pretty handsome. You're popular with girls, right? How's your work? Are you married? It seems that He Tong's previous worries were not unreasonable. Even the most open-minded parents will become the same when they encounter this topic. He Tong cast an inquiring look at He Xingwen. He Xingwen coughed and introduced him to Huang Haling. This is He Tong, my boyfriend. The last 4 words were whispered as if they would disappear as soon as they floated out of his mouth. Huang Haling didn't hear clearly. What? Yeah. Who was combing her feathers, repeated in a clear voice, my boyfriend. The scene was instantly quiet. He Xingwen cast his eyes at Yaya, not understanding how the other party had accurately stabbed her. It couldn't be because her IQ was high enough to understand the meaning of this sentence. Right? Yaya ignored him, and was still combing her feathers slowly, looking dignified and elegant. Don't you like girls? Huang Haling's voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. When you were in junior high school or high school, you told a little girl that you would marry her? How come you suddenly? Huang Haling glanced at He Tong and tried to lower her voice to make her emotional ups and downs not seem too intense. You found a boyfriend. It's mainly about the person, not the gender. Besides, hasn't our country passed the gay law? After the words were out, He Xingwen quickly calmed down and argued with Huang Haling. Mom, you can't discriminate against homosexuals, right? Huang Haling took a deep breath and whispered softly, wait until your dad comes back and let him tell you. You know what kind of person our dad is. He listens to you anyway. He Xingwen refused. Just tell me straight. What the hell? I've been waiting for my daughter-in-law for so long. And you brought me a hard man. And you still want me to tell you straight? Huang Haling, who always spoke softly, stood up, and a storm swept over. I don't need time to adjust my mentality. Do you expect me to be extremely happy when I see someone or something? He Xingwen's momentum dropped instantly, and he humbly negotiated with her. Then you adjust slowly. I just told you a word, and there is no point in opposing it. I have discussed with He Tong, and we are going to travel around the world together next. By the way, if you want to travel around the world with my dad, I will give you money now. Circle. Travel around the world. Huang Haling frowned, realizing that things were not that simple. What about your company? No matter what. You were so busy in the past few years that you didn't even go home for the new year. And now you're traveling around the world. He Xingwen quietly reached out and held He Tong's hand. Isn't it that I suddenly realized what the most important thing in life is? Love. It's like a ray of light that illuminates my world. How can vulgar money compare with it? He Xingwen said affectionately, in order to thank God for letting us meet. We decided to invest all the company's previous and future profits into a charity fund to make a tiny contribution to making society a better place. Huang Haling didn't respond, but silently looked at He Xingwen and He Tong. Her eyes sharpened. The longer she was silent, the more guilty He Xingwen felt. Don't you want to say anything? Huang Haling really wanted to say something. I just said that it was too strange for you to suddenly turn back from your ways 2 years ago. Your father insisted that you had matured. How could I not understand my son? No matter how mature he is, he can't be much more mature. It turned out that he didn't see that my acting was too fake. He Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, nonsense. I worked so hard before. mainly to meet him in my future life. Wang Helen glanced at He Xingwen, turned her head and showed a kind smile to He Tong. Don't worry about him. Let's talk. He Xingwen was inexplicably nervous and hurried over. Mom, then I will listen too. Wang Helen showed a kind expression and sent He Xingwen away. Go away. Tell your father that there are guests at home, and ask him to come back and cook quickly. Anyway, there is no fish to catch, so don't waste time there. He Xingwen took out his cell phone and opened the address book. I can just call my dad. You haven't been back for 2 years. And you don't even want to see your dad? Wang Helen glanced at him. What? Can I eat Xiao He alive? He Xingwen put his cell phone back and looked at He Tong. He Tong gave him a calm and composed look. He Xingwen carefully thought about the gap between He Tong and his mother, and estimated that He Tong could kill his mother 60 times in a minute without losing blood. So he was relieved. Then I'll go find my dad. By the way, where is my dad fishing? The river you often went to when you were a child. Just follow the river to find him. He Xingwen walked out of the door with a relaxed mood. As soon as the door was closed, invisible blades and swords appeared inside the door. Xiao He? Right. Where is your family? How many people are there? How are your parents? How did you know Xingwen? How long have you known each other? Xingwen has a bad temper. Chapter 249 Reality 29 Today is the first time I bring my boyfriend home. In late autumn, maple leaves are flying in the air, and a layer of fallen leaves are floating on both sides of the road with few pedestrians rustling when stepped on. He Xingwen slowed down his pace and immersed himself in long-lost memories. Every inch here is left with childhood memories. Time in the small town goes by very slowly, so that after returning home, the wanderers who have left home are easily evoked by past memories. Unlike the other world. In the other world, everything He Xingwen sees carries a heavy weight, reminding him all the time why he stands on that land. Everything there represents responsibility and pressure. It is also different from the rental house next to the school. There, he cut off contact with most of his friends, gave up his established life, left school, and locked himself in a small rental house, becoming an undetectable shadow. But only here, there is the past of He Xingwen's ordinary life. Before becoming His Majesty the King, He Xingwen would be eager to go home every time he had a holiday. But after becoming His Majesty the King, the only time He Xingwen went home was to persuade his parents to go to school to handle the dropout procedures. It's not that he doesn't want to go home. He just doesn't dare to go home. The little bird that left the nest grew into a giant eagle, so it got farther and farther away from its former nest. After walking along the sparsely populated road for a while, the familiar river bank appeared in front of He Xingwen. People gathered in groups of 3 or 2 by the river bank. Professional fishing equipment appeared in an endless stream, and the lively sounds were heard by He Xingwen from a distance. Walking a few steps forward, He Xingwen saw all kinds of vehicles parked on the roadside, including luxury cars. This place, which used to be a place for nearby residents to wash rice and clothes, seemed to have become a famous fishing spot without them noticing. He Xingwen quickened his pace, feeling puzzled by the scene in front of him. Could it be that some fish changed their course and passed through this river? That's not right. What kind of fish could change their course to a small river next to a residential area? The gossip in the crowd beside him drifted into his ears along with He Xingwen's confusion. Old He came early in the morning. How was the catch? Don't mention it. These little fish are too cunning. We only caught 2 or 3. Oh, this is a good catch. Look, I still have a spot. This position is not good. Oldie came early today. The position is good? He set out before dawn. Right. The group of outsiders are occupying the position. How can they get a good position if they don't get up early? They said they must catch the kingfish. If they don't catch it, they won't leave. How can the kingfish be so easy to catch? Don't lose your wife and your soldiers. Isn't it the Special Biological Management Bureau that's causing all this trouble? They put up a number on these abnormal wild animals and offered a bounty, with different prices for dead and alive. Now all of China is full of young people trying their luck. The ones released by the Management Bureau are all relatively low risk, and only those with special abilities and those who can initially control ether are allowed to try them. Ordinary people can just join in the fun. Besides, the big guys at sea and in uninhabited areas are dealt with by the army. The group of people from other places are specialized in this, and the others are just here to join in the fun. But the Fish King is really good. Look at the number of fish in the river in the past 2 years. If all abnormal creatures are like this, It would be great. What are you thinking about? Haven't you seen the news about how dangerous those big guys on the sea are? That island country has been surrounded for a long time. And so many countries have gone to rescue it. But they can't open up the route. You should be glad that the guy in our river is not a type of military mutation. Otherwise, there would be no such a bustling scene now. He Xingwen stopped and listened for a while, almost forgetting what he was doing. Fuck. This force. It's a big fish. Loudly. Come and help. 2 or 3 young men came over to pull the fishing rod. As soon as they took the lead, they realized that the fish they caught this time was not small. The movement of the 2 or 3 men lifting the rod was not small. Most of the people on the river bank cast their eyes on them. And there were also many envious words. After all, the movement was a good harvest. The group of people worked for a long time. And the more they reeled in the line, the louder the movement below. The noise spreading in the river became more and more intense, as if some giant creature was struggling constantly, which caused such a fierce battle. The voices of ridicule and envy gradually disappeared. A large number of fishermen hurriedly put away their fishing rods and retreated out in unison. After such a long period of preparation for the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, and after China's unremitting publicity, promotion and popular science, most people have a vague understanding of mutant creatures. Some mutant creatures are very dangerous, and some are not so dangerous. But there is one thing in common. No matter how low the danger of mutant creatures is, they are not vegetarians. If you don't have 2 brushes, it's best to stay away from them. Someone who was quick to react shouted to the people who were pulling the fishing rods, I called the emergency department. They will be here soon. Be careful. And those outsiders who came for the mutant creatures quickly took over the order on the scene and isolated other ordinary people outside the danger zone. Stay away. Xiao Han. Isolate this area. The ether waves spread from them, forming a simple isolation zone, covering the extremely intense river section. The veins of the people who were still collecting the rods were bulging. It's not that they didn't want to let go, but in this situation, if they let go, someone might be dragged down by this force. They could only hold on, hoping to hold on until the emergency department arrived before the mutant creature dragged them down. Fortunately, in this turbulent era, even ordinary people have learned a few hands of ether, and can barely hold on for a while in this huge force confrontation. He Xingwen had not expected this sudden development. He was isolated from the crowd in a daze. He looked around at the ordinary people around him, and found that everyone was in a very stable mood. The Fish King must have been caught this time? Maybe. This Fish King has been caught before, but it was not caught in the end. It's too fierce. The river is shaking like this. The Fish King was hiding very deep before. How did it get caught suddenly this time? Is there any danger? Hey, how can mutant creatures not be dangerous? But it's okay. The emergency department is very reliable, and will be here soon. It won't cause any big trouble. I think the Fish King will be unhooked soon. How big is this Fish King? It will be enough to eat for many days. You can't eat it after you catch it. In principle, this kind of low-risk mutant creature must be handed over to the country for research. Of course, if it kills people, it can be beheaded on the spot in an emergency. The onlookers were not nervous. He Xingwen, who encountered this situation for the first time, also watched with great interest. Xingwen? He Jiangwen stared at the man who looked like his son for a long time, and said uncertainly, You? When He Xingwen turned his head and saw his father, he finally remembered what he was doing here. Dad? My mom told you to go back early to cook because there are guests at home. As soon as he said this, He Jiangwen confirmed that the person who was watching the excitement with great interest was really his son, and was surprised. Why are you back? What guests are coming to the house? Old He. Is this your son? Oh. Is this the big boss of your family? Not bad. Not bad. Handsome. Looks like a rich man. Old He is so lucky. As the two of them started talking, the circle of familiar friends around He Jiangwen spoke one after another, not giving He Xingwen a chance to answer He Jiangwen's question. Yes. My son? Hey. Not that good. Just makes a little money. Yes. 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 It said that there is a merger of enterprises or something. Yes. 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 That outstanding young entrepreneur some time ago. He Jiangwen put his arm around He Xingwen's shoulders and began to show off his son without leaving any trace. It seems that his father will not remember to go home in the short term. He Xingwen shut up and looked at the lively river bank again. Under the sunlight, A huge shadow leaped out from the river's surface, directly breaking through the thin layer of ether. The crowd watching the excitement instantly lost their voices and cast their eyes towards the huge creature above. The flat body, the sharp teeth, and the lifeless dead fish eyes. The ordinary appearance has become extremely ugly because it has been magnified countless times. The oversized body makes it cover the sky and the sun when it jumps out of the river. People who fish here are not unfamiliar with the Fish King. This term is their topic of conversation after dinner. But it does not mean that they have really seen the Fish King. This mutant creature, defined by the Management Bureau as a low-risk creature, looks like it can crush a group of people just by its size. The few outsiders who came to deal with the Fish King reacted quickly, retreating while using various special weapons to capture it alive. The crowd that was originally isolated outside changed their enthusiasm for watching the excitement just now, and walked out one after another, keeping a distance from the mutant creature. He Xingwen was also dragged by his father and hurried out among the crowd, because the terrain near the river is wide and there is enough space for the crowd to disperse. The escape of the crowd can barely be considered orderly. In fact, although the huge size of the Fish King jumping out of the water brought great pressure to the surrounding humans, everyone's reaction was still not as intense as He Xingwen thought. Fear certainly exists, but it is not hysterical. It is a reality to rush to escape, but it is not so anxious that you are desperate. Is the emergency department almost here? It's okay. If it doesn't work, the government can just blow up the river. Didn't the news about the abnormal creatures entering the city center in F City before? They were also controlled in time. The Fish King has been in the river for so long. If it is really dangerous, it should have attacked humans on the first day. I guess it was still irritated by the fish hook. Young people nowadays don't care about choosing fish hooks at all. Alas, I haven't brought back my bucket of fish yet. I worked in vain this morning. In this special environment of spiritual energy revival, it is not easy to maintain a stable social order, because as long as there is a mistake, the threat from abnormal creatures will destroy everything. Once people lose confidence in the stable order and trust in the government, the chain reaction brought about is enough to cause the social order to deteriorate and collapse. But from what He Xingwen saw, although it has been 2 years, China's every step is still very steady. They have successfully turned abnormal creatures into a threat to the social order. They exist objectively and are taken seriously. The special sirens approach from a distance. The crowd around them relaxed further. The name of the Abnormal Affairs Department was mentioned repeatedly. Obviously, people have great trust in it. The rapid arrival of the other party smoothed out the few remaining uneasiness in the crowd. Everyone slowed down. Curiosity prevailed, and they frequently looked back to see what was happening over there. The Fish King fell from the air and fell to the ground with a snap. 4 creatures living in the water. This is not good news. Of course, the other party's previous behavior of leaping from the river was somewhat unexpected. Land is not its familiar territory. It can only gain the upper hand in the water. But it chose to go ashore. This is why the outsiders who came to deal with it were not panicked. They had enough contact with abnormal creatures and knew that the other party looked scary when it leaped. But it was not dangerous. The Fish King lay on the ground. Although its body was still huge, its weak fins greatly reduced its terrifying degree. So, the scattered crowd stopped completely and stood on tiptoe to look at the Fish King lying motionless on the ground. Is this Fish King a little stupid? Why would a fish come to the shore? The IQ of the mutant creatures really doesn't seem to have increased much. So, is it so angry that it fell into the trap? The atmosphere relaxed, and the hesitant crowd took 2 steps back and approached the big fish on the river bank out of curiosity. He Xingwen was also among the approaching crowd. Heaven and earth can testify that He Xingwen was really just joining the crowd to join in the fun. Didn't you see that his father not only didn't stop him, but also followed him? It can be seen that the public is really curious about the Fish King lying on the ground. And they really don't think it is dangerous. What's more, in a minute or two, the emergency department that specializes in dealing with abnormal creatures will arrive. But who would have thought that the Fish King actually had a trick up his sleeve? As the crowd walked back hesitantly, trying to see what the Fish King who had stayed in the river bank for 2 years looked like, overwhelming water gushed out from the river bank behind the Fish King and swept towards the crowd. There was no disaster closer than this moment, as if the floodgates had opened, sweeping everyone in. The river water, which was a long distance away from the river bank, flowed up unnaturally and washed away into the distance. Flood! After this exclamation, the crowd submerged by the river water panicked, and in an instant, All kinds of human conditions appeared in this small area, until they found that the height of the river water was rapidly dropping from covering their nostrils to their chests, and was about to drop to waist height. The panicked crowd stopped awkwardly. Some people perceive the breath of death as an illusion, but some people are indeed facing death. The rushing river water is not to drown everyone present, but to make the Fish King move. To be precise, this is the purpose of the Fish King. The Fish King, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, took advantage of the rising water in an instant, launched himself, and disappeared from the sight of those professionals. They panicked instantly, and when they looked up, they saw the figure of the emergency department. The plane hovering in the air lowered its altitude, and several figures fell from the air and headed straight for the out-of-control scene below. The bounty hunter who had dealt with the emergency department a lot reacted quickly, and stepped on the waves to quickly explain the key points to them. The Fish King didn't retreat back to the river. It rushed towards the crowd. Attention, all units. Activate Plan B. Prepare remote assistance, and be ready to kill the abnormal creature at any time. In that extremely short and information-filled moment, He Xingwen's attention changed from "I don't seem to be able to swim" to "the waterline seems to be dropping all the time" to "fuck, how did this fish swim over here?" And in just a few breaths, he completed the change from surprise, relaxation to surprise, until the distance between the huge Fish King and the crowd kept shortening. The crowd suddenly panicked, mainly He Jiangwen, who was pulling He Xingwen out, allowing He Xingwen to connect the series of abnormal behaviors of the Fish King. This fish, isn't it coming for him? He Xingwen made a brief logical judgment and comparison, and drew the final conclusion from the reactions of the only two abnormal creatures he had ever come into contact with, the chimpanzee and the giant octopus. He Xingwen broke free from He Jiangwen's hand, and had no time to explain to his father. He only had time to yell, "Wait for me here for a while." He Jiangwen was stunned, and then he saw He Xingwen going against the crowd to meet the Fish King. Everyone didn't know what the series of sudden changes just now were, but one thing was obvious. No matter what the Fish King wanted to do, its huge size was a huge threat to the crowd. A slight collision would be enough for a normal person to break a few ribs. If you are unlucky, a group of people will hit it, plus the secondary damage of the stampede. It is hard to say how many people can survive, so the other party's approach easily caused panic and escape among the crowd. He Xingwen, who was going upstream, was extremely conspicuous in the fleeing crowd. He Jiangwen was stunned for only a second, and then quickly followed, trying to pull back his son, who didn't know what he was thinking. It was just such a time difference that He Xingwen, who was running at full speed in the river water less than waist high, passed the crowd and became the one in the front of the crowd. The personnel of the emergency department, who were preparing to kill the Fish King, subconsciously glanced at the team leader, the Fish King, who was trudging in the shallow stream and approaching the crowd. Stopped. Attention all units. The plan is suspended. The chaos soon subsided because the river water receded. The Fish King stopped moving, and the Abnormal Affairs Department was isolated. Unlike the thin isolation area that the outsiders fooled around with at the beginning, the isolation of the emergency department was very professional. Not only was there a barrier formed by ether fluctuations, but there was also physical isolation. This time, most of the crowd dispersed immediately, and only a small number of people had the courage to stay and join in the fun, casting their eyes on the Fish King lying motionless in the isolation area and the human standing in front of the Fish King. He Jiangwen was also stopped outside the quarantine area. "My son is inside. I want to go in." "You can go in after the investigation is completed." The person in the emergency department took out a recorder and a notebook and confirmed the relevant information with him. "Is your son a person with special abilities?" He Jiangwen was stunned. "He didn't tell us." "How about this? I will make a formal registration. Please cooperate. Of course there will be no trouble. Just confirm the situation." "Name?" When He Jiangwen was stopped outside the quarantine area for routine investigation, He Xingwen was also facing the same situation. "Please show me your ID card." Zhang Teng took out the machine and swiped the other party's ID card. The relevant information registered by the other party appeared one by one. In addition to the basic information, Zhang Teng saw several confidential information that required permissions at a glance. Zhang Teng glanced at He Xingwen. He Xingwen looked at him calmly. Zhang Teng verified his permissions, and was told that he did not have enough permissions. He had to apply to his superiors on the spot. It took some time to see the content of the confidential information. When he spoke again, He slowed down his tone. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Teng handed the ID card back to He Xingwen, jokingly saying, I've never seen a person with this ability to tame animals. He Xingwen's previous contacts with the Special Investigation Bureau were all recorded. Enough for anyone who looked up the information to see it clearly. I'm not a person with this ability. He Xingwen took back the ID card, glanced at the Fish King with dead eyes, and found a reason for his 2 years of seclusion. I cooperated with the research. And apart from having a certain attraction to mutant creatures, I have no other function. So I simply reduced going out in the past 2 years to avoid any accidents. After all, strictly speaking, I am just an ordinary person. Zhang Teng agreed with this point very much. This Fish King has been in the river for 2 years, and it has not caused such a big commotion today. For safety reasons, you'd better go out less. Since the explanation was clear, He Xingwen was not interested in the fate of the Fish King. So he glanced at his father outside the isolation area and said tactfully, I have guests at home. Sorry. I've wasted your time. You can go back. Zhang Teng waved at him and reminded him, go out less. And even if you go out, don't go to places with few people. The probability of abnormal creatures appearing in the city center is much lower than in the wild. He Xingwen responded and turned to walk out. As soon as he took a step, he felt a familiar wet feeling. The ether surrounding the isolation zone suddenly became intense and collided with another ether wave. The Fish King lying on the ground like a dead fish proved that it was not a dead fish. He Xingwen turned his head and looked behind him. The river water gushed out beside the Fish King, turning the surrounding area into a small wetland. If it weren't for the ether in the isolation zone that greatly suppressed its behavior, it would not just be a gushing out of the river, you know. The river bank is not far away, and the Fish King has already demonstrated the scene of flooding, although it was only a moment, and the river water receded quickly. At least the other party did have some ability to mobilize the water flow. After He Xingwen stopped, the Fish King turned back into a motionless dead fish again, and even the water gushing out of his body stopped. Zhang Teng had just fired a row of special anesthetic bullets, and was not sure whether the Fish King's behavior was because He Xingwen stopped or because the anesthetic bullets took effect. Zhang Teng hesitated and suggested, why don't you take 2 more steps? He Xingwen retracted his gaze and walked out of the isolation area. The familiar wet feeling came from behind him, and the ether collision occurred again in the isolation area. Witnessing the Fish King's intense reaction to He Xingwen's departure, Zhang Teng had to change his previous idea. Is the guest at home in a hurry? If not, why don't you lend a hand and help us send it back to the management bureau? Knowing that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, He Xingwen had a blank expression. Today is the first time I brought my boyfriend home. He Jingwen's voice rose from the side, extremely shocked. What? You brought your boyfriend home? Chapter 250 Reality 30 What do you want me to do? The situation at the scene was a little out of control. No one cared about the Fish King lying on the ground. Everyone's eyes were focused on He Xingwen, who threw the bomb, and He Jingwen, who was extremely shocked. Although the gay law was passed and implemented in China at an incredible speed, the long history destined the country to be unable to accept this special group in a short time. Therefore, after the passage of the gay law, Chinese society showed a subtle attitude towards the homosexual group. Neither exclusion nor acceptance. To be precise, it was probably a test of each other to find a suitable position to contact this special group. In this case, in terms of the backward environment of the small town, bringing a boyfriend home is definitely keeping up with the trend. From this point of view, Ms. Wang Haling just had a fierce emotional fluctuation on this, and did not pick up a broom to teach He Xingwen how to be a man, which is definitely open-minded. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Zhang Teng wondered whether he should make a round. After seriously thinking about the difficulty of the current situation, Zhang Teng decided to shut up and pretend that he did not exist. The matter was settled. He Xingwen broke the silence with an expressionless face. Didn't I say that there were guests at home? He Jingwen touched his cheek and felt that the toothache that had hurt a few days ago was aching again. Did you bring your boyfriend home? He is chatting with Mom at home. He Xingwen has not forgotten the business. Mom asked you to go home and cook. He Jingwen's expression was very complicated. She didn't ask me to go home and cook. She asked me to go home and unite with her. This is going to be a protracted war. He Jingwen covered his cheeks. Feeling a headache. Didn't you fight for a little girl in junior high school, saying that you would marry her? And how come you suddenly bring me a boy? Why do you have to bring up that dark history? He Xingwen said with a straight face. How old are you in junior high school? You believe what the brat says? Besides, loving someone has nothing to do with gender. This is true love. Do you understand? Two veins popped out on He Jianwen's forehead, and his tone became dangerous. I've been with your mother for so many years. Do you think I understand true love? He Jianwen glanced at the onlookers who were listening to the gossip, approached his father, and lowered his voice. Since you also know what true love is, you must stand on my side. My mother is just a little woman. It's time to show your son what masculinity is. He Jianwen tried to pull his father to his side, and spared no effort to do so. It's time to tell my mother, who has the final say in this family. He Jianwen pushed him away very sincerely. Of course your mother has the final say. He Jianwen, who was pushed away, it's really not surprising. I'll go back to cook. He Jianwen glanced at the people around him, lowered his voice, and said to He Jianwen, if your mother is really angry, I will show you what manliness is. No. Dad? 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 Seeing He Jianwen turn around and leave, He Jianwen hurriedly said behind him, this is his first time here. Please help me keep an eye on him. You still have the nerve to say that you brought a man back without saying anything? He Jianwen's voice came from afar. If I were your mother, do you think you could still stand here? He Jianwen was stunned by his logic. You are not my mother. But you are my father? They are both biological parents. The difference between the two can't be that big, right? He Jianwen thinks the difference between the two is still objective. Your mother treats you as a treasure, but your father doesn't treat you as a treasure. He Jianwen watched He Jianwen disappear from his sight, and breathed a sigh of relief. With his father, the ultimate player in stroking hair, at least he can help He Tong share the firepower. When the Fish King came out of the water just now, He Tong didn't say anything, which shows how serious the situation he is facing now. He Jianwen sighed and looked at Zhang Teng. I have time now. Okay. Hurry up. Pack up and take the Fish King with you. Zhang Teng called out to the others present and said, don't delay her from going back to accompany her boyfriend. Okay. I promise I won't delay her. The scene was filled with the happy atmosphere of seeing a big gossip. With the cooperation of the Fish King, the Fish King was tossed into a special transport cage. Considering its area, it is more like a small container than a transport cage. The silver-white shell material is cold and hard, and there is more than one set of locks on the heavy door. There are also traces of ether fluctuations on the locks. It seems to be a magical creation. He Jianwen subconsciously took 2 steps closer, but no one stopped him. However, He Jianwen stopped himself. He remembered another thing without the plug-in. He Jianwen's attainments in ether are not as good as those present. At the moment, the main console of the game is in another world. He Tong is facing the interrogation of Ms. Huang Heling, and the 2 major plugins are not online, so He Jianwen can only watch in vain. The Abnormal Affairs Department has a complete set of procedures for capturing abnormal creatures. Zhang Teng only made some efforts when he first moved the Fish King into the transport cage using ether to control the Fish King to prevent it from struggling too much. After the Fish King entered the transport cage safely, Zhang Teng had nothing to do, so he had time to observe this special ordinary person. The reason for this is that He Jianwen's situation is indeed a bit special. On the one hand, he seems to have some kind of attraction to abnormal creatures, and the reason is still unknown. On the other hand, the other party is a person with poor ether perception in official records. A person with poor ether perception is an official term. In the folk, it can be replaced by another word, muggle. This word, which comes from a novel that has swept the world, vividly illustrates the special situation of the other party. After the resurgence of aura began, those who were extremely sensitive to aura became abnormal people, while ordinary people who were mediocre in aura perception remained the same as always. But there were also some special cases where it was difficult to perceive aura. In the large group, ordinary people account for the majority. They improve their perception and control of ether through training, and gradually master various courses to control ether. Although there are not many people who perceive too much and absorb too much ether to become abnormal, there are even fewer who can hardly perceive the existence of ether, because there are so few people in this group. It is surprising to meet one of them. Their perception of ether is extremely weak. In other words, they are no different from normal people before the resurrection of spiritual energy. They cannot perceive ether and cannot control ether. After the resurrection of spiritual energy, they became outliers. Fortunately, there are not many of them, so there are no bigger problems with social order. After cleaning up the river bank where the Fish King had wreaked havoc, in order to prevent the Fish King from getting out of control because of He Xingwen's absence. Zhang Teng took He Xingwen, and the two of them alone, on a special vehicle for transporting mutant creatures. The other team members boarded a helicopter and rushed back to the Administration Bureau branch first. The design of the special vehicle is very similar to that of a police car. The prisoners are detained in the back, and there is a place for watching the prisoners in the front. There is a special transparent glass in the middle, which is enough for both parties to always be aware of each other's movements. Of course, the main purpose of this design is to prevent the prisoners from escaping. But it is just right to be used to appease the Fish King. This appeasement is very effective. The Fish King is like a dead fish all the way, floating in the water tank, motionless, let alone escaping. And he didn't even move. The car fell into an inexplicable silence. He Xingwen didn't notice this. He was in a daze, enjoying the rare moment of tranquility. Zhang Teng hesitated for a while, and felt that it would be too much to remain silent. So he picked a topic to break the silence. So you can't feel any ether at all? What? He Xingwen looked at Zhang Teng blankly, not understanding what he meant by this sentence. His blankness turned into sadness in Zhang Teng's eyes. And the rough man apologized repeatedly. Should I not mention your sad story? Don't mind. Zhang Teng was tongue-tied for a long time, and finally closed his mouth in annoyance, regretting the idea of slapping his head to open another topic. Why not say something else? But have to poke at someone's wounds? He Xingwen, who had no idea what he was talking about, was full of questions. Fortunately, He Tong came online in time and gave relevant explanations. When China registered and updated ID cards on a large scale before, you were missing. In order to avoid more trouble when you were missing, my data helped you set your ether perception status to ether perception deficient, successfully avoiding all subsequent ether-related course training and ensuring safety. The situation is like this. After the spiritual energy revival had a deeper impact on the entire China, China took further measures to deal with it, re-registering everyone's ether information and updating everyone's ID card. Since then, basic information related to ether has become part of everyone's ID card. After completing this step, it will be followed by compulsory education on the basic content of ether for every citizen in China, ensuring that every Chinese citizen has basic ether knowledge. In most cities, various ether classes are also provided for people who have left school, and the methods of ether training are spread as common sense in an official way. If He Tong had not defined He Xingwen as someone who lacked ether perception, then the role-playing that only existed in virtual information would definitely not be able to avoid so many and intensive collective training classes, unless He Tong could really clone a He Xingwen to attend these offline courses. He Xingwen did not experience the past 2 years, and did not know how many courses there were. From 2 years ago to now, ether is still the only hot spot in this society. Everyone is familiar with the new power, and this familiarity is partly due to various offline trainings on ether, and partly due to the familiarity and understanding of skills in the holographic game. The former allows the public to recognize ether and gradually exercise their control over ether in reality, while the latter provides the public with a complete ether usage system. In the past 2 years, endless related studies have finally proved that holographic games, as ether simulators, have a positive impact on ether and a simulation effect. Through the understanding and familiarity of skills in the game, people try to reproduce these game skills in reality. Of course, this is impossible. The fundamental difference between the other world and the Earth lies in the difference in ether concentration. It is difficult to detect the difference without comparison. If the high concentration of ether in the dimension where the great scientist is located is even condensed into liquid, the ether in the other world can only grab a handful of air even if you stretch out your hand. Of course, the same is true for the ether on Earth. Anyone who stretches out his hand on Earth can only grab a handful of air. But air is different from air. If scientists on Earth are lucky enough to analyze the air composition of the other world, they will find that ether exists in the air composition of the other world. In the other world, the concentration of ether is not high enough to condense into liquid, but it exists as a gas. But on Earth, scientists have long used various instruments to analyze the composition of ether. Ether does not exist in the air composition of the Earth. It is a kind of existence that requires constant training of perception to be perceived by humans at a certain level, because of the objective difference in ether concentration. The skills in the game cannot be released on Earth. The human beings on Earth need to explore and build their own ether path, and this has already taken shape in hundreds of millions of schools on the land of China. Knowledge related to ether is constantly spreading. And in hundreds of cities in China, training centers for people with special abilities who train and control ether are constantly opening, providing a platform for everyone to tap their potential. They have not yet touched upon how to turn ether into a skill. Release. The crude use of ether is still at the level of mobilizing ether to form energy. But why worry? They are moving towards that future step by step. He Xingwen learned about the relevant situation from Yitong. And then he understood why he was able to stay indoors when he was missing. As a person who lacks ether perception, even if there are endless excitement about ether in society, it has nothing to do with He Xingwen. He Xingwen really wanted to ask Yitong how the conversation with his mother went. But it was obviously not convenient for him to talk to Yitong here without paying attention to others. The people from the emergency department were right next to him. Who knew how many cameras were set up here? He Xingwen couldn't ask. And Yitong didn't mention it. He explained another point. Don't worry. They won't notice the difference between you and the lack of perception. Because from a certain perspective, it is indeed difficult for you to perceive the ether of the earth. Although the reasons why the lack of perception cannot perceive the ether are different from those of the lack of perception, the results of the two are very similar. You have been in the other world for too long and are used to the high concentration of ether environment. The concentration of ether on earth is too low for you to easily perceive it through training perception like humans on earth. After Yitong finished explaining, he did not speak again. He Xingwen coughed, breaking the unbearable silence in the car and saving Zhang Tong from the bad atmosphere, the other party's unilateral cognition. I was a little distracted. And it has nothing to do with the question you raised. He Xingwen turned the conversation to the topic he was interested in. But the situation today is indeed quite dangerous. Zhang Tong did not doubt him, and naturally took over the conversation. The Fish King is not very dangerous, and not aggressive. The direction of the mutation is mainly to attract more fish to gather around it. Experts believe that it can coexist with humans. So we are not in a hurry to deal with it. After all, you know that there are too many mutant creatures. If these low-risk mutant creatures are to be eliminated one by one, we will not be able to handle it at all. Not to mention that our main focus is on the high seas. Zhang Tong showed a distressed expression and said, compared to these mutant creatures that appeared in the city, those mutant creatures in the deep mountains and forests and on the seabed are dangerous. The overseas routes that were finally opened a few years ago are only a few. And they are always harassed by mutant creatures. For a round trip, most of the escort troops have to go to ensure safe round trip. If you ask me, it's normal for Island A to be trapped. Who made them far away from the mainland and such a large area? It's normal for mutant creatures to be attracted there. Before He Xingwen said a few words, Zhang Tong talked a long string of words on his own. And finally the topic was magically turned back. However, it is indeed a bit dangerous today. Zhang Tong glanced at He Xingwen. The Fish King was attracted to you and became aggressive. But if it weren't for this, we wouldn't know that the Fish King could control water. Zhang Tong's attention was diverted again. This is a new discovery. Logically speaking, the mutation direction of the Fish King is mainly due to his attraction to fish schools. But controlling water? Dual mutation ability? Or? Zhang Tong didn't finish his words, because the vehicle arrived at the destination and Zhang Tong became busy again. As the leader of the arresting team, he needs to hand over to the management bureau staff and supervise the whole process of the Fish King being detained. He Xingwen followed him out of the car. And while Zhang Tong was communicating with the management bureau staff, he observed the so-called management bureau branch. This branch is actually the abbreviation of the X-City branch. It stands in a corner of X-City. The roads are completely blocked and other vehicles are prohibited from entering and leaving. From the outside, the building of the branch is nothing special. It is as low-key as most official buildings in China. But the high-tech content inside is far beyond imagination. After all, this is an institution used to house and study abnormal organisms and regulate the dynamics of abnormal organisms in the surrounding area. He Xingwen's eyes turned around the busy crowd around him and saw an acquaintance. Wu Xing waved at him with a friendly smile. The other party was obviously not here for the Fish King. Although he did take a look at the Fish King's situation at first. When the Fish King couldn't see He Xingwen coming out of the water again, he showed a surprised expression. But soon, he tidied his clothes and walked towards He Xingwen, who was looking around idly. The Fish King's little resistance did not cause any commotion, and the management bureau directly carried it away. Long time no see. Wu Xing greeted He Xingwen like an old friend. I heard that you have become an outstanding young entrepreneur recently. Awesome. When talking about this, He Xingwen felt a little guilty. But he had experienced many ups and downs, and did not show any inappropriate emotions. He was a little surprised. You are transferred to the management bureau now? How big a mistake must one make to be demoted to the grassroots level far away from S City? No. I just happened to pass by. Didn't Zhang Teng just ask for permission? I approved it. I saw your name and thought I'd meet you. 2 years later, Wu Xing has lost his immaturity. From what he said, it seems he has even been promoted. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and repeated his words. Meet me? Okay. I have something to ask you, Wu Xing said frankly. He looked around and said, this is not a good place to talk. Let's go in and talk. He took a step towards the administration. But He Xingwen didn't move. Wu Xing stopped and turned to look at He Xingwen, who hadn't caught up. He Xingwen simply said, if I really go in, I don't think I can go home for a while. Wu Xing's expression became serious. We act according to the law. How can we break the law? It's true that he didn't break the law, but he definitely needed help. Otherwise, with Wu Xing's level, he wouldn't have made a special trip just to meet He Xingwen, who he didn't know very well. He Xingwen sighed. A little helpless. Didn't the captain tell you that I was in a hurry to go home? Wu Xing was really confused now. In a hurry to go home? He Xingwen had a blank expression. Today is the first time I bring my boyfriend home. Wu Xing hesitated, not understanding what he meant. Was he emphasizing this point to show off to singles? Then congratulations. First, I met the Fish King. And then I accompanied the Fish King to the management bureau. And now I have to talk. He Xingwen took a deep breath. My boyfriend is still at my house. My mother didn't know anything before. And now I don't know what he has been tortured into. This does sound a bit miserable. And it is the kind of misery filled with the breath of life, which is incompatible with the field that Wu Xing is familiar with. Wu Xing hesitated again, and finally was willing to reveal something. The situation is a bit urgent. I am worried that some people may not be able to wait for long. Wu Xing's expression became serious. Some people may die because of this. This is why He Xingwen said that he would not be able to return home for a while after entering. Wu Xing was desperate to seek medical treatment from him, which shows that he was desperate. In this case, he could not refuse the other party at all. Wu Xing had previously confirmed the connection between He Xingwen and the mutant creatures. When the conclusion that He Xingwen did not have the ability to communicate with the mutant creatures was drawn, Wu Xing was at the scene. The strange connection between He Xingwen and the mutant creatures is indeed very valuable. But the premise that the other party cannot perceive the ether ends all potential possibilities. In this case, he still came to He Xingwen. He Xingwen sighed and felt that his luck was really not good. He was safe and sound for 2 years when he disappeared. As a result, as soon as he came back, everything came to him. God knows. He just brought his boyfriend home to meet his parents. It's not that He Xingwen doesn't want to rescue He Tong from the current situation, but he really can't help himself. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Wu Xing turned around and took He Xingwen to the management bureau, saying as he walked, you should also know the situation at sea. Humans have made a lot of efforts to rebuild the route, but the mutant creatures at sea are far more powerful than we imagined. A scientific research team was trapped at sea. There was a scientist in the team who was studying marine mutant creatures. Before losing contact, we received news that the other party's research had made a breakthrough. He looked back at He Xingwen. We must bring him back to China. Chapter 251 Reality 31 Going Out to Sea. This is not only about the life and death of a scientist, but also about the possibility of China, and even the world changing the status quo and finding a breakthrough in the dilemma. He Xingwen sat on the high-speed train, thinking about the brief conversation just now. He could understand the pressure that the endless mutant creatures put on humans. But the seriousness of the conversation just now, and the desperateness revealed in Wu Xing's words still made He Xingwen a little strange. Is the situation so urgent? Are you serious about using dilemma to describe the current situation of mankind? He Xingwen, who had just seen the scene of low-risk mutant creatures such as the Fish King coexisting harmoniously with human society, clearly remembered the trust of the people present in the government. It was because of this that He Xingwen came to the conclusion that China was steadily moving forward. But in a blink of an eye, Wu Xing's conversation overturned this conclusion. In the other party's mouth, pressure, desperation and important turning points in the fate of mankind were about to come out. Just like mankind was facing a devastating disaster, Wu Xing's attitude reflects the thinking of China's core institutions to a certain extent. He Xingwen had to start thinking about what unexpected things had happened in the past 2 years that he had not experienced, which made Wu Xing use dilemma to describe the current situation. To be honest, after He Xingwen had a preliminary understanding of China's current situation, he felt that China had perfect control of the current situation. After all, after the emergence of unknown abilities, it was able to promote the basic cognition of the ability in an orderly manner, promote the popularization of training, and incorporate the existence into daily life under the premise of stable social order. Who can't help but admire this? Anyway, He Xingwen can't do this. It's already a difficult task to maintain the original order of billions of people from losing control, not to mention normalizing ether under this premise. The current situation of other countries, as a control group, is enough to prove how perfect China's response is. But the Special Investigation Bureau doesn't seem to think so. So much so that the act of rescuing trapped scientists is called a breakthrough in China and the world's predicament. He Xingwen changed 3 kinds of transportation, and the number of people traveling with him gradually increased, from some anxious special ability people to strict soldiers. The team continued to expand and professionalize. He Xingwen observed those people and concluded that this team was not specially assembled for He Xingwen. In fact, He Xingwen was more like being stuffed in midway. If you think about it carefully, it's normal. Unless everyone in the Special Investigation Bureau is crazy, they will bet everything on He Xingwen. He can't even sense ether. On the sea, he is just a walking experience bag. However, judging from the current situation, the Special Investigation Bureau is no different from being crazy. They cast a wide net to gather all those who might be helpful to the current situation, including those with special abilities who have not yet completed their training. This made the atmosphere of the team seem particularly strange, and people with different labels looked at each other. Some people knew the purpose of this trip, but some people knew nothing about it. This complicated situation made the atmosphere tense for a while. Even among these people, He Xingwen was the most special one. After all, most of the people present were elites among elites, and they could see at a glance that He Xingwen's ether was inactive. This inactivity clearly announced the fact that the other party might not be able to use ether. This made him out of tune with the entire team, even though they came from different fields. This group of people had one thing in common. They were all very good at ether. What made He Xingwen even more special was that the leader of this team, the supervisor from the Special Investigation Bureau, was also special to him. He Xingwen could even go online. You have to know that no one in this team brought any entertainment facilities, let alone network communication equipment. This was a confidential operation. But the other party not only could go online, he even made a phone call. I repeat, this is a confidential operation. This made the elites who joined the team one after another speculate about He Xingwen's identity, and even began to wonder if a second-generation person had sneaked into this confidential operation. In fact, the reason is very simple. This was purely out of the guilt of the Special Investigation Bureau. You have to know that He Xingwen risked his life to join this operation. And of course, all the members who participated in this operation risked their lives. But they have different identities. It is the duty of soldiers to obey orders. But He Xingwen was invited to participate in this operation as a member of the people. Second, He Xingwen cannot use ether at all, and even has a special attraction to mutant creatures. The danger he faces is much higher than others. Therefore, after Wu Xing finished the report, he opened the door to He Xingwen. The only time He Xingwen talked was with Yi Tong, because the conversation was under surveillance. The content of the conversation became very polite. My mom didn't make things difficult for you, did she? He Tong, my aunt is a very nice person. She didn't make things difficult for me. He Xingwen looked at the scenery outside the window and felt that the truth of the other party's words was questionable. I guess it will take some time before I come back. If the situation at home is too bad, you should go back to a city first. He Tong, I'll wait for you at home. It's just right for me to accompany my aunt and the others. Are you sure you're not a light bulb for them? He Xingwen saw the sea on the horizon from a distance. It seems that they are about to change to a fourth means of transportation, He Tong said in a serious tone, and he said she hopes I can spend more time with him, because her son never thought about spending more time with his mother. He Xingwen touched his nose, imagining his mother's expression when she said this to He Tong, and changed the subject. Please help me deal with the company's affairs. He Tong, I am selecting a suitable charity fund project with my aunt. Don't worry. We are getting ready to board the ship. Wu Xing came in and reminded He Xingwen, please pack up. He Xingwen swallowed the question, why did my mother also intervene? He nodded to Wu Xing, explained the situation, and hung up the phone. He had nothing to pack, because he didn't bring anything. He Xingwen returned the communication equipment and entertainment facilities to Wu Xing, and went to line up in the crowd without anything. This was also the only time He Xingwen had close contact with other people in the team. Because of the military color of this team, lining up is simply an instinct for them. Fast, agile and neat. Even those with special abilities, who are not soldiers, have received relevant training at the training center. Only He Xingwen looked like a rat in the crowd. Wu Xing and his team were busy coordinating transportation, determining routes and other follow-up matters. And they didn't care about this for a while. Many people in the neatly lined crowd cast curious glances at He Xingwen, but the order of the military constrained them. Even if no one cared, no one in the neat and uniformed team made small movements, let alone spoke. He Xingwen's attention was not on them. He looked at the endless sea in the distance and reviewed the purpose of this trip. Rescue the scientific research team trapped on the high seas by mutant creatures. The satellite positioning system in space. When the spiritual energy is revived, the positioning and monitoring functions are greatly limited, especially in places where mutant creatures gather, and it directly loses its function. This has led to most countries being unable to accurately know what is happening in those areas. So, at present, no one knows what the trapped team is like now, whether it is still trapped or has already been trapped. But He Xingwen and his team's mission is very clear. If the scientist is alive, the first task is to bring him back. If the other party is dead, then the first task is to bring back the other party's research data. Although the rescue team was urgently summoned, it had already been 24 hours since the scientific research team lost contact. By the time they arrived at the high seas, they had already missed the best time for rescue. All they could do was to make their sacrifice not in vain. The team boarded the ship, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The situation on land was still controllable. The dense distribution of Chinese cities suppressed the possibility of abnormal creatures running all over the continent. At least in China, domestic transportation was not interrupted. The situation abroad is just the opposite. They not only have to face the threat of abnormal creatures from the sea and the sky, but also have to face the problem of frequent injuries caused by abnormal creatures due to the vast land and sparse population. But it is different at sea. Humans cannot build cities at sea even if they can. It is just the situation of Island A. Surrounded by abnormal creatures, the route is interrupted, and the doomsday experience begins. The sea is countless times more dangerous than the land, which was immediately proved after the ship sailed a distance. The ship encountered the first wave of abnormal creatures. Of course, human firepower easily covered the opponent and solved the surprise attack. But this is just an appetizer. A variety of abnormal creatures appeared one after another, giving them an extremely grand welcome ceremony. Strange. I've been on a ship before, and the frequency of mutant attacks was not so frequent. Here it comes again. Team D. Pay attention. There is a subadult mutant in the 45-degree direction in front of you. Has the situation at sea deteriorated to this extent? The voices of discussion came from the teams at various sentries one after another, gathering into confusion. At this time, He Xingwen was receiving special training from Wu Xing, familiarizing himself with guns and other high-tech weapons. Looking at He Xingwen's actions, Wu Xing was a little confused. You haven't touched a gun? He Xingwen gave him a look that said, you are asking for nothing. Let me remind you. Guns are banned in our country. If he had touched it, that would be a problem. Wu Xing watched He Xingwen shoot a few times and gave sincere advice. You better not use this. Otherwise, it is easy to accidentally hurt your own people. After all, not everyone is a genius. He Xingwen agreed with Wu Xing's idea. He put down the dangerous weapon in his hand and said, I don't think it's possible to expect to quickly master firearms in such a short time. Wu Xing also knew this. If there was no other way, he would not have come up with such an unreliable idea. But you have to have some self-protection ability. Wu Xing looked at the teams outside the window that never stopped attacking and said, bringing you on board was a big mistake. He Xingwen followed his line of sight and looked at the busy sea area. I thought you were mentally prepared before doing this. What on earth attracted those mutants to you? Wu Xing, the ship has only been sailing for a short time, and there are so many mutants in the nearshore area. If we reach the open sea? He Xingwen looked at the sky and thought that they could split into two groups and airdrop him to the high seas. But before he opened his mouth, Wu Xing denied his idea. There are as many mutant creatures in the sky as in the sea. If you get on the plane will crash and everyone will die. and you will die faster. Wu Xing, that's why we changed 4 transportation methods and didn't get on the plane. There's nothing we can do about it. He Xingwen's attitude towards this is as casual as if the person in danger of his life is not him. We can only take it one step at a time. Wu Xing, who personally persuaded He Xingwen to get on the ship, became more anxious. We have to think of a way. There is always a way. He still couldn't figure it out. What on your body is attracting mutant creatures? If we can find the reason, maybe we can find a solution. He Xingwen looked at him. If the cause is so easy to find, this problem should have been solved 2 years ago. Wu Xing sighed. You are right. Take your time to think about it. I'll go outside for a walk. He Xingwen, I haven't seen the sea yet. That's really bad news. Wu Xing, you will never be able to see the calm sea before the mutants appeared. But I can see another view of the sea. Right? He Xingwen waved to Wu Xing. Turn around and walk out of the cabin. Wu Xing stared at his back for a while. His mentality is much better than ours. Another voice came from the communication office. He is worthy of being an entrepreneur who can start from scratch and enter the Forbes list in 2 years. I heard that he plans to invest all the profits in a charity fund. It's a pity that he can't sense the ether. If he can sense the ether, it will definitely play a greater role. Okay. We should discuss the rescue plan. We talked about the entry before. When Wu Xing began to discuss the rescue plan, He Xingwen was enjoying the scenery on the deck. As the only member who was not included in the battle queue, He Xingwen's appearance attracted a lot of attention. The team that originally took the transportation together was divided into several battle queues, located in different positions on the ship, to run in, and by the way, clear the mutant creatures near the route. But because of the excessive number of mutant creatures, their workload has also increased significantly. In this case, He Xingwen, who was leisurely watching the scenery, was really eye-catching. So who is that guy? A second generation who came to Guild? Which second generation would be so stupid as to use such a dangerous mission to gild himself? We are not sure of success this time. We are on the high seas. We might be wiped out if we are not careful. We will not only not get any credit, but also lose our lives. Is he the final killer? There is no ether fluctuation in his body. Is this the legendary return to nature? Read less nonsense novels. Do you believe this? I am too curious. Someone please help me solve this puzzle. Amid the discussions, He Xingwen stared at the vast sea level in the distance, although he looked like he was in a daze. In fact, He Xingwen was listening to He Tong's explanation. I investigated the relevant situation and came to a conclusion. He Tong, the increase in ether concentration has not only affected humans, but all creatures in nature have benefited further. The specific manifestation is the further increase in the number and strength of mutant creatures. In the 2 years since you disappeared, humans have used various weapons to bomb the sea surface, but have not substantially solved the problem of mutant creatures. On the contrary, due to strong external stimulation, the mutant creatures in the sea have further increased their mutation intensity. It is an established fact that mutant creatures have become a heavy-duty symbol of the era of spiritual energy revival. This is the most severe external pressure faced by all human countries at present. However, what really makes China feel more stressed is the loss of contact with His Majesty the King. It can only be said that it is not surprising at all. In the process of promoting spiritual energy revival and holographic games, His Majesty the King is an indispensable role. He pushed both of them, and at the same time, like a safety bolt, he ensured that this unprecedented change was always under control. His sudden disappearance forced humans to face a world without a safety bolt. The slightest mishap could lead to a feeling of being out of control, which is not pleasant. In this way, it is normal for the Special Investigation Bureau to describe the current situation as a dilemma. For the existence that knows about the disappearance of His Majesty the King, humans must go to an unknown new world without guidance. And on this road, there are more and more active mutant creatures that put pressure on humans, devour the space belonging to humans, and share the new world. I'm going shopping with my aunt. I wish you a good time. He Tong's voice disappeared from He Xingwen's mind. He Xingwen, who was seriously thinking about the meaning of His Majesty the King's existence to humans? Attention! Group A. There are mutant creatures that have broken through the blockade of Group E. While He Xingwen was appreciating the ocean scenery, a bloody fight was taking place not far away. Dense firepower covered the sea surface and blocked the mutant creatures. Most of the members were proficient in various high-tech weapons. In terms of combat, they tended to use physical methods. and sometimes used ether to assist in attack. He Xingwen's eyes lingered on several lookout points, and regretfully found that even the most elite ones were generally more accustomed to the technological attack mode. Of course, this was directly related to the fact that the ether attack method had not yet been perfected. Compared with heavy firepower, the imperfect ether attack method caused too low lethality, and it was difficult to meet their needs to kill mutant creatures in a short time. He Xingwen still saw many amazing performances of people with special abilities. Special abilities are different from ether. Special abilities are more in line with people's imagination of superpowers, and are more like a part of the person with special abilities. After effective training, they can often play a greater role. He Xingwen saw an acquaintance. Wang Xian was carrying a high-tech combat backpack behind him, which provided him with a constant supply of energy support, allowing him to control the situation on the scene at the moment. The sea surface under his feet was shining with electric light, and the number of mutant creatures around him was far less than that in other areas. He lost a lot of weight, and could no longer be called a little fat man. He Xingwen's eyes wandered around other people with special abilities. Perhaps there were many names he had heard from Yitong, but he didn't know what they looked like. It seems that all the background of China is here. He Xingwen was distracted, and the teams not far away, which He Xingwen regarded as China's background, were also in crisis. A group of mutant creatures broke through the outermost firepower coverage and fought with them. During the fight, several mutants took advantage of the chaos to break through the cross-force coverage of the lookouts and arrived at the last layer of defense mechanism of the ship. Ether waves emerged from the hull, covering the entire ship and isolating the mutants. Paw! With a few crisp sounds, the mutants hit the ether barrier one by one. He Xingwen was a little surprised, but quickly reacted. Although humans are still in a superficial state of using ether, the biggest advantage of humans is that they can use tools. They use their superficial understanding of ether to combine ether with tools and tap the potential of ether. Magic props are a good idea. After all, dwarves are better learning objects than mages. The mutant creatures that hit the etheric barrier were beaten up by the teams again, and they were caught in battle again under the firepower coverage and the use of superpowers. Humans who could open up sea routes again from dense mutant creatures are not that weak. He Xingwen came to this conclusion and put down his worries a little. He was ready to turn back to the cabin to continue being his mascot. As a result, he bumped into something when he turned around. It felt soft to the touch, and it smelled a little fishy. He Xingwen made a reasonable guess and stretched out his hand forward. As He Xingwen moved, a huge tentacle slowly emerged on the empty deck. The other party did not completely board the ship, but the size of the tentacles that climbed onto the deck was enough to make people gasp, and instantly outlined an unimaginable huge size. The enemy's complete form can easily cover the entire deck of the ship, you know. This ship is a military vehicle, and its size is extremely impressive. Otherwise, how can it accommodate so many lookouts and firepower coverage units? The scene of the intertwined firepower was quiet for a moment, and then a stronger artillery fire broke out. A mutant creature with invisible ability that bypassed the defense and climbed onto the deck? If there is anything worse than this, it is only the current situation. The enemy has a hostage in his hand. This paused the large-scale firepower attack that was originally urgently mobilized, so that for a while, the deck actually showed a bit of calm. He Xingwen took a step back, and the tentacles moved forward immediately, and the finger body was very obvious. Before everyone exclaimed, He Xingwen took a step forward instead of retreating. In full view of everyone, the tentacles took a step back, making an obvious move to avoid the enemy's attack. Before everyone could exclaim, they swallowed it back again, and had to look at this mutant creature and the hostage with a new perspective. According to people's understanding of mutant creatures, except for mutant creatures such as pets, most wild animals are very aggressive, especially these mutant creatures at sea, because humans previously bombed in turns to open up routes, resulting in extremely high hatred of mutant creatures towards humans. Any ship sailing on the sea will encounter attacks from mutant creatures, so China has to send a large number of troops to maintain the smoothness of the route. But the scene in front of them does not match their understanding of mutant creatures. Chapter 252 Reality 32 Leaving the team. While everyone at the scene was shocked by the behavior of the tentacle, the other party was not standing there in a daze. It only climbed up one tentacle, and such a large mass was still floating in the sea. Of course, it had to hurry up and climb onto the ship. Through the water surface, you can vaguely see the huge shadow attached to the underwater hull. It seems to be a part of the hull, extending deeper into the sea. It is hard to imagine how huge its real size is. Just when the fierce firepower was quiet for a moment because of this accident, the underwater shadows slowly moved, and the huge tentacle wandered on the steel shell, making a slight creaking sound. When it climbed over the railing on the deck, it encountered the etheric barrier that the hull had activated before. The tentacle stopped moving, like a bug, and passed through the etheric barrier. At the moment of passing through the etheric barrier, the tentacle itself changed its appearance and became a form that was closer to the etheric barrier, like a kind of mimicry. After passing through the ether barrier, the tentacles returned to their original appearance and approached He Xingwen silently. The stunned crowd quickly came to their senses. They had to, watching the number of tentacles on the deck increase from 1 to 2. And a huge shadow emerged from the deep sea. It seemed that this mutant creature was preparing to officially board the ship. In the case of unknown enemy, this is undoubtedly a threat. The term unknown enemy is a bit weird. After all, before today, everyone who had received relevant popular science knew that mutant creatures at sea were a huge threat to humans. But now, the members of each team held weapons and waited for the attack instructions from their superiors. No one launched an attack without authorization. Wu Xing pounced on the observation window of the cabin, staring at the people and mutants on the deck, unable to make up his mind. When this scene beyond common sense happened, he suddenly remembered the chimpanzee, the first mutant to appear in front of the Chinese people. The other party was successfully captured at He Xingwen's home. Now, this is more like a reminder that the first mutant known to mankind traveled thousands of miles, left his permanent residence, and went to a crowded city just to find the other party. Wu Xing pounded the windowsill in annoyance. This line should not have been shelved at the beginning. He Xingwen's connection with the mutants is not as simple as we thought. But this choice was excusable under the circumstances at the time. At that time, China had too many things to deal with, including cooperation with His Majesty the King, promotion of holographic games, signs of spiritual energy revival, control of special ability users, and the emergence of mutant creatures. The old order was in jeopardy due to the impact of new things, and China invested most of its energy in stabilizing the order. And the special ability users with superpowers were far more eye-catching than He Xingwen. After confirming that He Xingwen could not communicate with the mutant creatures, and that He Xingwen himself was not interested in the Special Ability Training Center, the Special Investigation Bureau did not continue to follow up on this abnormality in him, but planned to wait for a while. As a result, the so-called after a while has been waiting until now. Wu Xing regretted it very much. If he had followed up this line and further studied the connection between He Xingwen and the mutant creatures, maybe everything would be different 2 years later. It is also possible that there will be no gains. Another voice sounded in the room. Since the revival of spiritual energy, there are too many things we have not studied thoroughly. The great changes in the world have only told us one thing: how small humans are in front of nature. Wu Xing took a deep breath and restrained his complex emotions. No matter what, we missed the clues 2 years ago, and we can't miss it again this time. Wu Xing picked up the communicator and communicated with He Xingwen. He Xingwen, how is the situation over there? Do we need to launch an attack? When He Xingwen heard the voice in his ear, he was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered that when he got on the boat, each team member was given a full set of equipment, including communication equipment and medical kits. He Xingwen looked at the huge tentacles in front of him, and found a few small fish in the tentacles well. These small fish only looked petite compared to the huge tentacles. And compared to He Xingwen, the other party's size was not small at all. They were like mutant creatures that hitched a ride, pulling at the tentacles and looking at He Xingwen with dead fish eyes. Although they were out of the sea, they were surrounded by a thin layer of liquid. It was unknown whether it was secreted by the tentacles or by themselves. But in short, it seemed that these fish on the shore would not die for lack of water for a while. In fact, when the various combat teams stopped attacking due to emergencies, many mutant creatures had already crashed into the ether barrier one after another, and many successfully smashed on the deck, crawling towards He Xingwen in the way of dead fish. So, the situation at the scene was really weird. He Xingwen lowered his head to study how to use this communicator. There was no way. This thing was a military device. He didn't recognize it at all. While He Xingwen was studying the communication equipment in the encirclement of various mutant creatures, other battle teams were refreshing their worldviews. So, this guy is really the trump card of this mission? Pikachu. Have you seen this guy in the training center? Pika. Bah. I said I am 100,000 volts. Not Pikachu. I don't have time to joke with you. Have you ever seen him? No. He is not a special ability user. If you haven't seen someone, it means he is definitely not a special ability user? Maybe there are special ability users with higher authority above you. Impossible. Even if there are special ability users that I don't know about. Brother Khan must know about them. Right? Brother Khan doesn't know them either. I know them. What? Brother Khan? There really is a top-secret special force? No. Aren't we a top-secret special forces? I saw it in the information. 3 years ago. When we just met Yushin and the Institute was still in the training center. We met Wuxing taking him to the Institute. Brother Kang's memory is amazing. Admit it. Pikachu. You don't know all the special ability users at all. No. Such an awesome boss has only appeared now. Isn't it a waste of talent? He Xingwen finally found the call button of the communicator and replied to Wuxing, I feel okay. This question shouldn't be asked to me. A huge shadow enveloped He Xingwen from above, covering the entire deck. He Xingwen looked up at the giant octopus sticking out of the sea. Its body was too big, and I don't know how it mutated into this. Strictly speaking, the other party should not be called an octopus. Its appearance has also mutated, mixed with many characteristics of underwater creatures, such as the unique rings of jellyfish. When they light up one by one on the surface of the body, it is like labeling the other party as venomous. New species have appeared in the mutant creatures? After being stunned, He Xingwen reacted. The Earth's pattern has undergone tremendous changes. It seems not surprising that new and more threatening species have appeared in high-risk areas. This giant creature was about to board the ship, but its huge size and the existence of the etheric barrier slowed down its boarding speed, so that other mutant creatures were crawling all over the deck, and it had just put on a few tentacles. He Xingwen turned his attention back to the conversation and continued with the previous words. Do you remember the process of my contact with the chimpanzee? Wuxing stared at the busy deck, his eyes fixed. I remember it very clearly. Then why are you still standing there? He Xingwen was a little confused. The chimpanzee did not attack me, but he did not stop attacking others. In fact, you should remember that the chimpanzee did not want to attack me, but for some reason, it did not do so. But its hostility towards me did exist. In other words, what He Xingwen is like is not the point. The point is that for the people on the ship, these mutants are not a friendly camp. Wuxing remembered that this is why they placed this line. Although the mutants' failure to attack He Xingwen may give people some illusions, in fact, they just did not attack him. They are not kind to He Xingwen, let alone others. Just after He Xingwen finished saying this, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out at the scene. A certain team that was almost attacked by mutant creatures took the lead in launching a counterattack and sent the attack signal to all battle queues. Be careful. Fierce exchange of fire sounded on the ship that had been quiet for a long time. The deck also became part of the battlefield, and the firepower covered the outer part of the deck. The area where He Xingwen was located was avoided. After all, there was an unarmed human there. Before receiving clear instructions, no one would take the initiative to sweep over with a shuttle, killing both the hostage and the kidnapper. So, a slightly strange scene appeared at the scene. The outer area of the ship was very lively, but in a certain area of the deck, humans and mutant creatures lived in harmony. In fact, it was the fierce firepower from humans that forced some mutant creatures to get closer to the area without firepower coverage. That is, around He Xingwen. Of course, some mutant creatures with bad tempers directly confronted humans, trying to teach humans the right way to be human. But unfortunately, the fire net laid by the Steel War suppressed the counterattack of the mutant creatures. One end of the ship was in danger, but the other was peaceful. The mutants formed a circle around He Xingwen, staring at him. If Wuxing could observe the mutants surrounding He Xingwen closely, he would be able to clearly see that they wanted to get closer but didn't dare to, and wanted to attack but didn't dare to. The huge shadow was still approaching slowly, and the giant octopus was still overcoming numerous difficulties and dangers to get on the ship, because humans have already reacted. The resistance to boarding the ship also comes from human attacks. However, the opponent's body is too large, and those human attacks on it are like tickling, and they can't cause effective attacks on it at all. Report. Long-range missiles are in place, and can launch attacks at any time. Report. The ocean-going series warships are in place, waiting for orders. Report. A series of voices of different attack units rang out in the room where Wuxing was. But this was not Wuxing's responsibility. He belonged to the Special Investigation Bureau, and had no authority to intervene in military mobilization. These reports were reported to a general, who was participating in the remote meeting. As a key trump card, he was waiting for the order to launch an attack. Wu Xing stared at the group of mutants on the deck. To his disappointment, they did not come into contact with He Xingwen. The mutants just surrounded He Xingwen without any other actions. It was difficult for bystanders to see what attracted them, and why they did not move. Wu Xing, there are more mutants coming in this direction. Another voice sounded, and another person participating in the remote meeting interrupted his meditation. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Wu Xing withdrew his eyes from the deck and looked at the others on the display screen, asking knowingly, "Return to the ship? You know what I mean? Dr. Wang's research is very important, and the rescue must continue." The voice had obviously made a decision long ago. Let him get off the ship. Isn't the specialness shown by He Xingwen important enough? Wu Xing raised his voice and argued with the other party. I think this is another breakthrough. Besides, I invited him on board, and now I'm throwing him off the ship? I can't do that. Don't let your emotions get in the way, said another person. If he stays on the ship will only encounter more dangers on the way to its destination, and it will be just a stone's throw away from the ship and the death of everyone on board. This is not throwing him off the ship halfway. It's a strategic adjustment. Given the special features of the other party, he is the most likely person to complete the rescue mission. What you need to do is give him a lifeboat and enough supplies, and let him rush to the rescue site alone. Intellectually, this is a plan that has the best of both worlds. After all, the mutant creatures that are constantly attracted to attack the ship have proved that He Xingwen's stay on the ship is a threat to others on the ship. But emotionally, Wu Xing can't accept this plan. An ordinary person who has not received any training. Let him go to the high seas alone on a boat in the vast ocean to complete the rescue mission. I can't accept it. What if the other party has an accident on the way? What if the mutant creatures attack halfway? I can't explain to him. Wu Xing's Adam's apple moved slightly. I brought him on the boat. Since mutant creatures appeared on the earth as the norm in the world, death and sacrifice have also become the norm. Wu Xing has seen off many comrades in arms, and has long been prepared to sacrifice for the country. But He Xingwen is different. His identity is a member of the masses, not a soldier. The atmosphere in the room was frozen and fell into silence. Not only He Xingwen saw off many comrades in arms, but everyone present also saw off comrades in arms, friends and even relatives on this battlefield. He Xingwen looked up at the huge shadow above, because the other party tried to climb onto the ship. Most of the combat team's attacks were poured on the other party, trying to prevent it from getting on board. Indeed, such a huge mutant creature is definitely a more serious threat to everyone on the ship. Although the other mutant creatures jumping all over the ground are also very dangerous. Compared with this guy, at least those mutant creatures can't crush the ship in an instant. He Xingwen sighed and prepared to do something. You can't really let the people on the ship fight with mutant creatures of this size, with the equipment in their hands. Right? That can't be considered a fight. It can only be considered a one-sided crushing, let alone winning. They have to consider how to survive from the other party. He Xingwen lowered his head and fumbled on the communication device, then pressed the call button. Hello? Wu Xing. Are you still there? The silent atmosphere was broken by this voice. Wu Xing gestured to the display screen and replied to He Xingwen's communication. I'm here. Where is the lifeboat? Wu Xing's hand on the windowsill bulged with a few blue veins. But his tone was no different from before. Why are you asking this? After standing on the deck for a long time, He Xingwen, who was surrounded by mutants, walked a few steps toward the outer edge of the deck and looked at the sea. What else can I do? You also see this octopus? If this thing gets on the ship, then China can only come to the seabed to salvage the wreckage of this ship. He Xingwen walked around the outermost deck, and the mutants followed him around. It was hard to guess that they were strongly hostile to the humans in front of them. I think this location is good. There are not so many mutant creatures. He Xingwen stopped and said to Wu Xing, put the lifeboat here. I don't know the way. You have to put a positioning system for me. Do you have a communication device with a larger range? Don't let it lose contact while floating. By the way, He Xingwen paused and said with a smile, let's put a gun. Wu Xing's voice did not come from the communicator. He Xingwen was not in a hurry and continued, hurry up. The big octopus will crawl in soon. It's not that I look down on your fighting ability, but it seems that you can't hold a big octopus for long. A small boat was released from the hull on the sea below. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many mutant creatures wandering around the ship. He Xingwen judged the situation and estimated that they did not leave him much time. If He Xingwen was a step slower, the small boat would immediately become a meal for the mutant creatures. So He Xingwen didn't hesitate, pressed the communication tool, and simply said goodbye, keep in touch. See you on the high seas. Forget it. It's better not to meet. Then He Xingwen ran on the deck for a while, accelerated himself, and then dived and jumped off the deck. To be honest, He Xingwen had never practiced diving and couldn't swim. The reason why he was fearless was all due to his strong mental quality. After all, he was a man who talked and laughed with the undead emperor and rode a giant eagle. This little scene was not enough to make him emotional. On the war-torn ship, many people caught this scene with their peripheral vision and saw the back of the giant octopus, who ran away without hesitation. It really didn't hesitate. It finally got half of its head through the barrier. When it saw He Xingwen jumping into the sea, it immediately turned its head and fell into the sea. But it didn't stir up any huge waves. For the other party, the sea is its home ground. Its speed in the sea is much faster than the speed of slowly climbing the hull just now. In the blink of an eye, several tentacles grabbed the lifeboat and He Xingwen, who fell into the sea. He Xingwen found that he had really thought too much just now, because he didn't have to think about swimming or diving at all. He was caught by the tentacles of the giant octopus. Of course, the one who was more frightened by this was the giant octopus itself. It stretched out its tentacles to grab He Xingwen as a subconscious predator reaction. But after finally coming into close contact with the high concentration ether, the deterrent power of the other party was instantly enhanced. It was directly scared to pee. Here I have to explain for the giant octopus. It's not that it's not powerful. Looking at its giant size, you can see that it can barely be regarded as a tyrant in the seabed. But if you can put yourself in its perspective and feel the breath of various beasts, including the dragon, and the shadow of death that follows you, you will be scared. He Xingwen just landed on the tentacles, and before he could feel the soft touch more deeply, the tentacles wrapped around him loosened, and He Xingwen fell straight into the sea. The mutant creatures attracted to him instantly made way for him. He Xingwen fluttered in the sea water without any aesthetic sense, and he regretted it a little. I should have learned to swim earlier. The sound of diving continued to sound around, and these mutant creatures that were originally on the boat jumped in this direction one after another, and none of them were interested in the humans on the boat. After He Xingwen had been floundering in the sea for a short while, a large area of the deck suddenly became empty. The teams that had lost their targets due to the enemy's departure were speechless. He doesn't seem to be able to swim. Isn't swimming a required course in the training course? Is there anyone in the team who can't swim? Has the course for people with special abilities been changed? No. Not only has it not been changed, but there are also specific requirements for holding breath underwater. Then why does he look like he's about to drown? The teams that were very worried about He Xingwen quickly dispelled their unnecessary worries. He Xingwen really couldn't swim, and he was indeed floundering in the sea. But as we all know, people who can't swim will instinctively try to grab something to stabilize their body when they are drowning. Fortunately, there were too many things around He Xingwen that he could use to gain leverage. The mutant creatures that were watching He Xingwen were the first to suffer. He Xingwen grabbed a fish and changed several mutant creatures in a row during the fierce struggle of the other party. Finally, he grabbed the tentacles of the giant octopus and climbed onto the lifeboat. He lay on the lifeboat, gasping for breath, very embarrassed, in sharp contrast to his previous dashing appearance. But it was the mutant creatures that looked more embarrassed than him. Each one of them was like being molested, with a short circuit in their brain logic and out-of-control instincts. They ran around everywhere, bumping into other mutant creatures from time to time, and the area around the lifeboat was in chaos. He Xingwen turned over, glanced at the tentacles on the lifeboat, and stretched out his body to greet the other party in a friendly manner. The tentacles quickly retracted and kept a distance from He Xingwen. The lifeboat was free from the giant octopus. He Xingwen did not rush to act. He first counted the equipment in the secret compartment of the lifeboat. Unsuitable weapon +1. Some bullets. Small communication equipment with instructions +1. Compressed biscuits 10. Various canned foods 30. Clean water 60. Emergency water production equipment with instructions +1. Marine survival guide +1. Tablet +1. Remote navigation +1. Simple operation instructions for lifeboat +1. Some uniforms. Quite considerate. He Xingwen turned on the navigation, followed the instructions, started the automatic driving mode of the lifeboat, calibrated the direction, looked at the dense mutant creatures blocking the way ahead, supported his body with difficulty, sat on the bow, and dangled his feet into the sea. The effect was immediate, and the mutant creatures in front instantly turned on the avoidance mode. It was a bit uncomfortable to sit in this position. He Xingwen muttered in his heart, waved to the huge ship behind, pressed the start button, and the boat slowly sailed towards the distance. He Tong, I have taken over the video equipment on the lifeboat to ensure that they will not notice anything unusual. There is actually surveillance? He Xingwen sighed in surprise, but did not pay too much attention to this point. He asked the question that he had been concerned about since just now. Is the reaction of the mutant creatures much stronger than before? How long ago did I come into contact with the dragon? Are they still intimidated by the dragon like this? He Tong, according to my analysis, this time it should not be caused by the dragon. What is it? He Xingwen recalled the races he had recently come into contact with in the other world. The orcs in the beast god wilderness? Orcs are more terrifying than dragons? Their reaction this time is much greater than that of the chimpanzees before. Judging from their intense reaction, what really intimidates them should be the remaining death breath of the undead emperor. He Tong, you are in close contact with death. Even if there is only a little bit of residue, it is enough to make them feel terrified. In He Tong's voice, He Xingwen sat at the bow, surrounded by mutant creatures, and sailed towards the depths of the sea. Chapter 253 Reality 33 We have lived up to the country's expectations. Old One succeeded. The sky was dark, and the clouds piled up on the horizon. At the end of the field of vision, the skyline and the sea were connected, and it was difficult to distinguish the boundary between the sky and the sea. The monotonous scenery, the deserted world, coupled with the extremely depressing weather, and several mutant creatures staring at them. It was really a day suitable for collapse even if it was not today. It would be sooner or later. This is the most common thing that happened to the vast majority of humans who entered the open sea since the revival of spiritual energy. If they were lucky enough not to die in the hands of mutant creatures, most humans who went out to sea to perform rescue missions and research projects would have some psychological problems after returning. But compared to the more common situations of death, disability and disappearance, just psychological problems were already their best result. When the Chinese scientific research team lost contact on the high seas, other humans in this area of the high seas, whether it was a scientific research team or a naval army, lost contact. Most of the few words sent back before the loss of contact mentioned mutant creatures. Not only did China organize rescue teams to go out to sea, but other countries also sent rescue teams. Due to geographical reasons, some countries came faster than China. Of course, this may not be good news for them. He Xingwen knew nothing about all this. He was lying on the yacht, watching He Tong weaving a canopy with discarded steel. Data flowed on the steel, bending it. This material, which is difficult for humans to change its shape with bare hands, was shaped into a brand new shape in the other party's hands, just by watching the smooth steel deformation process. He Xingwen even realized the possibility of the real existence of transformers at that moment. A precisely calculated canopy stood above the lifeboat. He Xingwen tilted his head and looked out of the canopy to the gloomy sky. Is it going to rain soon? In 13 minutes, a low pressure will appear on the sea surface, forming. He Xingwen didn't listen carefully. He took out the tablet computer beside him, looked at the no signal sign on the tablet with regret, and put it back. This is why he was so bored that he watched He Tong build a canopy as the lifeboat went deeper. The received signal became worse and worse, until just now, the signal was completely lost. This means that He Xingwen's only entertainment facility has become a brick, which also means that the lifeboat has finally left the offshore area, further shortening the distance to the destination. The interruption of the sea route is because the visual fog has formed in the distant sea area where the influence of land has become weak. Humans cannot rely on the technological products established before the revival of spiritual energy to spy on the distant sea area. They must rely on the most primitive methods and send various teams to open up new routes in the sea area. This is also the reason why the scientific research team is concentrated in the high seas. People urgently need to break the visual fog of the distant sea area and bring the ocean back into human vision to facilitate them to maintain new routes more effectively. Of course, it is not just this topic. The ocean is another area affected by ether that is different from the continent. Scientists are full of curiosity about this area. After countries opened up the high seas, a sea area under human control, from the distant seas, scientific research teams from various countries flocked to the distant seas for field investigations. Therefore, when one of the scientific research teams suddenly lost contact, it only meant one thing. Something went wrong in the entire high seas. This is not surprising. After all, it is too close to the ocean and too far from the land. He Xingwen was idle for a while, staring at the awning with a very aesthetic structure above for a long time, and suddenly sat up and realized the problem he had not noticed just now. Where did these discarded steel come from? There was no discarded steel on the lifeboat. It was not even made of steel. He Xingwen looked at the skeleton of the awning. From the traces left on the skeleton, it can be seen that the specifications of these discarded steels are not small, and they are definitely not marine garbage. Besides, when most of the routes are interrupted, where does this kind of marine garbage come from in the sea? Who would throw this kind of thing into the sea casually? He Tong's answer is very logical. I picked it up from the sea. He Xingwen got out of the awning and sat on the bow of the lifeboat. He didn't give the group of mutant creatures that suddenly dispersed a line of sight, and searched around in the vast sea, trying to find something abnormal. He looked around and felt that he was the most abnormal person on the sea. The lifeboat floating in the sea was strange enough, not to mention the mutant creatures around the lifeboat. Anyone who saw it had to go around it. The description of massive was very appropriate. Wherever He Xingwen passed, the mutant creatures rushed towards him one after another, as if they had smelled a strong drug. He Xingwen cleared the obstacles on the route for the ship behind him by himself, which shows how many mutant creatures were attracted by him. Of course, He Xingwen had anticipated this scene when he asked to go to the destination alone. But the problem was that the mutant creatures surrounded him in a large number, and they got together and fought to the death. The farther the lifeboat went, the longer the blood floated without dissipating. The space around the lifeboat was limited, and in order to compete for the closest position, they could only rely on force to win. As a result, the mutant creatures around the lifeboat were all super large, and the giant octopus was the best among them. If someone risked his life to break through the mutant creatures on the periphery and approach the lifeboat, he would be lucky enough to see dozens of giant mutant creatures surrounding the lifeboat. He Xingwen got nothing, but he didn't give up easily. After all, as long as he mastered the correct questioning skills, he could get the answer directly from He Tong. Are there any survivors around here? He Tong's data stream fluctuated. Yes. I knew it. He Xingwen muttered and complained. Then why don't you remind me? He Tong reminded him. As far as the current situation is concerned, I think the biggest help to the other party is that you stay away from the survivors. He Xingwen looked around at the huge group of mutant creatures, thought about the time it would take for them to tear the survivors into pieces, and was speechless and made small talk. It's going to rain soon. Right? Yes. In 3 minutes. Will form on the sea surface, outside the lifeboat where everything was normal. The survivors in this sea area were hiding in the seabed with bated breath, watching the huge group of mutant creatures in the distance moving forward in an organized and purposeful manner. They have received professional training and can maintain a long breath-holding state on the seabed, and can also communicate and talk simply through rhythmic light knocking sounds. Did you see that? The mutants are gathering together. God, there are too many of them. This proves that something has indeed changed in the far sea area that we don't know about. Did the mutants have a new mutation? Do they have a ruler? Damn! What on earth happened on the high seas? Even the mutants that sank our ship just now have abandoned us and are gathering towards the mutant tide. How terrible! Oh my god! Have the mutants finally decided to attack humans? I have to keep up with them. There are several human countries in their direction. Even if I can't stop them, I have to at least warn them. This is definitely the dark age of mankind. After a conversation, the survivors carefully followed the group of mutants. That's right. They didn't even see the lifeboat in the center of the mutants, but only saw the dense mutant tide. It's raining. He Xingwen retreated under the awning, listening to the rain and thinking about it, and soon fell asleep in the rain. The lifeboat with a set destination was still moving automatically. In fact, its speed was much higher than its original speed because from a certain perspective, the lifeboat was pushed by these giant mutant creatures. For example, the giant octopus that was scared to death before was behind the lifeboat, moving forward with all its heart, occasionally stretching a tentacle towards the lifeboat, ready to attack, and quickly shrinking back when approaching He Xingwen. This was the normal state of most mutant creatures when facing He Xingwen, wanting to get close but not dare, wanting to attack but not dare, and could only squat and watch him aggrievedly. So it is understandable that the lifeboat was moving so fast. The rain soon became heavier, and the rainstorm swept across the sea, washing away the remaining traces of the battle. Those were more obvious traces than the previous few pieces of discarded steel, scattered on the sea leading to the high seas, the damaged hull, the waste floating on the sea, and the traces left by the artillery fire. But He Xingwen didn't see anything, because he was sleeping soundly. The number of survivors who followed the tide of mutant creatures with difficulty continued to increase. When these rescue teams came to rescue the trapped team, they were the first to encounter more violent attacks from mutant creatures than before when they approached the high seas, so that most of the rescue teams did not reach their destination. Even when He Xingwen arrived, there was still a rescue team fighting against the mutant creatures. It seemed that the ship was about to be destroyed and people were killed. But the next second, the ferocious mutant creatures left the enemy close at hand and headed towards the distant mutant creature tide from a long distance. The rescue team that survived inexplicably? This is not the most puzzling development for them. When they finally calmed down, reorganized the team, and prepared to continue the rescue mission, they saw with their own eyes the scene of a huge tide of mutant creatures sweeping across the entire sea. That scene was enough to crush the survival desire of any survivor. The mentality of the rescue team collapsed instantly. After the huge tide of mutant creatures left, the fleet remained in place for a long time. It was not until the survivors who came with the huge tide of mutant creatures contacted them that the ship was restarted, carrying the hope of mankind. They believed it. And the huge tide of mutant creatures, ready to risk their lives to record first-hand data, warn human countries that may be attacked by them, and preserve the human race as much as possible. That's right. After witnessing the increase in the number of mutant creatures, they were pessimistic enough to start considering human fire. The rainstorm did not stop, and ripples kept appearing on the sea surface. The impact brought by the large number of mutant creatures was spreading continuously. After leaving the offshore area, the traffic signal on the ship was completely broken. So Wu Xing received the news one step later than others. The news that the mutant creatures were moving towards the high seas for unknown reasons was passed through multiple hands and appeared in Wu Xing's ears with difficulty. Of course, this time difference means that when Wu Xing got the news, all countries had already learned about it. China spent a lot of effort to persuade several other countries, especially those located in the direction of the mutant creatures' advance, not to act rashly. Mutants are terrible, but humans at the top of the food chain are equally terrible. It's not that countries don't have trump cards, various missiles set up on land, aircraft carriers docked in various ports, and even deterrent nuclear weapons are all trump cards that have not yet been unsheathed. Although these weapons had some minor problems such as positioning deviation due to the influence of ether, they would not become unusable junk in such a short time. In fact, in order to open up the shipping lane, some weapons had already bombed the sea. But while clearing a large area of the sea, the lethality of the mutated creatures at sea was further enhanced. Facts have proved that unless they can completely exterminate all the creatures in the sea, bombing alone cannot clear the sea. On the contrary, it will only cause the other party to mutate and become stronger in the intense attack. Logically speaking, the speed of He Xingwen's lifeboat could not match that of the warship. So how come the other side was so much ahead of them? Wu Xing was puzzled, but still ordered the warship to speed up again, because the road ahead had been cleared by He Xingwen. The warship could move forward in a straight line without interference. But this did not shorten the distance between them. Mutated creatures are much faster than machines in the sea. When He Xingwen woke up in a daze, the dense rain had not stopped, and the sky in the distance was gloomy, as if it had entered the night. He Xingwen was a little confused for a while, and looked around from the awning except for the densely packed mutants fighting. He saw nothing. It seems that he is still on the way. He Xingwen yawned and prepared to sleep for a while. Just as he lay back and closed his eyes, the scene he just glanced at was replayed in his mind. Densely packed mutants fighting. He sat up, stuck his head out again, and looked around. The increase in the number of mutants was actually hard to detect, because there were so many mutants around He Xingwen. The key point was the mutants fighting each other. The more He Xingwen looked, the more frightened he became. He found that the mutants around him, from the giant mutants next to the ship to the mutants at the outermost edge, were almost all fighting. The mutants had been fighting all along the way, but it had always been small scale and sporadic. But now all the mutants were fighting. The noise was so loud that the blood on the sea surface flowed far away, and the huge waves caused by the mutants fighting could be seen from afar. In this situation, the lifeboat He Xingwen was riding on was miraculously not affected. Just like the eye of a tornado, with huge waves outside the calm sea. What happened? He Xingwen subconsciously glanced at the navigation, which stopped on the high seas. They had reached their destination. But where were the wreckage that should be around the destination? Where were the trapped scientific research team? He Xingwen looked into the distance, and the waves were surging. Not to mention the scientific research team. Even the empty sea surface could not be seen. As you can see, the mutants are fighting, He Tong explained. Half an hour ago, the lifeboat arrived at the high seas. At that time, there was a large group of mutants on the high seas. They gathered here for some reason. After you appeared, they were attracted by the high concentration of ether in your body and moved towards you. As a result, the two groups of mutants came into contact, leading to the current situation. He Tong defined this scene. Don't worry. This is just the way for the mutants to re-establish order. After they finish fighting, they will calm down. So, before I arrived, a large group of mutants gathered on the high seas. He Xingwen grasped the key point. Is this the reason why the scientific research team was trapped and lost contact? Obviously. And there are quite a lot of mutants. He Xingwen thought thoughtfully. The only reason that the original order of mutants could be thrown into chaos on a large scale was that the number of newly emerged mutants was so large that the order needed to be re-established. Then the question was obvious. Why are so many mutants gathered here? He Tong said calmly. The same reason why you attract mutants. There is something with high ether concentration here. The so-called high ether concentration on Earth only means one thing. This thing is not a product of Earth. He Xingwen. Things with high ether concentration? Are you saying that the channel between the other world and the Earth has been opened? He Tong. According to my judgment, 20 years is not enough for the other world to develop to this extent on the road of exploring technology. He Xingwen didn't care about the bloody fighting scene around him. His eyes searched the sea surface, trying to find the existence of this so-called high ether concentration. Where is it? He Tong marked the location of the other party in He Xingwen's sight. Just like the pathfinding function in some online games, He Xingwen's sight clearly marked the location of the other party, and the distance between him and the other party. More than 1,000 meters. Not far. There is just a small problem. He Xingwen can't swim. He Xingwen glanced at the turbulent sea surface. Without hesitation, took his weapon and jumped into the sea. Instantly, a space was cleared around him, and the mutants kept their distance from him. The familiar feeling of drowning came, and He Xingwen gurgled and spit out a string of bubbles, which floated up along the water surface, while He Xingwen sank along the seawater. You are too risky. He Tong sighed and repeated the precautions of swimming. Pay attention to holding your breath. Facts have proved that people have different physiques. Some people can lift a bridge car with their bare hands to rescue their relatives trapped under the car in an emergency, while some people fainted while drowning in the seawater. He Tong sighed deeply, and once again lamented the fragility of human beings. A tentacle carefully reached out from the side, rolled up the suffocating He Xingwen, and put him in the wreckage of the ship that sank to the bottom of the sea. After completing this series of actions smoothly, the tentacle seemed to react to what it had done, and quickly retracted its hand, trembling on the side, and was frightened again. After He Tong put He Xingwen on the wreckage, he ignored the reaction of the giant octopus, but controlled the hull, opened the sealed area that had not been completely damaged, and the self-moving steel, like a conveyor belt, transported He Xingwen into the sealed area of the wreckage. Because it is still sealed here, there is enough air left, and it is the only safe area left in the wreckage of the ship. He Xingwen woke up in the strange pressure. He vomited a belly of water, and felt that he was alive again. It seems that I don't have any talent in swimming. He Xingwen coughed and propped himself up. After seeing the person who was giving him first aid, he froze in his place. I thought, what's your name? Where is this place? He Xingwen asked the Chinese man in front of him while looking around and noticed that he was farther away from the coordinates of the high concentration of ether. Of course, this was not because the other party was moving, but because He Xingwen struggled unconsciously after drowning and deviated from the original route. This place looks like a laboratory. The small space was full of broken experimental equipment, and several bodies in white coats were placed in the corner. The bloody ground proved that there had been a sudden disaster here, and the Chinese man in front of him seemed to be the only survivor. Unfortunately, the other person's current situation was not good. His white coat was red, and because there were too many bloodstains, it was even difficult to see where the other person was injured with the naked eye. The broken glasses hung diagonally on his ears, and he squinted his eyes and looked at He Xingwen carefully. He Xingwen subconsciously helped him. Are you from the army? The other person did not sit down and rest with his hand, but used his weak strength to lead He Xingwen to the operating table on the side. He Xingwen glanced at the uniform on his body. This was the supplies on the lifeboat. He Xingwen avoided the main point. I am a member of the rescue team, and I came to the high seas to search for Dr. Wang from the scientific research team. He's there. The other party pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner and said, luckily you came. If you came a little later, you probably wouldn't have seen me. He Xingwen supported the other party and looked at the blood-stained white coat on the other party. Your injuries. The other party didn't care about his problem at all, and fell on the operating table, pressing buttons in a daze, muttering to himself, take the information back and tell the country that we have a breakthrough. A big breakthrough. He trembled as he performed iris verification on the operating table and transferred all data and information to the electronic storage device. The large amount of data transfer took some time to complete. The other party took advantage of this time to briefly explain their discovery to He Xingwen, in addition to the evolution caused by mutation. There is another more important point about the mutant marine creatures. They can use ether. Use ether? I believe that they are evolving in all aspects, not only in terms of force, but also in terms of intelligence. The other party took a breath, recovered and continued, just like humans. They also use ether. And to some extent, they are much more proficient in using ether than we are. It's just that unlike humans, the specific form of their use of ether is to control the medium, such as water, rather than directly mobilize the ether. Of course, this is easy to understand. The ether on the Earth is too thin, so the benefits of our use of ether to attack are often very low, because we have to gather enough ether from the thin environment. But the mutants are different from us. They directly control the medium. It is a new path. The other party's voice lowered. We were wrong at the beginning. We tried to copy the intelligent creature's understanding of ether according to the game, but forgot that the situation on Earth is different from theirs. What we need to learn is not the game, but the mutant creatures on Earth who rely on instinct. Find ways to control those media and combine them with ancient Chinese elements. His voice suddenly became louder, and his face flushed a little. By the way, I saw how you came in from outside. Is your special ability to control steel? He Xingwen nodded hesitantly. Then you should combine your special ability to study how to use ether, instead of trying to drive pure ether energy directly. This is too difficult for us. The other party looked at the console, and after seeing the reminder that the data transmission was completed, he smiled and pointed in the direction of the console. The data transmission is complete. You take the data storage device back and hand it over to the country, and say, we have lived up to the country's expectations. Old One succeeded. He Xingwen stepped forward and pulled out the data storage device. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the other party and said, your injuries. No one answered in the small room. The other party smiled and had already fallen asleep. Can you save him? He Xingwen stopped talking, stared at the other party's body, and couldn't help asking one more question. If I can bring the dead back to life, then I won't be so worried about your safety. He Tong could understand He Xingwen's feelings of sympathy at the moment. He comforted He Xingwen in an awkward way. His injuries are too serious. It is a miracle created by a strong mind that he can hold on until you appear. He Xingwen glanced at the information storage device in his hand and held it tightly. Chapter 254 Reality 34 Unexpected Discovery. He Xingwen sealed the information storage device layer by layer and placed it inside the uniform for safekeeping. The hull suddenly vibrated, as if it was some kind of omen. Soon, the hull kept vibrating, as if something kept pushing it, causing it to flip over. The world turned upside down, and all the furnishings in the room and the debris on the ground fell on top of him. He Xingwen was caught off guard and collided with the corpse next to him. Just when he was about to be hit, a big hole suddenly appeared in the cabin. The sealed environment was suddenly broken, and the imbalance of air pressure inside and outside sucked He Xingwen, who was closest to the hole, out of the hole, and was poured into the face by seawater. He Tong planned a route to escape from the wreckage. There were sudden holes everywhere along the way, which safely dropped He Xingwen from the deepest safe zone to the outside of the wreckage. He Xingwen followed the water flow and took a last look at the sealed cabin. The seawater poured in through the hole on the cabin, washing everything away. Perhaps because the drowning just now gave He Xingwen some resistance. This time He Xingwen gurgled in the seawater for a long time, and did not faint easily, but floated out of the wreckage soberly, and saw the culprit of the accident. The mutated creatures surrounded the wreckage in 3 circles inside and outside. Some of the mutated creatures rushed into the wreckage because of their small size, while some of the mutated creatures, because of their large size, pulled the wreckage and turned it into a rocking toy. If it weren't for He Tong, even if He Xingwen was given 100 lives, he might not be able to survive from the wreckage that was shaking like this. He Xingwen opened his mouth to speak, but a series of gulps came out of his mouth, filling his mouth with seawater, completely giving up his idea of asking questions. The Chinese warship is approaching this direction. He Tong reported the situation more than 10 kilometers away, and reminded He Xingwen, but the most important thing right now is that you can't swim. You know. You still speak slowly? He Xingwen felt a little dizzy, and the long-term lack of oxygen made him drown again. He was about to faint again. Considering this, are you interested in what the scientist said just now? What did the scientist say just now? He Xingwen's eyes were shining white, and his thoughts subconsciously followed He Tong's words. He had absolute trust in He Tong, and he was sure that He Tong cared about his safety more than he did. So He Xingwen tried to recall the last words the other party said, and a few words came to He Xingwen's mind: medium, water, ether, traditional culture? He Xingwen could not continue to think about the meaning behind these words. His brain was lacking oxygen, and he was already in a semi-comatose state. He Tong was still slowly opening up He Xingwen. It is better to use a medium to control ether, because the concentration is too low. Ether on the earth does not exist in any form. So to be precise, it exists in everything. Do you feel it? What did he feel? He Xingwen could hear He Tong's voice flowing past his ears, bringing a little lingering sound, and could not form a specific meaning. Ether. Water. He Tong monitored He Xingwen's physical condition, and was ready to interrupt at any time to ensure He Xingwen's absolute safety. They are right beside you. Ether? Water? Gurgle. The bubbling He Xingwen suddenly realized something. Indeed, there was water everywhere. The water that submerged him. The water that overflowed from his body. The weak ether moved slowly, as if to show that it was still alive, and shook its head, one head after another, swayed to the water molecules until they became one. The mutant creatures that had lost interest in the wreckage after He Xingwen appeared were now gathering around He Xingwen, surrounding him layer by layer, because He Xingwen's vital signs were gradually weakening, and his wildness gradually suppressed his fear, and they were eager to try. The weak ether reacted, and a thin mist wrapped around He Xingwen. The appearance of fresh air made He Xingwen wake up again after a short coma. What happened? When He Xingwen opened his eyes, he saw a full view of strange mutant creatures, so that he didn't even notice his abnormality at the first time. He Xingwen stretched out his hand, and the mutant creatures in the encirclement immediately made way for an unobstructed area. The sea was still the same sea, and the wreckage was even more miserable than before. Other than that, He Xingwen took a deep breath and felt the beauty of the land and the free air. Congratulations. You are the first person to successfully practice Dr. Wang's theory, He Tong said, at the critical moment of life and death. You broke through yourself and successfully controlled the water element to create a filter for yourself. He Xingwen glanced at the layer of water mist that was clinging to him. He was in the seawater, but this layer of water mist was continuously providing him with enough oxygen to breathe. He Xingwen hesitated. It sounds amazing, but what is the principle of this oxygen supply? This is a very simple chemical principle. Water can be decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen through electrolysis. He Tong had just started talking, and He Xingwen had already begun to think about why he asked this question, and why he had to seriously study how superpowers were achieved. Anyway, he did it. He Xingwen interrupted He Tong's dense explanation. So, I can control water? I have special abilities? When He Tong heard this question, he knew that He Xingwen had not listened to a word of the previous explanation. Although it is with the help of a medium, it is still the control of ether in the final analysis. The degree of control over ether determines the limit of control over the medium. He Tong said tactfully, you can probably only do this step at present. For this step, you have to rely on forcibly breaking through at the critical moment of life and death. Otherwise, with He Xingwen's level of not having learned how to control ether at all, don't even think about it. He Xingwen was a little disappointed. He threw the idea of controlling the sea to turn the world upside down behind his mind, and became happy again. At least I won't drown now. The happiness of a humble savior is so simple. He Xingwen touched his clothes to confirm that the data storage device was not lost. He recalibrated his direction. He didn't rush to find Wuxing and the others, but prepared to go and see the high-concentration ether object that attracted a large number of mutant creatures to the high seas. He aimed at the location of the high-concentration ether object on his retina and moved forward. The mutant creatures around him turned around, and the current brought by the many mutant creatures moving together turned into a wave on the sea surface. It was inconspicuous, but it was hard to ignore in the eyes of those who were interested. The warship successfully arrived at the outer edge of the high seas, and successfully met with the survivors, who followed the mutant creatures. The two sides met, and continued to track the mutant creatures. Because the mutant creatures followed He Xingwen into the seabed, and lost their eye-catching target. They found the lifeboat floating on the sea first. Most of the supplies were still on the boat. But He Xingwen, who should have been on the boat, was missing. After expanding the search range nearby and still finding nothing, people's eyes fell on the sea. Wu Xing and his team held a simple discussion on this situation. This is the location where the research team lost contact last, and he may have gone down. What do you think? Should we go down? If we run into that group of mutant creatures, we have no chance of winning in the water. Wait a little longer and see what happens. After waiting for a long time, they finally succeeded in waiting for abnormal traces on the water. The waves spread in another direction, and the group of creatures below were moving. After waiting patiently for a while again, and confirming that all mutant creatures had theoretically left, the warship put down a small-scale detection tool, carefully checked the traces under the sea, and after ensuring safety, the rescue team entered the sea to rescue the wreckage. Although it was a step slower than He Xingwen, there were still many special information worth recording in the wreckage after all. People in desperate situations would not pin their hopes on someone finding them in time. While the rescue team was fulfilling their mission, He Xingwen had already walked for half a day, quickly closing the distance between him and the target. That high-concentration ether thing. Isn't it dangerous? To be on the safe side, He Xingwen confirmed this with He Tong while he was on his way. I can just pick it up directly. He Tong hesitated. He Xingwen took 2 more steps and suddenly realized something. But it's a bit strange. Why has its position not changed? I mean, it's different from me and has no deterrent to mutants. Mutants should grab it and run away. Why did it end up with the scientific research team on the high seas being trapped by mutants? He Tong. Probably because mutants can't grab it and run away. He Xingwen. That's why mutants are constantly attracted. So that there are too many mutants in the high seas. The situation is out of control. And the scientific research team has an accident? He Xingwen felt that he needed to revise his guess about this mutant. How big is it? He Tong didn't answer his question because He Xingwen had already got the answer. When he was about 100 meters away from the high-concentration object, He Xingwen saw its figure. The black diamond-shaped object standing on the seabed land is very eye-catching. Its size is not surprising. It can even be called small in front of the giant mutant creatures. At this moment, many mutant creatures have been attracted by it, and they are approaching this black diamond-shaped object with their heads turned back every few steps. It vividly shows the scene of He Xingwen, who doesn't want to leave the one with high concentration of ether, and is attracted by another object with high ether concentration. He Xingwen stopped. But they didn't. A distance of about 100 meters is not far for these mutant seabed creatures. Some impatient mutant creatures jumped directly in front of the black diamond-shaped object. Then He Xingwen saw with his own eyes the answer to the question of why the mutant creatures didn't just snatch it and run away. Perhaps sensing that a creature was approaching, a thin membrane suddenly unfolded above the black diamond-shaped object. This state is difficult to describe. From the appearance, it looks like both a flowing liquid and a solid. Full of fantasy. Perhaps because they had suffered losses before. The mutant creatures running in the front stopped their steps, and started running back when they saw this strange thing appear again. Some of the mutant creatures that followed He Xingwen from the offshore area to the high seas had never suffered losses before. And they happily gathered in the area with the strongest ether concentration, that is, in front of the strange membrane. As the living creatures approached, the membrane began to shake slightly, and the flowing liquid rippled violently, making it difficult for people not to worry about what to do if the liquid was thrown out. Fortunately, it was not a pure liquid. Even if it shook violently, it was still firmly bound in the membrane. A mutant hit this membrane. The violently shaking membrane flashed a strong light, and a crackling sound was heard at the scene. All the mutants within 100 meters of the black diamond object were electrocuted and became stupid, losing control of their limbs. The creatures within 100 meters and 500 meters away trembled all over, as if they were briefly electrified, and then ran away in the opposite direction. He Xingwen was also among the creatures that were shocked. He shuddered and looked at the mutants standing stiffly in the sea water in various strange postures with great sympathy. The energy of this thing to shock people is a bit strange. It is not the kind of electricity familiar on Earth, but some kind of energy use? He Xingwen doesn't know much about ether, so it is difficult to explain the feeling in detail. But one thing is certain. It acts on all living things, and it is not weakened by the strength of the external physique of the living things. In other words, even if there is no pain, it will be shocked into a fool. Well, it seems that this is not a casual thing. He Xingwen looked at the black diamond-shaped object. At a distance, he couldn't see if there were any special signs on it. But even if he just looked at the appearance of this thing, he could confirm that it was definitely not a product on Earth, because its material did not belong to any of the types that He Xingwen was familiar with. He Xingwen took a step and said as he walked, "It just lit up. What's the purpose? It can't be to electrocute those mutant creatures into idiots. Right? He Tong, it probably wanted to open a portal to teleport the living creatures back, but failed." He Xingwen staggered when he heard this, steadied his body, and confirmed with He Tong again, "What did you say? A portal? This is a creation from another world." He Tong didn't think he said anything shocking, and said calmly, "The reason why it appeared here is naturally to come with a mission." He Xingwen has walked in front of the black diamond-shaped object. He carefully kept a safe distance from it to avoid the tragedy just now, and when it didn't get close to the membrane, it didn't react in any other way. After the distance was shortened, the size of the object looked larger. There was no special mark on the pure black unknown material that He Xingwen had imagined before, and there was not even any symbol. The four corners of the rhombus are inlaid with some kind of high-energy unidentified objects, which should be the energy source for its operation. It is full of a sense of simplicity, which is completely different from the alien civilization and the habits of the South Federation that He Xingwen is familiar with. It seems that it is not made by these two. In other words, it is a creation from a world civilization that has never been touched. He Xingwen thought for a moment, took a breath and said, "Isn't this world a bit too lively? It doesn't matter if it is an alien world. After all, in a sense, it was chosen by He Tong himself. But how come another world that has never been touched appeared? Intelligent creatures are keen on exploring the world. After figuring out the mysteries of the world, it is normal to look beyond the world. He Tong, contact between different worlds is not uncommon. But for Earth civilization, even the mysteries of its own world have not been figured out. So naturally it will not develop to the point where it can touch other worlds. So this concept is actually very difficult for Earthlings to imagine. This locator cannot be activated because the laws of this world do not support this way of energy operation. If there is no accident, it will become another unsolved mystery in the depths of the sea." He Xingwen heard this and took 2 steps back, keeping a distance from the diamond-shaped object, then let it be an unsolved mystery, and pretend that I didn't see anything. He Tong continued calmly, "But the accident has already happened. Of course, I don't mean that you discovered it, but the accident of the revival of spiritual energy that should not have happened." He Xingwen stopped and sighed faintly. And he knew what the beginning of a new era was. The beginning of a new era means that countless new things will appear in this era. Not only ether. This basic energy is fundamentally changing the entire world, including all aspects of human life, and naturally all aspects of the world. For example, the new friend who came uninvited. But He Xingwen still rigorously confirmed with He Tong. So, it will not become an unsolved mystery. Yes, in the era of spiritual energy revival, the laws of the world are also slowly changing after all. Before, there were no humans in this world who could walk freely on the seabed. But now, humans can even absorb electrical energy. If left alone, when the laws of the world transition to magic, it will successfully start and return the coordinates of this world, providing a prerequisite for breaking through the world barrier. He Xingwen thought, then the other party will not just come to see the scenery of other worlds? He Tong, considering that the world is so big and there are all kinds of wonders, we cannot completely rule out that the other party is here to appreciate the scenery of another world. This is not good news. He Xingwen muttered. It would be better if the South Federation broke through the world barrier and established contact with the Earth. At least they are familiar people. He Tong was very objective. When a group breaks through the original limitations, they enter a new world. The Earth is like this now. It has to face a brand new world and countless new challenges. Of course, when other worlds reach this step, most of them have completed the process of internal will collectivization. It is precisely because there is no existence worthy of their attention on the world that they will enter the next stage and begin to meet new challenges. But the situation on Earth is slightly different. This world, defined as broken and shattered, has only one civilization in the vast universe. If nothing unexpected happened, it would have been destroyed. Individuals in the civilization avoided the fate of destruction by taking shortcuts. If this is a game, then the Earth civilization, which started from hell, scored an unimaginable high score. So, the referee assigned it to the difficulty level that high score should go to. Once matched, there were ascended civilizations all around. Cause and effect are really interesting. He Xingwen gritted his teeth and said, at least, now, this thing will not be successfully activated. Right? Yes. It needs the evolution of the world's laws to complete. But according to my speculation, this is just the beginning. He Tong, I mean, it will not be just one world that has noticed the Earth civilization. In the future, various creations from other worlds may appear on the Earth one after another. You watch it. He Xingwen quickly entered his familiar state of saving the world. These foreign products that try to locate the plane where the Earth is located, one by one, make it impossible to start. And when it has to start, delay it as late as possible. Do you have a solution to the problem? Isn't the Salfa Federation studying how to break through the world barrier? He Xingwen turned around and left without giving the diamond-shaped object another look. I have to help them. He Tong, do you want to connect the other world with the Earth? This is not a good thing for the Earth. Although they knew about the other world, it was precisely because they knew it that they were more certain of this. This may be because after knowing the existence of the world projection, they immediately proposed to build a new world with the continent as the core. The law of the jungle is ingrained in their bones. Kneeling for the strong does not mean that they will be tolerant of the weak. No. Let the continent play with its own world projection. He Xingwen stopped and turned his head to look at the diamond-shaped object behind him. I want to bring this thing to the Sarda Federation. Considering that it was too difficult, He Xingwen took a step back. Just take the key information carried by this thing. He Tong understood. Divert the trouble? Let the Sarfa Federation explore the world of this creation first. How can this be called diverting the trouble? This is called satisfying their scientific research spirit. He Xingwen said as he walked. The rest is that the Earth saves itself. At least we still have time to race with them. He stopped, and the tide of mutant creatures that followed closely on the side also broke suddenly, raising a wave in the sea, so that the busy rescue team members not far away turned their heads, as if they had noticed something, and saw He Xingwen and the mighty mutant creatures. Oh my god! The rescue team members, who witnessed the scene, pressed the emergency button immediately, and the small lights on the shoulders of all the rescue team members turned red. He Xingwen, who was immersed in thinking about how to steal the tower in a high-end game, didn't pay attention and walked too fast, bumping into the rescue team, who were still cleaning up the wreckage. He Tong was not moved by this small accident and continued the conversation. Self-rescue? You mean, give them a push? Let them improve their combat effectiveness before the alien creatures visit. He Xingwen covered his head and looked back, thinking that it was still possible for him to turn around and leave now. After all, he was much more attractive to mutants than humans. Learn from the foreigners to defeat them. Of course, He Xingwen would not tell them directly that a different world had tried to locate the Earth, but he accidentally discovered such a strange thing. So of course, he had to report it to the country. As for what the country had researched from this obvious foreign product, that was beyond He Xingwen's control. But right now, He Xingwen was faced with another problem. How could he get rid of the mutants, who were attacking indiscriminately around him, and connect with Wu Xing and the others? Chapter 255 Reality 35 Exchange of Information. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. One side seemed to be about to start a gunfight in the next second, while the other side was really a bit lax. He Xingwen frequently turned his head to look behind him, while the huge number of abnormal creatures on the side were looking at the prey in front of them with a look of enjoying food and wine. And they also disliked that their number was too small. When He Xingwen was thinking about how to get rid of the mutants had their own ideas. They fought again. The reason for the fight was also very simple. The small number of prey was obviously not enough for the beasts to eat one by one. And whenever they needed to rob, the mutants would obey the simple rules of nature without hesitation. The strong is the king. In order to establish the order of dividing the spoils, the mutants fought each other. Blood spread in the sea, and flesh and blood were scattered all around. The chaos at the scene spread further away, spreading a small wave on the sea. There were too many mutants gathered around He Xingwen. The farther He Xingwen floated on the boat, the more mutants he attracted. He Xingwen had been surrounded by them for a long time and had lost his concept of the number. But anyone who saw the mighty tide of mutants would not be indifferent to them. The reason why the survivors had the idea of hope for mankind was not only because they were psychologically fragile, but also because the number of mutants gathered together was enough to make people feel the end of the world. The rescue team, who were ready for battle, looked at the melee scene in front of them, but did not relax. Instead, their nerves became more tense. Look at it. The scenes of the mutants fighting, if put in any scene, will be covered with a thick stack of mosaics, which is definitely an invisible destruction of human body and mind. However, the nervousness did not prevent them from doing what they should do. While the mutants were killing each other, the rescue team members responsible for communication had successfully passed the message back to the command center and provided detailed first-hand information on the fighting methods of different mutants to the rear in the VIP front row. Among those messy information, Wu Xing found the problem. He Xingwen didn't bring diving equipment and stayed in the water for so long. You know, when the rescue team went into the sea, they had a full set of equipment, which ensured that they could move underwater for a long time while minimizing the impact on the combat status. But He Xingwen didn't bring anything. But he moved freely in the sea water? The rescue team members turned their attention to He Xingwen, looked at him carefully, and confirmed this. Wu Xing received the answer, read it over and over again, and then frowned and said to himself, he is a person who lacks ether perception. This destined the other party to be unable to perceive ether, let alone have special abilities. Wu Xing smelled something wrong. But since the revival of spiritual energy, there are too many things wrong in this world, and He Xingwen can only be regarded as a trivial one among them. But even if it is insignificant, it is crucial to their current situation. Wu Xing knocked on the table and said thoughtfully, we have to get in touch with him first. Wu Xing did not hesitate for too long and quickly made a decision. He gave orders to the rescue team and applied to his superiors. This is not a trivial matter. In addition, the distance between the high seas and the mainland is relatively far, and the signal is so poor that even if the ship is equipped with a whole row of signal amplifiers, it can sometimes connect and sometimes not. Wu Xing was struggling in the warship, and the rescue team, who received the order, looked at each other in bewilderment. The mutants around him were almost beaten to death, but He Xingwen was not affected much. The mutants avoided each other with a common will, leaving He Xingwen, who was close at hand, calm. He Xingwen thought for a long time and felt that the only solution seemed to be for him to return to land after all. Most of the mutants in the sea could not go ashore, and the few who could go ashore probably could not beat the state machine waiting for battle. However, this solution has a small drawback. After he went ashore, the mutants all gathered in the offshore area. For China, which had finally cleared the mutants in the offshore area, this was not good news, and it might even cause the route they had finally opened to fall again. With such a large group of mutant creatures with rapidly increased force gathered in the coastal area, let alone going out to sea, even the cities near the coastline have to be under martial law to avoid accidents. Perhaps after He Xingwen landed, the mutant creatures that could not land would disperse on their own within a few days, which would not be a big problem. But it is also possible that even if He Xingwen left their perception range, those mutant creatures would not be willing to leave, which means that half of China's coastal cities would be at risk of being besieged by mutant creatures. He Xingwen thought about it, and couldn't think of a good way to kill two birds with one stone. However, seeing that the noise of the mutant creatures fighting around him had subsided, knowing that they were about to decide the winner, He Xingwen came back to his senses from his thoughts, and prepared to retreat. The farther away from the rescue team, the better. As a result, he looked up, and saw that the rescue team seemed to be making some gestures to him not far away. He Xingwen stared at those movements for a few seconds, and realized that he had not received any training. So how could he know what these gestures meant? The members of the rescue team did not know this, and they were still trying to communicate with He Xingwen. He Xingwen looked helplessly for a long time, and seeing that they seemed really anxious, he simply stretched out his hand to make a circle around his mouth and shouted, I don't understand. The sound disappeared before it spread in the seawater. The diving equipment of the rescue team has a built-in short-range communicator to communicate on the seabed, but He Xingwen has nothing on him. This reflects the unprofessionalism of non-professionals. He Xingwen's lifeboat has a complete set of communication equipment, including long-range and short-range signal receivers. If he had carried it with him when he went to the sea, he would not have fallen to the point of trying to shout to communicate with the rescue team. The rescue team witnessed He Xingwen's strange behavior and was a little confused. What is he doing? He's not going to yell something at us. Is he? Not really. It's common sense that you can't talk in the water. Right? Wait. Who saw his lip movements just now? I don't understand. How can you not understand? Isn't lip movements a compulsory subject? I mean, the sentence he said was, I don't understand. He doesn't understand gestures? That's impossible. Right? This is also a compulsory subject. Right? Considering that his grades may not be very good. I specially chose the simplest set of gestures. Hurry up. The group of mutant creatures are still here. After a brief discussion, the rescue team quickly found a solution. They threw a communicator over carefully. It was smashed by a mutant's tail. After losing several communicators, they finally succeeded. He Xingwen didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he took a step forward, the mutant would rush over, and he would be finished. The rescue team was so small that it was not enough for these mutants to fill their teeth, let alone the chance of winning. Being able to survive a minute in front of these mutants was enough to prove that they were indeed the elite among the elites. The mutants were too lazy to pay attention to them, because they were not evenly divided. After they divided the spoils, they would sit in a row and eat the fruits. So He Xingwen watched the communicators being dismembered by the mutants in various ways, and didn't dare to take any risks until finally a lucky one fell at his feet intact. He Xingwen held the brick-shaped communicator in his hand, studied it, took out the connector from the communicator, and plugged it into his ear. The communicator, which was already turned on, was directly connected to the close-range conversation channel. Please answer if you hear me. I heard you. He Xingwen casually put the communicator into his uniform and spoke quickly. You retreat quickly. I can't control the situation of the mutants. Go back before they finish fighting. I will change direction. The rescue team member interrupted He Xingwen. We just received an order. You return to the shore as soon as possible. After you go ashore, the country will prepare to carry out a devastating bombing on the mutants. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds and quickly thought about the pros and cons of this plan. I know. You go first. The other party confirmed the entire return plan with He Xingwen in detail. He Xingwen was more anxious than him. Almost as soon as the other party finished speaking, he urged him, hurry up and leave. The noise of the mutants fighting was getting weaker and weaker, which meant that they could attack at any time. We will retreat immediately. Remember to keep in touch. We left you a communication device on the lifeboat. The bloody smell around him suddenly became stronger, like some kind of sign. He Xingwen didn't care about anything else and turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The mutants who finally sorted out the order of eating were stunned for a moment, looked at He Xingwen, who was moving away from them, and then looked at the small dessert not far away. Without hesitation, they ran straight to He Xingwen's back. This short-distance communication channel has a distance limit. As the distance of the device receiving the communication signal became farther and farther, the sound transmitted became intermittent. He Xingwen ran away with the mutant creatures, and then he remembered that he had not mentioned what he had just gained. So he added, by the way, I got Dr. Wang's research results, and the complete data is all here. The rescue team looked at each other in bewilderment, because the other party was running farther and farther away, and with the influence of the etheric fluctuations of a large number of mutant creatures behind him, they actually only heard a few words. Yes. Zizi. Dr. Wang. Zizi. Complete data. Zizi. The members of the rescue team held their breath and waited for a long time before they realized. Gone? What does he mean? He has the complete data of Dr. Wang's research project? It's impossible. We just went in to see the situation inside the sunken ship. With this degree of damage, how could the complete data be preserved? I think what he meant was that he didn't find the complete data of Dr. Wang's research project. So let's look for this sunken ship carefully. That makes sense. The rescue team was busy again. They had a lot to do, and no time to waste. But this had nothing to do with He Xingwen. He took the mutant creature for a walk on the seabed, and visited the black diamond-shaped object. He only regretted that he didn't bring his tablet. Although there was no signal, at least he could take pictures. He Xingwen was regretful for a long time. He estimated that the time agreed with the rescue team was almost up, and those who should retreat should have retreated from this sea area. So he started to dive. This feeling is very wonderful for people who can't swim. It's like flying on the ground. He Xingwen floated to the surface of the sea, asked He Tong to point the way down, and swam all the way to the direction of the lifeboat. The lifeboat, which was reorganized by the rescue team, was docked on the sea. The awning above was dismantled by He Tong when He Xingwen resolutely jumped into the sea. At this moment, it has returned to its original bare appearance. He Xingwen climbed onto the lifeboat, and as usual, he first counted the supplies left by the rescue team, then put on a full set of communication equipment, turned on the navigation, and finally the automatic driving. When He Xingwen pressed the automatic driving button, he hesitated and looked at the tablet that was fully charged again when the rescue team replenished supplies. Even the power consumed by He Xingwen when he was doing nothing before was fully charged. He Xingwen confirmed with He Tong, "Is this tablet waterproof? This is a Chinese military device. That means the quality is particularly good." He Xingwen was relieved and went into the sea with the tablet to take short videos and photos of the alien creature from various angles. This thing is directly related to the future of the Earth. He Xingwen took the photos very carefully, and even took a telescope to carefully take pictures of the stripes and lines. After taking the photos, he put the tablet in the safest place on his body. Although it is a bit strange to hold a flat image, compared with the future of the Earth. Who has the time to worry about the image? After wasting some time on filming, He Xingwen had to drive the lifeboat at the fastest speed, hoping to catch up with the original plan. It is not a trivial matter to carry out a devastating bombing of the offshore area. It needs to be reported through layers, approved by various leaders, and urgently dispatched before preparations can be made. Wu Xing is busier than anyone else at the moment. The application for emergency events alone has written several thousand words, detailing the necessity of this plan, not to mention the explanation, arrangement, and dispatch with other departments. Fortunately, after the rescue team came back, the warship retreated from the high seas to the offshore area, and the signal resumed smoothness. Otherwise the intermittent signal would be enough to give Wu Xing a cerebral infarction. The retreat of the warship is necessary. The number of mutant creatures that He Xingwen attracted to besiege the warship is not at the same level as the number of mutant creatures next to He Xingwen now. For safety reasons, all humans in the nearby sea area along He Xingwen's return route were evacuated. After returning to the coast, the communication equipment was sufficient to support the remote meeting, and Wu Xing was back online, busy as a top. In this busyness, the signal received by He Xingwen's communication equipment was still his top priority. Wu Xing was refreshed. "Did you receive the signal? Connect to the communication." "ZZ, someone, ZZ." Everyone waited for a long time, and then heard two words from the noisy busy tone. From the extent of this signal loss, it is estimated that He Xingwen is still on the high seas. Why is he still on the high seas? According to the previously agreed time, he should have been out of the high seas by now. What delayed him? What happened? Did the mutant get out of control? There was a noisy discussion at the scene. An expert reminded Wu Xing, the previous communication time should be pushed back by a quarter of an hour. Judging from the signal reception range, he was at least a quarter of an hour late. Wu Xing was not the only one busy at the scene. Several experts participated in the remote meeting just to deal with the current situation. Why are there busy tones? Too far away? Bad signal? Unlike the busy warships in the distance, He Xingwen was lying on the lifeboat at this moment, staring at the blue sky and white clouds, and occasionally pressing the communicator to see if he could contact Wu Xing. 8 out of 10 times were noises, and the remaining 2 times could hear some words without any information. He Xingwen estimated that the situation on Wu Xing's side would not be much better than his. The lifeboat was surrounded by many mutant creatures. After moving forward for a while, He Xingwen pressed the communicator again and suddenly received a clear conversation. He Xingwen had tried repeatedly before, but did not receive too many responses. He Xingwen's greetings became perfunctory. "Is anyone there? If yes, please let me know." A clear voice came from the communicator, which scared He Xingwen. "He Xingwen, did you receive the signal?" He Xingwen sat up from the lifeboat. "Wu Xing, how is the situation over there?" Wu Xing made a gesture to the side to make the surroundings quieter, and said, "We are busy here to ensure that the plan can be implemented smoothly. How is the situation over there?" "I'm enjoying the scenery." After the initial excitement, He Xingwen lay back on the boat, staring at the clear sky above and said, "The weather is good?" Wu Xing didn't have time to enjoy the weather, and went straight to the point. "You were about a quarter of an hour later than the planned departure time. Did something unexpected happen? Can it be accurate to a quarter of an hour?" He Xingwen was surprised for a moment, and followed the other party's words. "I was wandering around the seabed before, and encountered a strange thing. I thought you might be interested, so I went down to take a video." Speaking of this, He Xingwen had to praise the tablet that contributed the most. Your tablet is of great quality and has first-class waterproof performance. A chorus of discussion sounded in the busy remote memories, mostly expressing surprise at the other party's lack of organization and discipline. Wu Xing was not very surprised. After all, the other party was just an ordinary person. It would be strange if he could enforce his orders. What strange thing? You even went down to take a video? I don't know what it is. But when I got close to it, all the mutant creatures that came into contact with it were stunned. And I also felt a vague sense of paralysis. This may be a large scale. He Xingwen thought about it and described it. Attack method? The surrounding discussions disappeared. Wu Xing's heart moved. You mean? It's a weapon. It doesn't look like it. He Xingwen gave them a rough description of the membrane. It looks very sci-fi. Has our cutting-edge technology developed to this level? Wu Xing's mind was full of thoughts. But his tone was very calm. Do you remember the location? Not far from the sunken ship. Seeing that the other party was successfully interested, He Xingwen said readily, I will give you the approximate location when the time comes. And you should be able to find it. But a reminder, don't get too close. This thing seems to trigger the attack through contact. So a large group of mutant creatures will be paralyzed by electricity. The resistance of mutant creatures is different from that of humans. They have stronger bodies in their continuous evolution. At least China certainly cannot simply paralyze a large group of mutant creatures. If it can be done, why worry about the sea route? Wouldn't it be enough to just charge all the way there? Wu Xing noted this and turned the topic to another point. You arrived earlier than the rescue team. Did you find anything? He Xingwen narrowed his eyes and stared at the dazzling sun. Did you find the bodies? Wu Xing said in a serious tone. We brought the bodies back. They are all heroes. The country will never let them be exposed in the wilderness if it can. He Xingwen looked away. The current appearance of the sunken ship is due to the mutant creatures. When I arrived, it was still partially intact. There were still people alive in the sealed cabin at the bottom. Wu Xing subconsciously asked, Who? I don't know his name. He Xingwen said in a deep voice. He didn't have much time left. And he didn't waste it on these things. Wu Xing didn't interrupt him, and listened quietly to He Xingwen's story. Only after He Xingwen finished talking about Dr. Wang's discovery, did he interrupt the conversation. Do you have the complete data? He Xingwen touched his pocket. It's on me. That's good. At least their death is not meaningless. Wu Xing objectively said, this discovery is indeed meaningful. But the medium is more like speculation. After all, the difference between mutants and humans exists objectively. Mutants can control water, which does not represent humans. Speaking of this, Wu Xing suddenly realized something and his tone suddenly rose. You can stay underwater for a long time because of this? He Xingwen didn't expect Wu Xing to discover it so quickly. He thought that among so many amazing news, the other party would ignore the point that he breathes freely under the sea. Yes, I am the first experimenter of Dr. Wang's theory. And I succeeded. The other end of the communication was very quiet, and the breathing sound was almost inaudible. But there are many unexpected factors here. I can't swim. When I was on the verge of life and death, I remembered Dr. Wang's discovery. The situation is special and cannot represent the majority. Wu Xing subconsciously flipped through He Xingwen's information. It was clearly written in the information that the other party really couldn't swim. Wu Xing subconsciously wondered, you can't swim. But you jumped into the sea? He Xingwen shrugged and said calmly, there's no other way. There's no one else but me. This sentence can also simply explain everything He Xingwen did in the past. There's no one else but me. So I had to bite the bullet and go on. The scene was quiet again for a moment. Wu Xing, thank you for your hard work. You continue to move forward according to the plan. And leave the rest to us. The lifeboat sailed on the sea, carrying an astonishing number of mutant creatures, and headed towards the coastal area of China. Chapter 256 Reality 36. On the sea near the mainland, hundreds of fleets are conducting a comprehensive review of the offshore waters, including broadcasting warnings on a large scale. And on the land bordering the sea, the neatly organized army is seizing the time to evacuate villages and cities. China's coastline bordering the sea is too long, and the number of enemies approaching is too large. For safety reasons, the army needs to evacuate a very large area. But the time left for them is too short. The city located on the seaside is far enough away from the coastline. But for safety reasons, after Wu Xing sent the image of the giant octopus that attacked the warship back to the country's alert level for the group of mutant creatures that may visit next has increased sharply. And it is not ruled out that some giant mutant creatures will follow the shore. So just in case, more than a dozen cities that are a certain distance away from the coastline have been carried out emergency evacuations. The crowd in the distance was making full preparations for the next plan, while He Xingwen was still lying on the lifeboat, enjoying the sea scenery and talking to Wu Xing casually. He Xingwen could hear that Wu Xing was using the conversation to stabilize his emotions, but his behavior was a bit unnecessary. Because He Xingwen's emotions were very stable, He Xingwen threw the communicator aside and let Wu Xing chatter there. When the call button was not pressed, his voice would not reach the other party's ears. So He Xingwen was ready to take this opportunity to communicate with He Tong. He sorted out his thoughts and then said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I have ever asked about the situation of the kingdom from the beginning. He Tong, you want to know?" "No, I don't want to." He Xingwen interrupted him and said lazily, "I want to save my expectations until the end and personally confirm the current situation of the kingdom." He Tong's data moved. "So you have confirmed your schedule? I thought you wanted to stay with your parents for a while." "I didn't say I didn't want to." He Xingwen muttered, "Isn't this an accident? Leaving He Tong alone at home to be interrogated by a mixture of men and women." He Xingwen was a little lacking in confidence. "I will be back soon. And I promise to stay at home for a while, and then deal with the things in the other world." Say it's the things in the other world. In fact, it refers to communicating with the great scientists of the South Federation and turning their attention to the creator of the black diamond-shaped object. It seems that you still have some time before you go home. He Tong, I hope you are mentally prepared to face the Special Investigation Bureau. By the way, the Special Investigation Bureau is still looking for His Majesty the King. Then I can only wish them good luck. I hope they can find His Majesty the King as soon as possible. He Xingwen glanced at the two almost overlapping points on the navigation and sat up from the boat. I'm almost at the shore. Let's talk later. I have to do business. He Xingwen touched his pocket to confirm that the information storage was still there, and then touched the tablet computer on his back to confirm that it was not lost. Then he pressed the call button of the communicator and said, I am in Area XX. How is the situation over there? Wu Xing brought up the past on the spot. Did you throw the communicator aside? I talked for a long time. But you didn't listen? I'm busy observing the situation of the mutants. He Xingwen spoke without hesitation, glancing at the lazy giant mutants around him, and said, they don't have much energy. I wonder if it's because they have been on the road and haven't eaten well. It may also be because there is no prey nearby, which makes them not excited. Wu Xing, we have swept the coastal waters, and only some small fish and shrimps are left. But then again, these mutants are hungry and tired and have not left. It seems that your attraction to them is enough to make them overcome their instincts. This is incredible for wild mutant animals. There are too many incredible places in this world. If you have to delve into it, you can't finish it in a short time. He Xingwen moved his hands and feet so that he could run faster when the time comes. But this is just psychological comfort. After all, the mutants who can get ashore can run much faster than him no matter what. Wu Xing looked at the dense red dots that suddenly appeared on the screen, and was somewhat shocked. You have entered the monitoring range of the inland. He Xingwen looked up and waved to the sky. Do you see me? It's not a video. It can only sense vital signs. Wu Xing restrained the idea of complaining. After all, a group of people were listening to this conversation, and turned back to the topic. The position is correct. The direction is correct. Do you still remember the plan? Do you need me to repeat it? Go ashore, and then run. He Xingwen felt that this could not be called a plan at all. Aren't these two things what I have to do? Wu Xing flipped through the complete plan and added in a serious manner, but this is also subdivided into various different situations, and the plan needs to be adjusted to different response plans in different situations. Wu Xing sighed. You should have listened to me carefully just now. Relieving He Xingwen's emotions was just a matter of convenience. Wu Xing's main purpose in the chattering just now was to confirm a comprehensive response plan with He Xingwen. After all, the purpose of their plan was to connect with He Xingwen. The plan was successful only if He Xingwen arrived at the destination alive. There is not much time left, and there is no time to say it again. Wu Xing, remind you. Do you still remember the Fish King? He Xingwen responded quickly. You mean? This group of mutant creatures can also go directly ashore by taking advantage of the water flow? That's the worst case. But if it really happens, remember? Run. He Xingwen was stunned and wanted to say something, but someone else on the other end of the communicator said, I know you are not a soldier, but if you are unfortunately sacrificed, Please sacrifice more valuable and keep the data intact. Wu Xing glanced at the stolen communicator, showing a helpless expression. After the other party released the communication button, he euphemistically said, "Your words can easily arouse the other parties. But someone has to tell the truth." The other party glanced at Wu Xing. "Do you want him to think we are playing house with him? Now, there are hundreds of mutated sea creatures floating on the sea, and they will follow the other party to appear on the land of China at any time, destroying the order we have worked so hard to maintain. If he is not aware of the seriousness of the problem, do you believe that he will dare to stop and check the situation halfway through his run with his unorganized and undisciplined performance? The mutated sea creatures will not attack him, but the artillery will not show mercy to his men. Do you know how high the probability of death from stray bullets on the battlefield is? What he wants to outrun is not the mutated sea creatures, but the battlefield that may include him at any time." He Xingwen looked through the suddenly interrupted communicator, and he agreed with the words that the other party had just heard. If he really encountered death, He Xingwen hoped that his death would be more valuable, not meaningless. But unfortunately, this premise will not happen. He Xingwen stuffed the communicator into his clothes and continued to jump and move his body. As the navigation got closer and closer to the destination, almost overlapping, He Xingwen, who had not seen the scenery other than the mutant creatures for a long time, finally saw the land in the distance. The atmosphere in the command room was tense, as the dense red dots finally revealed their true colors under the camera. Most people who only knew the severity of the situation from the documents felt what they were about to face. The landing place they chose for He Xingwen was at a pier. As the lifeboat approached, the pier was filled with mutant creatures. People needed to keep zooming in the screen to find the small lifeboat surrounded in the center among the mutant creatures. Compared with the giant mutants around the lifeboat, this lifeboat is really pitifully small, not to mention the people on it. The huge size difference seems to make him face death with just a flick of his tail. There are so many mutants that words cannot bring such a strong impact as the scene. The dry description of the mutants is not as good as the glimpse of the camera when it sweeps past. Someone asked curiously, "What is he doing?" Others saw He Xingwen jumping and stretching his hands and feet, and were unsure, is he warming up? To be honest, He Xingwen warmed up quite seriously. It was obvious that he didn't take this plan lightly, but the style of the painting didn't match the overwhelming mutant creatures around him. Among the hideous mutant creatures, the other party jumped calmly and confidently, and his style was mixed like someone was dancing in the square dance among the zombies. As the lifeboat docked on the beach, He Xingwen stopped warming up and turned his head to look around at the mutant creatures around him. Different from the laziness when they were in the offshore waters, they probably smelled the scent of prey. So they all became energetic, swimming back and forth in the seawater, constantly colliding, so that the waves on the coastline kept surging, as if they were impatient. He Xingwen pressed the communicator. "Are you ready?" There was no answer on the communicator, and He Xingwen was not in a hurry. He sat at the bow and hung his feet. The mutant creatures at his feet dispersed and made room for him to play on the sand. He Xingwen waited patiently for their answer, searching the land with his eyes. The road extended to the distance, and there were almost no obstacles in sight. Of course, it was possible that the obstacles here were cleared by humans, providing a friendly track for the next desperate run. However, this can only be regarded as a starting point. I don't know what the road conditions will be like in the future, and whether it is suitable for him to run. He Xingwen was thinking about these unreliable things, and finally a voice came from the communicator. "Run." He Xingwen didn't delay for a second. Almost as soon as the voice sounded, he jumped from the bow and ran towards the distance. Mutants still sniffing human breath and thinking about what to eat next. The mutants were stunned for a second and then reacted. He Xingwen heard the movement behind him. The huge waves were overwhelming and hit him. The impact pushed him far away and fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, He Xingwen heard a series of explosions and roars. The water was flowing and blood was everywhere. In just a moment, the dock became a battlefield and was blown up from beginning to end. He Xingwen got up from the ground and was really eager to look back at the battle situation behind him. But considering the heart-wrenching run, He Xingwen gave up the idea and continued to run towards the distance without looking back. The water flowed further away, washing every place He Xingwen passed. He Xingwen did not look back, so he naturally did not know how grand the scene behind him was. The worst possibility that Wu Xing had proposed before became a reality at this moment. The water flow caused by the Fish King can only provide it with a short-term power to leap, and it will soon subside. However, what is following He Xingwen at this moment is not the Fish King defined as low risk. Behind them is not a small river, but the boundless sea. Then, the huge waves chasing He Xingwen are not surprising at all. Have you seen the scene of huge waves rushing straight to the beach from afar? It is happening now. The sea crosses the border and includes the land. The huge waves hit the earth and smash everything. The mutant creatures took advantage of this unprecedented huge wave to step onto the land and move forward under the artillery fire. The bombing is not without effect. But the effect is far less than humans imagine. Those marine mutants that have encountered bombings in the sea have already undergone targeted evolution. Some mutants have become more resistant to bombings, while some mutants have learned to control the seawater to form a layer of defense around themselves. There are many mutants that were blown to pieces by the sudden bombing. But there are also many mutants that followed the huge waves to the shore. Especially those giant mutants. They showed super vitality and aggressiveness in front of human weapons. Fortunately, it was a long-range attack, and humans did not have to face such monsters with flesh and blood. But according to the plan of the Special Investigation Bureau, if the mutants get too close to the urban area, the army will eventually fight them. The war continued to extend as the mutants moved forward, trying to stop them from moving forward. But the mutant sea creatures had no empathy. Even if there were debris and injured fellow creatures around them, no mutant stopped and turned to flee. They showed an attitude of fighting to the death under such firepower bombing. He Xingwen was still running. He was not far from the mutants. In the last few times, He Xingwen could almost clearly realize that he was running away with bullets and fire. For He Xingwen, the most dangerous thing was not the mutants following him, but the bombing of the mutants according to the plan. Moreover, He Xingwen could sense that the intensity of those attacks was getting higher and higher. Obviously, considering the close distance between He Xingwen and the mutants, the Special Investigation Bureau did not use a big move at the beginning, but tried a few rounds first after all. If possible, it was more important for them to keep He Xingwen alive. But as the distance between the mutants and the city continued to shorten, the weight on the other side of the scale gradually increased, and they began to get serious. And the worst news was that the warm-up just now was really useless. The mutants left behind by He Xingwen were rapidly shortening the distance with He Xingwen, and they were about to catch up with He Xingwen. Of course, this was also related to the fact that He Xingwen was running slower and slower. But who can maintain the speed at the beginning after running a few thousand meters? He Xingwen once again began to regret that he was just an ordinary person. Huh? He Tong? He Xingwen panted and called He Tong. I think the amount of exercise is about the same. You can start. Wait a minute. I'll modify the surveillance. He Tong just finished speaking. Huh? He Xingwen asked while running. What's wrong? He Tong. Someone is coming. It seems that I don't need to take action. He Xingwen was stunned and ran into a fully armed man who was covered from head to toe. He appeared so suddenly that He Xingwen almost thought that the other party flashed out of thin air. He didn't waste time talking to He Xingwen. He reached out and pulled up the panting He Xingwen, turned around and ran. The fierce wind sounded in his ears, and the scenery blurred into a blur. He Xingwen reacted and realized that this was a person with special abilities in terms of speed. After the other party carried He Xingwen and ran away for a few minutes, the distance between He Xingwen and the mutant creatures quickly widened. After realizing this, the huge waves behind him became more and more intense. The tentacles stretched out from the huge waves and came towards He Xingwen and his group. Even He Xingwen, who was not sensitive to ether, could sense the ether fluctuations from the mutant creatures. Most mutant creatures also have special abilities, but their strong combat power occasionally makes people forget this. As the ether fluctuations were about to form various attacks and fall on the person who was holding He Xingwen felt an extremely strong sense of danger. The sense of danger even exceeded the feeling brought by the ether fluctuations. He Xingwen subconsciously looked up at the sky, and a beam of light flashed from his eyes, like a meteor passing by in the daytime. Falling on the ground, He Xingwen heard nothing, and the shock of the close distance directly caused him to temporarily lose his hearing. The person holding He Xingwen stopped. The waves disappeared, and dense cracks were scattered all over the scorched earth. He Xingwen could not see the core area where the attack fell farther away. All he saw was the outermost lethality caused by the attack. He Xingwen realized how far the person had just held him and ran. If the other party had not appeared, He Xingwen alone would never have been able to escape the coverage of this attack. The other party let go of the hand holding He Xingwen and began to take off his clothes quickly. Under the airtight outer layer of cloth, there was a bag of liquid stuck all over his body. He almost threw away the poison, untying the knot that ordinary people could not find. The moment the bagged liquid was separated from his body, the other party fell directly to the ground. Blood gushed out of his pores, and in the blink of an eye, he became a bloody man. A large amount of blood permeated the land, forming a bloody human figure in just a few seconds. This series of strange developments happened in just 1 minute. He Xingwen didn't care about other things. He squatted down, stretched out his hand and retracted it. In the other party's situation, he didn't dare to move. "Are you okay? What should I do?" He Xingwen asked, while pressing the button of the communicator. "Hey, Wu Xing. The person you sent is now covered in blood," He Xingwen said, while his eyes fell on the bags of liquid that fell on the ground. It was completely sealed, and the shape inside the outer packaging could not be seen. "What is this thing? We have sent someone to pick you up. Don't move. Don't touch anything." He Xingwen's outstretched hand stopped in the air, pretending that nothing happened, and retracted it. The surveillance that was interrupted by the devastating attack was restored, just in time to take in this scene. Wu Xing sighed, not surprised at all. Besides, it is better to be surprised that the other party has no obvious external injuries than to be surprised that the other party is indeed undisciplined. In such a short period of desperate running, the flames and smoke were filled with war, and any stray bullet that passed by could put him in danger. But He Xingwen was not injured. Could this guy have a special ability to be extremely lucky? Wu Xing muttered to himself and briefly explained Li Hu's situation to He Xingwen. That is the latest researched ether enhancer, which can amplify the human body's perception and reception of ether, showing a significant increase in combat effectiveness in a short period of time. It is still a semi-finished product, and the sequelae caused by the amplified perception and reception have not been resolved. He Xingwen interrupted him. "What are the sequelae?" Wu Xing touched his nose. "Because it stimulates the potential of the human body. There will be vomiting, blood, perception disorder, and fatigue in a short period of time." He Xingwen glanced at the pile of bagged liquids on the ground. "There is a pile of this ether enhancer here. So the sequelae will become more serious? We can't be sure of his current condition." The rescue team arrived late at the scene, took the other party and He Xingwen into the car, and headed for the temporary command post. The rescue team gave the other party a simple physical examination in the car, and the situation was visibly bad: large blood loss, decreased heart rate, internal bleeding. He Xingwen frequently cast his eyes at the blood-stained stretcher. He knew why the other party risked his life to use so many semi-finished products, because otherwise, he could not ensure that he could take He Xingwen out of the attack range. Even 2 years later, the Flash still only exists in comics and movies, and humans have to rely on drugs to barely have a fast enough speed. It may even cost their lives. The vehicle arrived at the temporary command post, which is not far from the coastline. If He Xingwen continues to move forward, if the destructive attack is not carried out, or if the destructive attack does not completely destroy those mutant creatures, then the next place to face those mutant creatures is here. This is too dangerous for them. But isn't it a desperate move to never let the mutant creatures get past this place? With so many people fighting for this country, it's hard to feel lonely. He Xingwen? Wu Xing was waiting outside the camp. When he saw He Xingwen, he took 2 steps outside and stretched out his hand to him, saying, "Welcome home." He Xingwen didn't care about these empty things. His eyes followed the blood-dripping stretcher and asked the question he cared about most. Will he survive? Wu Xing glanced in the direction he was looking at. Very sure, of course. We will spare no effort to keep him alive, although it is best to die with value, if possible. We hope that there is no death. He Xingwen put aside his worries, reached out and held his hand, smiled and said, "I have fulfilled my mission. I brought the information back." Chapter 257, Reality 37, Superconductivity Theory. The camp was extremely busy. People were in a hurry, and it seemed that there was endless work to do. Continuous groups of cars drove into the camp, and people rushed up to pull the bodies of mutant creatures from the cars and transported them to various places quickly. Uniformed footsteps came from outside the camp. That was the army heading towards the battlefield just now. The death of the mutant creatures was not the horn of the end of their actions. Cleaning the battlefield and counting the gains from the battlefield were the fundamental reasons for the busyness here. Wu Xing took He Xingwen into the tent. The tent was filled with dense electronic equipment, and several display screens showed the scorched earth situation in the distance in all directions. That should be the core area of the devastating attack. The earth cracked open a hole, swallowing death and corpses, and the landform changed fundamentally. Compared with it, the deaths caused by it became insignificant. Outside the core area of the attack, the terrain was not destroyed so thoroughly that broken flesh and blood could be seen on the ground. The flesh and blood were mixed together and could not be pieced together into a complete form. Only at the edge of the attack did He Xingwen see complete corpses. They were caught off guard and died. The corpses were frozen at the moment of the charge. He Xingwen's eyes lingered on these scenes, and he sincerely agreed with what the great scientist said before: the world will never stop because of someone's disappearance. Even though in He Xingwen's eyes, humans have not yet entered the era of superpowers, they can still destroy such a large number of mutant creatures in an instant. There is a reason why humans have been at the top of the food chain for so long. He Xingwen made up his mind at this moment. His Majesty the King did not need to show up again. There were many people in the tent, but just like what He Xingwen saw along the way, most of them were very busy, and He Xingwen's appearance did not cause any waves at all. Wu Xing was also used to this atmosphere. He took He Xingwen to sit at the table, on which was a map of the offshore area of the mainland, with dense symbols marked. When He Xingwen's eyes drifted towards the map, Wu Xing pushed the map aside and smiled at He Xingwen kindly. "Come, let's talk carefully." The chair next to Wu Xing was pulled away, and another person sat down. He nodded to He Xingwen with a cold expression, took a pen, and spread out the notebook. He Xingwen looked at him twice more. Wu Xing explained, "Recorder, according to the rules, this kind of relevant conversation must be conducted with 2 or more people present." He Xingwen turned his head and looked at the recording equipment on the table facing them. Double insurance? Over-reliance on people and machines is easy to be exploited. Wu Xing didn't go into too much detail, just briefly introduced it, and then turned the topic to the main topic. "Let's talk about what you gained on this trip." He Xingwen retracted his gaze, took off the tablet computer on his back, took out the data storage device from his pocket, and handed them both to Wu Xing. Wu Xing looked at the tablet computer with military logo, handed it to the recorder, and carefully looked through the data storage device with scientific research logo, and handed it to the recorder. After the recorder looked at it in detail, he handed it to others who were busy in front of the electronic equipment. The first video projected on the big screen was a short video shot by He Xingwen about a black diamond-shaped object, the unidentified object standing deep in the sea, the special membrane with unknown purpose, and the group of mutant creatures that were paralyzed by electricity around it. Outlined a scene full of science fiction. After the video was played once, it started to slow down. Wu Xing retracted his gaze, pulled out another map, and placed it in front of He Xingwen. "Can you find the location where you went down before?" Without waiting for He Xingwen to answer, Wu Xing pointed somewhere. "This is the location where the lifeboat was originally found. It overlaps with the coordinates sent back by the research team. You should have gone down from here." He Tong helped He Xingwen mark a point on the map. He Xingwen drew a circle in a certain direction along the location Wu Xing pointed. "I walked in this direction for about half an hour. You should be able to find it if you look for it in this range." Wu Xing nodded, handed the map to the recorder, and asked He Xingwen again about the process of encountering the black diamond-shaped object. The recorder on the side wrote quickly, occasionally looking up at He Xingwen. He Xingwen repeated the process he had already said in the communication before, and added a few new words at the end to be on the safe side. He Xingwen decided to give them a little hint. "I think this membrane looks like it's going through some kind of process." He Xingwen hesitated. "This thing makes such a big noise. It can't be a fish trap, right? Do you think it looks like an alien product?" The recorder paused. Wu Xing showed a surprised expression. "Do you still believe in aliens?" "How strange. I still believe that the holographic game is actually another world." He Xingwen smiled and said, "The spiritual energy can be revived. So what's so strange about the existence of aliens?" Wu Xing nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Nothing in this world is surprising. But why do you think it is an alien product?" He Xingwen pointed to the big screen. "Anyone with eyes will think so. This thing is obviously not a product of the Earth." Speaking of this, He Xingwen paused artificially. "Could it be that this is the latest invention of our country?" Wu Xing looked at the video on the big screen in the direction of his finger, and agreed. "It does look very sci-fi." He changed the subject, "But this guess is a bit bold. If it is really aliens." He stopped talking with a sense of unfulfilled desire. He Xingwen supported the joke. "Then the other party has found us." For some reason, this was obviously a joke. But the atmosphere at the scene was not fun at all. Wu Xing didn't respond. He Xingwen looked around and gave himself a way out. "I just made a random guess." "Don't be so nervous. I'm a little scared. Wu Xing showed a friendly smile. Don't be afraid. We're just chatting casually. He said slowly, maybe you're overthinking. Who made this fish trap? What exactly is this thing? We need to conduct follow-up investigations to confirm it. The fish trap is too high-end. He Xingwen muttered in his heart and followed Wu Xing's words. Let's talk about Dr. Wang's discovery. Wu Xing sat up straight. We will have someone here to calculate the complete data. You have already explained the main content of Dr. Wang's discovery very clearly. I mainly want to know how you can breathe underwater. He Xingwen's mind moved. But nothing happened. The thin layer of mist did not appear at all. There is no water here. I can't reproduce it for you. He Xingwen, I don't know how I did it. But I suddenly realized it when I was on the verge of life and death. Can you only breathe underwater? Wu Xing was more concerned about another point, combined with Dr. Wang's theory. This should be to control the medium of water? He Xingwen was very regretful. I can only breathe underwater. This may be directly related to my inability to perceive ether. Wu Xing thought for a moment. Let's do a few experiments to test it later. We hope to understand as much as possible. If Dr. Wang's theory is confirmed to be feasible, it may change a lot of things, including the way humans view the world. The other party did not give him a chance to refuse. And He Xingwen hesitated. Wu Xing considered the words to persuade the other party. In the past 2 years, Wu Xing has encountered this situation many times, so that he, who came from the Special Investigation Bureau, has almost changed his career to become a close friend. He Xingwen hesitated and said, my boyfriend. Your boyfriend. Wu Xing stopped talking halfway and repeated, what's wrong with your boyfriend? He Xingwen showed a worthy single dog expression and said, my boyfriend was left alone for so many days when he came to my house for the first time. If it were you, would you not want to break up? Wu Xing, a heterosexual and single, was caught off guard by such a difficult question. He lost his ease and subconsciously glanced at the recorder. The recorder, who had been writing all the time, finally spoke. All the relevant information needs to be kept confidential. After everything is over, you can leave after signing the confidentiality agreement. Wu Xing knew the subtext of the other party's words, and continued his words, how about this? I will arrange a special call for you at that time. You tell him the situation, and we will deal with the rest of the things as soon as possible and let you go home early. How about it? He Xingwen hesitated, my parents? Wu Xing was very careful. We have explained to my aunt and uncle that you are working to cooperate with the country, and they support your work very much. He Xingwen was speechless and muttered, no wonder you can't find a boyfriend. Wu Xing's mouth twitched. He couldn't find a boyfriend because he didn't like men at all. He pretended not to hear and turned the topic back to the issue they were most concerned about. Since you have no other questions, let's talk about the special connection between you and the mutants? There was actually nothing to talk about. Although He Xingwen knew the reason, he couldn't tell the other party that the mutants chased him because they felt the high concentration of ether remaining in his body. He Xingwen didn't know anything about it, and the conversation ended hastily, and entered the stage of cooperating with the experiment. The camp was quickly evacuated, and He Xingwen followed Wu Xing to the administration. His schedule was full of related experiments, including blood draws and physical examinations. It didn't develop to the terrible point of biopsy, but he almost did all the tests that could be done at present, including the latest tests on ether, which made He Xingwen feel busy for the first time in a long time. Obviously, this time, the Special Investigation Bureau is determined to find out the cause of this problem. But unfortunately, there is a certain gap between ideas and reality. The investigation of why He Xingwen is attracted to mutant creatures has made no progress. But Dr. Wang's theory has made rapid progress. After He Xingwen cooperated to reproduce the water mist several times in the water, several examples of successfully using media to cast ether soon appeared in the small-scale experimental group, combining the traditional elements of China, using media such as wind, wood, water, fire, and earth to release the power of ether is far more powerful than simply controlling ether energy. Because He Xingwen cooperated with too many experiments and had access to most areas of the administration, he encountered several scenes of newcomers controlling media adapting to new fighting methods. Unlike He Xingwen, who could only breathe underwater, these people who originally performed well in controlling ether showed excellent talents after turning their attention to various media. That was in line with He Xingwen's concept of what could be done by controlling various elements. Water changed into various forms in their hands and was further developed. Soon, the research on Dr. Wang's theory was not limited to the use of media. The research showed that different individuals use different media at different efficiencies, and few people can use all elements with the same high efficiency. So, after scientific comparison, this group of experimenters focused on the most efficient medium, rather than comprehensive development. To be honest, I think this is a bit like the revival of spiritual energy. He Xingwen squatted at the door of the laboratory, looking at the group of people inside. Wind, fire, water, earth, and wood, performing a scene that conforms to the imagination of the Chinese people. It is hard not to complain. It doesn't feel like fighting with invisible energy such as ether. Wu Xing squatted beside him, also staring at the laboratory. Flames flashed in the air from time to time. Small thorns rose from the ground. Water waves surged in the palm of his hand, and wind blades cut through the air with a sharp sound. Half a month ago, Wu Xing would never have thought that humans could achieve this attack mode in just 1 month. Dr. Wang is right. We are on the wrong path. Directly controlling the ether to fight is the way of the game, but not our way. Aura revival should look like aura revival. He Xingwen nodded in agreement, and remembered another thing. By the way, I heard that they are still researching new media. Do you know the principle of your ability to breathe underwater? He Xingwen rolled his eyes. Why are you all the same? All like to dig into the bottom? The beauty of superpowers is that you don't know the principle, but you can use it. Don't make excuses for your ignorance. You didn't send the information yesterday. See? Wu Xing also rolled his eyes. I say you are amazing. How do you manage to pass every exam? If you read the materials carefully, it shouldn't be difficult to get a perfect score. Right? He Xingwen looked at him with a look of, are you crazy? Do I look like I love studying? I dropped out of school to play games. And you want me to study hard? Wouldn't that destroy my image? Although Wu Xing and He Xingwen are not much different in age, for some reason, Wu Xing always has the illusion that there is a generation gap between him and the other party. Look at this little girl's set of words. He is not his opponent at all when he starts to make trouble. Wu Xing turned the topic back. Your ability to breathe underwater is indeed related to water, but the main principle is the electrolysis of water molecules. Did you notice that there is a key word here? Electrolysis. Which means that in the process of using this ability, another element is involved. That is, electricity. So, researchers broadened their thinking and looked to a wider world. Water and fire are the elements that humans are most familiar with. Humans have been using them since primitive society. But in modern times, the elements we can use have become more extensive. He Xingwen interrupted Wu Xing's long speech. I heard a few days ago that they were studying new media. But why did I hear that they were also studying how to further use water molecules to drain human blood? Wu Xing knew what he was talking about as soon as he heard it. Oh? Then you didn't hear it completely. That was a hypothesis. You also know the current situation. Making the attack more effective is our most urgent need. All organisms contain a lot of water. If we can refine the operation to this point, we can quickly end the battle in a short time. He Xingwen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Humans are really terrible. In fact, those virtual novels have given us a lot of inspiration. Wu Xing, you know, when the attack mode becomes a familiar way, it returns to the field we are familiar with. Their mistake was that the information they got from His Majesty, the King, was too advanced at the beginning, and the existence of the great scientist was too buggy. If there was no information from His Majesty the King, and no great scientist established the definition of ether, they would not have tried to control the source of energy right away. Such advanced skills. The Earth, taking shortcuts, reverse the order. The power system of various civilizations in the other world has long been established. After several epochs, the definition of ether appeared. Intelligent creatures focused their attention on the point that all things return to one, and began to involve the source of energy and explore the source of power from the root. And there was no trace of the power system of the Earth. As soon as humans came up, they rushed directly to the ether. This is a good thing. It means that their starting point is high enough. But it is also a bad thing. The consequence of starting too high is that they can hardly move forward on this road without accumulating small steps. One cannot reach 1,000 miles without sufficient accumulation and a systematic power framework. They cannot reach their destination by building castles in the air. And when they turned their attention to the familiar field, the previous exploration of ether gave them rich rewards. All those who performed well in ether perception and control were able to control the medium with ease and exerted great potential. The researchers did not forget to control the ether because of Dr. Wang's theory. In fact, they are trying to combine these 2 points to provide a combat system that can further enhance combat effectiveness. The rapid progress of the experimenters in the use of the medium proves the correctness of this path. They are working on new teaching materials, preparing to promote this combat mode step by step. Wu Xing looked at the scene in the laboratory for a long time, and said worriedly, "But this is much more dangerous than the previous training mode limited to ether control. Indeed, these courses of ether control are difficult to get started directly, although they are widely popularized as a new energy. But they have not destroyed social order on a large scale, because it is really not very good at fighting. In the past 2 years when ether has been popularized, people occasionally have conflicts, and most of them still rely on physical fitness to decide the outcome. And ether can only be regarded as a show to entertain. But if this new combat mode is changed, it is not certain. At that time, even if there is a small fireball, it is enough to burn people to death. The improvement of group combat effectiveness will directly affect the stability of social order. It's only been a few years since the education system was reformed, and we are preparing for further reforms." Wu Xing touched his head and felt a little chilly, especially set up this kind of superconducting school. He Xingwen glanced at the top of Wu Xing's head. Wu Xing was young, but his head looked a little bald. He Xingwen understood very well that the other party was really busy. Not only Wu Xing, not only the Special Investigation Bureau, but all state civil servants were very busy. It's like a train on the express track. Everything is developing so fast that all the parts that make up the entire train, even a screw, are carrying loads. In this case, He Xingwen can't say that he cooperates with the experiment. He has to read the materials, and he is also busy taking the exam. Compared to Wu Xing and others, He Xingwen is already the only person in the entire management bureau who has nothing to do. But speaking of it, Wu Xing has always been confused. Why does he, an innocent citizen who cooperates with the research, have to take the exam? Can't he be a pure tool? Why do you have to understand how to use the media, the operation principle of energy, and the various possibilities based on Dr. Wang's theory? Wu Xing yawned. It's all because of your problem. I haven't figured out why the mutant creatures don't attack you after studying for a long time. You are not safe until you figure it out. If this unknown reason disappears one day and the mutant creatures suddenly attack you, then you should at least be able to protect yourself. Right? It's always good to learn more. He Xingwen's legs were numb from squatting, and he stood up and stomped his feet. If this situation really happens, I think I can just lie down and give up the rescue. That won't do. Wu Xing stood up. You are so important to our country. Maybe when the time comes, the possibility of peaceful coexistence with mutant creatures will fall on your special physique. You must protect yourself. This is not Wu Xing's idea alone. The more related experiments He Xingwen cooperates with, the more people find the connection between him and mutant creatures incredible. Although there has been no progress in this research this month, it does not prevent everyone from looking forward to the future optimistically. This is what the beginning of a new era should look like. Full of vitality, expectation and hope. The world is developing rapidly, and people's cognition is also developing rapidly. He Xingwen glanced at the time and estimated that the next experiment was about to begin. He waved to Wu Xing as a farewell and walked in another direction. The roads inside the administration are complicated. Fortunately, most areas require permission to enter, so it is difficult to get lost. However, He Xingwen is different. In order to cooperate with experiments in different areas, he has permission to enter most areas of the administration. Occasionally, if you are about to be late, you can take a shortcut and go to some confidential areas that most people do not have permission to enter. About His Majesty the King. This is another major feature of the administration. After all, it is a confidential area, and top-secret information can be heard everywhere. He Xingwen yawned and walked straight through this area. If he wanted to listen in, it was not impossible. He Xingwen had confirmed that his authority was ridiculously high early in the morning, probably because the 2 pieces of information he brought back had extremely high confidentiality procedures. As the first discoverer and a collaborator of multiple high-level experiments, He Xingwen also unlocked high authority at the same time. However, He Xingwen was not interested in His Majesty the King, so he walked very fast. The voice behind him was still coming intermittently. Still no news? The contact with Game is still stable? What did Zhe and the others say? He Xingwen's figure disappeared around the corner. Today's China is still looking for His Majesty the King. Chapter 258 Reality 38 Getting ready to go home. How do you feel? The white coat waited expectantly for He Xingwen's answer. accompanied by the background sound of bang bang bang, like hitting a wall. He Xingwen was lying on the bed, with sensors all over his body. There were more than 10 display screens around the bed, fully monitoring his various reactions. Less than 100 meters away, a mutant plant trapped in a large transparent box was showing off its power. This was a large willow tree. Perhaps it was forcibly taken away from its familiar environment. Most of its leaves fell off, and its branches were bare. But the large number of branches still fully demonstrated its former vast size. The other party was knocking the box passionately at this moment, with branches flying all over the sky, and the scene was out of control several times. The white coat was accustomed to this scene. They had done related experiments with many different types of mutant creatures before. No matter which type of mutant creature, after seeing He Xingwen, they would behave abnormally manic. No feeling. He Xingwen was used to this scene and said boredly, "Let's quickly move on to the next process." The man in the white coat recorded the fluctuations of the relevant data on the display screen. Puzzled, the data is not abnormal. So what is it that is attracting mutations? Or is your attraction to mutant creatures unrelated to you? Is it some kind of external influence? That's not right. You have been staying here for the past few months, and have not come into contact with any abnormal beings. What kind of external influence can continue to work? He Xingwen was in a good mood, and had no reaction to the other party's mumbling that was extremely close to the truth. He just regarded himself as a tool and focused on catching up with the progress. Do you want to start the next process? The white coat who was muttering waved his hand, and several white coats rushed over, took off the sensors on He Xingwen one by one, and replaced them with another set of information collection devices that were convenient for action. He Xingwen was finally able to get up from the bed. He approached the mutant plant. The fully armed security personnel beside the group of white coats became nervous and prepared for emergencies. He Xingwen's steps were not slow, and a distance of 100 meters was not far. He quickly walked to the transparent box and met the mutant plant that was knocking on the box frantically. I don't know how they transported this thing here. This mutant plant is very large. Even if a lot of leaves have fallen off, it is still lush and looks at least hundreds of years old. Which deep mountain forest did you dig this out from? He Xingwen muttered, truly feeling the power of the state machine. The entangled roots were thick and heavy, and the tree trunks were piled with layers of bark. There was no soil in the box, so the opponent's roots could not break through the box, and could only curl up in the box. However, it was clear how dense the roots were. If it took root in the earth, the roots would probably extend deep underground in an instant. The opponent's current appearance had been weakened countless times. He Xingwen stared at it for a while, imagining the opponent's original appearance in the deep mountains, and then returned to the present. As He Xingwen approached, the mutant plant gradually calmed down and no longer tried to destroy the box that trapped it. When He Xingwen stood in front of it, it began to retreat, as if it was not the one who was so crazy just now. The huge and dense root system moved in the box, and went in the opposite direction of He Xingwen in a blink of an eye, although this was useless at all. After all, the box was so big, and the distance from He Xingwen in the other direction was just a little bit farther. But the other party seemed to be very satisfied with this distance. After the distance was pulled away, it calmed down, and the branches stretched in the air, revealing the faint red color left on the leaves. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the red color on the edge of the leaf. It killed a lot of things? There are many animals in the deep mountains and old forests, and it is also a local bully. Anyone who passes by it has to pay protection fees, and they are covered in blood. Right? The white coat leaned in front of the instrument to observe the data without any abnormalities, and said casually, "Fortunately, no one dares to go there. Otherwise I don't know how many people would die. It's better to say that fortunately this thing knows not to appear on human territory. Otherwise it would not have the chance to grow into its current appearance." Another white coat took over. He was observing the situation of abnormal creatures, and the whole person leaned in front of the box, wishing he could get in. Although before the revival of spiritual energy, humans have never been stingy about protecting the environment and endangered species. But after the revival of spiritual energy, the struggle between mutant creatures and humans for territory and living space has become another enduring topic. The rules of nature have always been so cruel. Human beings are at the top of the food chain and are challenged by mutant creatures. They are eager to gain a place in this new era. But humans will not give up an inch of ground. This is a small part of the echo of the times in the huge wave. Even if it appears in history, it is probably only a few words. But it is the reality that humans are experiencing now. Unfortunately, This thing is too aggressive and won't cooperate at all. The white coat, who was observing the mutant plants, said with regret. The equipment that monitors changes was smashed by them as soon as they were brought in. It would be great if we could know the detailed data of their reaction process. He Xingwen's ears were almost calloused after hearing this. Didn't you say that you were improving the equipment? No progress yet? Yes. But the new batch of equipment was taken away by the field staff. I don't know when the application will be filed. I say, do those people know what is the most important thing at the moment? The white coat was full of anger when he talked about this. Scientific research is the future of the nation and the country. Field staff? He Xingwen was confused for a moment. Then reacted, oh, special forces? After Dr. Wang's theory was proven. It was named superconductivity theory and gradually promoted in the army and some regions through pilot projects. Thus, the special forces trained based on superconductivity theory came into being, becoming the first superconducting army in the era of spiritual revival in the true sense. This army has been highly expected since its birth, and has been running around in frontline areas such as deep mountains and seas to perform tasks, with numerous military exploits and fruitful results. The reform of the military takes time. Similarly, the reform of the entire national education system also takes time, and it takes time to cultivate a new force to maintain social order. Therefore, the whole country of China is seizing the time to prepare for all this. And the busiest one is the Management Bureau where He Xingwen works. This is the research core of the entire country, and most of the related research is carried out here. For example, the connection between holographic games and ether. After He Xingwen finished this experiment, he looked at his schedule. There was still some time before the next experiment started, so he simply ran to the research topic group that he was most interested in again. He Xingwen was not interested in His Majesty the King, but was very interested in the connection between holographic games and the Earth's ether. The holographic game and ether research group is different from other research teams. There are holographic game cabins everywhere. The most common scene is that the whole group is playing holographic games. Hey, you're here? I heard that you're here to cooperate with the research on mutant creatures today, so I guess you must come. The white coat who just came out of the holographic game cabin greeted He Xingwen. Sit anywhere. Don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. He Xingwen looked around the room and saw a row of holographic game cabins closed. Are they still playing games? The white coat took out a bunch of snacks from somewhere and put them on the table. He gestured to He Xingwen and said, of course, that large-scale dungeon has reached a critical juncture, and everyone is working hard to prepare to brush some good equipment. He Xingwen sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of boiled water. The dungeon you mentioned before where the new civilization outside the continent attacks the continent? Yes. I said that the planner asked the players to reclaim land and build a road across the world gap from the end of the South China Sea. It is impossible that they have nothing to do. After this road was repaired, this large-scale periodic copy was opened. Every few months, a group of new civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent tried to attack the continent from there. The white coat said a lot of rambling, and he was full. He burped and said, the planner is really a bad person. The new civilizations here are stronger than the previous ones. If it is not patched in time, and the kingdom organizes other countries on the continent to take turns to station and defend, the players alone can't bear it at all. I'm full. I'm going to go online to do my daily work. You sit for a while. Brother, he will be offline soon. Let him chat with you. After the white coat finished speaking, he returned to the holographic game cabin, holding the tea. He Xingwen felt a fantasy in the empty research group. Is this research group studying the relationship between ether and holographic games? Or just playing games? He Xingwen waited patiently for a while, and the white coat called brother he really went offline. He sat up from the holographic game cabin, was stunned for a while, and then cast his eyes on He Xingwen and greeted him. Are you here? He Xingwen nodded. I'm here. He picked up the white coat and said without any hesitation, I'm going to take a shower. You sit for a while. After the other party finished taking a shower and started to pour hot water into the instant noodles, he casually said, I said I would apply for a holographic game cabin for you, so that you don't have to run here every day. Want a bucket? He Xingwen waved his hand and politely declined the other party's kindness. I'm different from you internet-addicted teenagers. I have a menu for 3 meals a day. I was saying, you look fat. What was I talking about? By the way, apply for a holographic game cabin. You have cooperated with so many experiments, so it's no big deal to cooperate with ours. The other party sipped his noodles and said, "With your specialness, maybe there will be additional progress. There must be additional progress. Maybe even He Xingwen's vest can be stripped off." He Xingwen muttered in his heart and changed the subject. "I see you play games all day long. How is the research going?" "Don't mention it. Among all the research topics of the administration, our gains are pitifully small." He Xingwen corrected his words. "Now it should be the research team studying the special connection between me and the mutant creatures that has gained the least, because they have gained nothing at all." The white coat was alert when he heard this, and slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. This time we are finally not at the bottom. It's their turn to be laughed at." He Xingwen pulled the topic back. "You said before that this holographic game is related to the Earth. Too connected. Then what?" He drank all the soup and burped. "This is top secret. Can't be said casually." He Xingwen coughed. Wu Xing seemed to say before that he still had some quotas. "But what's the relationship between us?" The white coat put down the bowl, put his hand on He Xingwen's shoulder, and lowered his voice. "What kind of quota can be left? Aren't those research teams going crazy for it?" He Xingwen cooperated and lowered his voice. "Sneaking, the login time of the holographic game. Didn't a group of people go to receive superconductivity theory training recently? Their original quota is left." He Xingwen only found out about the country's extra login time for some holographic games after he came to the administration. This was what China got from the game console after His Majesty the King disappeared. Of course, that was another complicated story that happened in the past 2 years. To He Xingwen's surprise, after His Majesty the King disappeared, the communication channel that China built with the other world was not the new order of the continent that he had laid out before. China took a different approach and directly found the real person in charge of the game console. This is a good thing. After all, the game console is the key to truly controlling the connection between the Earth and the other world. But it may not be a good thing. The new order of the continent is composed of intelligent creatures. And intelligent creatures can at least communicate. But the game console, it can't communicate. Even He Xingwen has never had a real conversation with the other party, let alone China, which knows nothing about it. So the new communication channel established by China is actually a more pure and direct model of interest exchange. The game console issues special tasks to specific players, and China can get different rewards after completing special tasks. This is how China gets the game time it can allocate to different research groups. It must be said that this development is indeed beyond He Xingwen's expectations. But when he thinks about it carefully, this trend is not bad. Although the pure program is more rigid, it is also more reassuring. When the white coat heard that it was the login time of the holographic game, his eyes lit up immediately. How much more can this thing have? Isn't it natural to give us the extra time? We are researching holographic games, and we are most in need of login time. He Xingwen patted his shoulder. "I think so too. So I plan to talk to Wu Xing for you, but what do you think?" He Xingwen handed over the topic, and the other party immediately took it up. The man in the white coat looked around pretentiously and said sneakily, "Anyway, you have enough authority. So I will tell you about our discovery." If He Xingwen didn't have the authority, even if he talked a lot, the other party wouldn't say the first half of the sentence. But the fact that He Xingwen could run here every now and then, and no one stopped him, was enough to explain the problem. Some people wish that He Xingwen would know more secrets and generate more curiosity. And it would be best if he could switch to scientific research and stay in the administration for life. The relationship between holographic games and ether. There are a lot of speculations on the internet. The white coat drank a sip of boiled water and said, "But the truth, although not as outrageous as those netizens guessed, is not that simple either. Of course, we can't say that we fully understand the connection between holographic games and ether. But based on our current findings, one thing is certain. The emergence of ether is directly related to holographic games." The white coat lowered his voice and asked again stealthily, "Have you heard of that rumor?" He Xingwen cooperated with a puzzled expression. "What rumor?" "It means that holographic games are actually another real world." The white coat saw He Xingwen's expression and knew that the other party might not only have heard of it, but might also think so. "I think this rumor is very likely to be true. Think about it. How can a game create a new energy out of thin air? Virtual and real are two different things, unless it is not a virtual world at all. But whether the game is real or virtual is not our business. Our research focus is on ether." White coat, now we know that ether appeared because of holographic games. And then, following this line of thought, we have another discovery. The progress of the spiritual energy recovery is directly related to the development of the plot in the holographic game. The white coat saw that He Xingwen's expression was not surprised at all, and dropped another bomb. We suspect that if the spiritual energy recovery wants to go further, the progress of the holographic game must be promoted simultaneously. He Xingwen, so, this is why holographic games are being promoted vigorously. Hearing such shocking news, He Xingwen did not show any surprise expression, which made the white coat very frustrated. And then said, more than that. He looked around and whispered stealthily, "Do you know what the hottest game is recently?" He Xingwen didn't know, so he didn't say anything. The other party didn't think that the other party didn't know this, so he continued to talk after a little whetting his appetite. World projection. The white coat said, NPCs are all looking for ways to enter the world projection. He Xingwen's reaction was flat. So if that is really a real other world, do you think that the Earth is a projection of a certain world? He Xingwen finally showed a surprised expression. You mean? The country promotes games in order to contact the other world. That's not what I mean. The white coat quickly denied. The explanation of the game NPC for the world projection is that it is the source of ether energy. If the world where the holographic game is located is the world projection of the Earth, then can't we draw a conclusion about the relationship between ether and holographic games? Holographic games are the energy source of ether, just like the world projection mentioned by the NPC. The ether energy we control comes from the holographic game. And what's more, the NPC's description of the world projection and the world itself is that they cannot be touched. From a certain perspective, we cannot have contact with the world projection. This guess is so interesting. Even though He Xingwen knows that its premise is wrong, the Earth and the other world are in two worlds. And it is definitely not the relationship between the world projection and the world's front, but He Xingwen cannot deny that the conclusion of this guess hit something by accident. He Xingwen, in other words, holographic games are necessary. The white coat glanced at He Xingwen. You are not one of the radicals who advocate stopping the operation of holographic games? Of course not. He Xingwen, I just asked casually. White coat, if humans want to go further in the era of spiritual revival, holographic games will inevitably become a part of the new era. And a part that is rich and colorful. He Xingwen whispered very quietly. Then I feel relieved. The white coat didn't hear clearly. What? Nothing. Wasn't it that group of radicals who made a big fuss? I was a little worried before, but now I feel relieved. He Xingwen got the answer he wanted, so he ended the conversation and didn't disturb the white coat from playing games. By the way, don't forget to tell Wu Xing about the time allocation quota. I remember. He Xingwen said this and soon ran into Wu Xing. It's not surprising. Wu Xing's job is basically to run around the administration and coordinate various trivial matters. Even He Xingwen is within his scope of responsibility. He can be seen everywhere. Didn't the experiment you cooperated in the research end early? Wu Xing looked at the time. Where did you go again? The Ether and Holographic Game Research Group. He Xingwen said casually, by the way, I sold you to them. Remember to pay my debt when the time comes. What the hell? Can't you find someone else to take advantage of? Wu Xing complained and remembered the business. Your arrangements have been made. Other people are not responsible for my daily life. He Xingwen, besides, other people don't feel sorry for me. If I don't take advantage of you, who else can I take advantage of? Arrangements. What arrangements? Arrangements to go home. Wu Xing, you didn't forget it? Then, how could it be possible? He Xingwen, I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. I haven't completed so many experimental projects that I'm cooperating with. Can you bear to let me go home? Why not? Wu Xing waved his hand and said, the new research institute has just been completed. And it's near your home. He Xingwen? Wu Xing took out a stack of employment agreements and handed them to He Xingwen. Take a look. If you have any questions, please ask them as soon as possible. I will communicate with the leader when the time comes. What is this? Temporary employment agreement. He Xingwen read out the title and flipped through the content. Oh, it also includes 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, 5 working hours a day, flexible working hours, 5 days off and 2 days off, 3 times the work on holidays. Wu Xing, how is it? Not so good. He Xingwen waved the document. I am a young entrepreneur. Do I need your salary? Turn it over. Wu Xing reminded him. There are vacation arrangements later, organized by the state, escorted by the superconducting team. And you will definitely have a honeymoon. He Xingwen's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to read the other content. That's a big grand. You are a special talent treatment. Unique. Okay. Give me the pen. He Xingwen signed his name with great fanfare and threw the contract to Wu Xing. Let's go. Go home quickly. My boyfriend is waiting for me at home. Who would have thought that He Xingwen would be gone for several months? Although it is not considered to be completely silent. But making 2 phone calls in a few months is no different from completely silent. Wu Xing and several insiders made bets on how long He Xingwen and his boyfriend could last under such circumstances. Later, the bet spread more and more widely, and most people in the entire management bureau participated. Even He Xingwen knew about it. Later, he won all the bets by himself. And everyone who participated in the bet lost everything. Chapter 259 Reality 39 Gift. You haven't broken up yet. I believe you are in love. Wu Xing said while driving. Can you find such a partner in online dating now? He Xingwen rolled his eyes, and didn't bother to pay attention to the loser's mumbling. The process of He Xingwen leaving the administration was very cumbersome. All the scientific research teams had moved. But He Xingwen was the last to leave. There was no way. Who made He Xingwen's professional knowledge not pass? Not to mention the stack of confidentiality agreements that made his hands sore. The conversation process alone was passed 5 times. And special training on confidentiality awareness was urgently carried out. Finally, he was released only after passing the assessment. After returning to the small county town, He Xingwen went to the newly built research institute first. The research institute is located in a remote suburb, surrounded by a deserted open space. The more you walk, the fewer people there are. Various warning signs appear from a long distance. A few meters away, you will directly enter the prohibited area. The dense patrol personnel are enough to dispel anyone's idea of accidentally entering this place. He Xingwen found his way and finished the cooperation experiment that was postponed because of the change of workplace before he really set out on the road home. Dad? Mom? I'm back. He Xingwen pushed open the door and called his parents affectionately. In the empty room, only the parrot tilted its head to look at him, and then screamed, Thief! Thief! Catch the thief! He Xingwen, little boy. I think there is something wrong with you. Wu Xing followed him into the door, carrying a lot of bags, looked at the empty room, and reacted, Oh, I almost forgot. Your parents and your boyfriend went on a trip, and the return ticket is booked this afternoon, and it will probably take a while to get home. The question mark on He Xingwen's head was getting bigger and bigger. My parents? My boyfriend? Going on a trip? Yes. Wu Xing took out his phone and showed him his circle of friends. Look. How happy they are. He Xingwen took the phone and flipped through it. Wow. He Xingwen has been a tool man in the administration bureau for the past few months. And his parents have been flying around the country with He Tong? Happy family. Took my son's girlfriend to visit X city. And she insisted on buying me new clothes. Shopping pictures of him looking happy in new clothes photo of 3 people. Happy family. I heard that the scenery in S province is nice. So I brought Xiao He here to check in today. Scenery pictures X8 photo of 3 people. Happy family. My son is handsome. Right? Many girls are staring at him. Proud. JPG photos of He Tong from various angles photo of 3 people. Happy family. Daily life of a family shopping pictures scenery pictures photos of various animals photo of 3 people. He Xingwen scrolled through the moments that his father had posted in the past few months, and began to wonder who was his biological son. While He Xingwen was refreshing his worldview, Wu Xing was not idle either. He first fed the bird, then took out a new pair of slippers and handed them to He Xingwen, looking more like the owner than He Xingwen. He Xingwen, who looked like a guest, was puzzled while changing his shoes. You are so busy. How can you still have time to talk to my parents? Time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be more. Wu Xing's tone was full of vicissitudes, and given our relationship, I have to help you take care of the house? This seems to be right? He Xingwen sat on the sofa, thought for a few seconds, let go of this, and started to think about another question. Since my parents haven't come back yet, what should we do next? Just wait. The flight is at 3 p.m., and it's estimated to arrive in the evening. You sit down, and I'll cook some dishes. Wu Xing stood up, looked around the kitchen, and poked his head out of the kitchen and said, There's no food at home. Go buy some vegetables. Forget it. You'd better not run around alone. If you cause another Fish King incident, I'll ask others to buy vegetables. You sit down and don't move. He Xingwen, I'm not going to any remote place. What kind of accident can happen if I go to a supermarket? Don't argue with me. I have to go buy it. Wu Xing touched his nose. You better sit down. He Xingwen changed his shoes and asked Wu Xing at the door, what vegetables do you want to buy? Wu Xing thought about it. To be more precise, He Xingwen. It's not like he went to buy groceries alone. There were a lot of people following him secretly. Nothing should happen. Besides, the crowds in the supermarket. He took a step back. Okay. I'll send the groceries to you later. And you can buy them according to the list. Wu Xing repeatedly told him, don't take the empty paths. Go directly to the nearest supermarket. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't let anything happen. Or I'll have to write a report again. Do you know that what you said sounds like a flag? He Xingwen muttered, the flag is so stable. I always feel that it's not right if nothing happens. Wu Xing's face darkened instantly. Then don't go. Before he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. What kind of dishes are they? Why not just order takeout? Seeing that He Xingwen really went out, Wu Xing regretted it again. He hurriedly communicated with others about the situation, and repeatedly told them to keep an eye on He Xingwen. Half an hour later. Is the small supermarket near my home so big now? He Xingwen opened the door with a bag full of things. Wu Xing poked his head out of the kitchen and saw He Xingwen intact. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Have you bought everything? Have you bought the fish? Yes. I bought everything according to your list. Nothing is missing. You check it. He Xingwen handed the heavy bag to Wu Xing. I also bought some things I like. You can cook them together. What do you like? Wu Xing lowered his head to count the ingredients in the bag, and asked, what? Pippy shrimp? He Xingwen was full of memories, and even licked his lips, the kind that is fried crispy. Wu Xing didn't respond. He Xingwen imagined the deliciousness of pippy shrimp, and then realized that Wu Xing seemed a little too silent. If you don't know how to cook it, we could also try another way to cook it. He Xingwen turned his head, and Wu Xing, who was frozen in place, bumped into his sight. Wu Xing kept his head down and counted the plastic bags, his eyes moving quickly as he glanced in the direction of He Xingwen. Fuck. He Xingwen subconsciously took the bag from his hand, and the mantis shrimp tightly clamped in his hand was exposed to He Xingwen's eyes. It was obviously lunch when Wu Xing was checking the ingredients. He Xingwen pulled the mantis shrimp off his hand, but before he could do anything, a group of people broke in and surrounded them in an instant. The white coat took out a syringe to inject Wu Xing with an antidote, and other white coats were busy putting various sensors on Wu Xing to collect changes in his body data. The mantis shrimp in He Xingwen's hand was carefully placed into the mutant biological transport cage by another group of white coats. Is this also a mutant? He Xingwen was a little confused when he saw the whole set of smooth operations on the scene. It looks exactly like other mantis shrimps, and it is sold in supermarkets. It is not certain yet, said the white coat observing the mantis shrimp. In theory, mutants are obviously different from ordinary animals, and can be easily distinguished. Whether it is the mutant's strong desire to attack humans, or the changes in appearance after the mutants mutate, they cannot be indistinguishable from the crowd. There are two possibilities. First, the mutant's mutation direction has changed in a targeted way, and they have begun to learn to hide themselves. Second, this mantis shrimp is not a mutant, but a new species. He Xingwen, this doesn't sound like good news. In fact, we have been waiting for this day to come. The white coat pulled Wu Xing's eyelids, looked at his dilated pupils, and said calmly, this is a matter of time. The influence of ether on Earth's creatures will be further strengthened, leading to further changes in the world. He Xingwen hesitated. So, new species? Many new species with characteristics of other organisms have already appeared among the mutants. The white coat said calmly, this is a new era, and the challenges facing mankind have just begun. Another white coat breathed a sigh of relief. The situation has stabilized. Wu Xing. How do you feel? Wu Xing said with a big tongue. It's good to take citrus to mend the fetus. It's okay. A little sequelae of paralysis toxin, which will soon subside. The white coat stood up and continued the previous words. What can the 4 words of spiritual energy revival remind people of? He Xingwen blinked, and suddenly remembered the fantasy scene he saw in the laboratory before, where a group of people manipulated wind, fire, water, and other elements to fight. The earth is becoming unfamiliar to us, and everything needs to be adapted to again. Take your time. Humans have become stronger, and so have other creatures? The other party looked at the time, waved his hand, and the crowd quickly retreated with their things just like when they came. He Xingwen and Wu Xing looked at each other, and the bag of ingredients that He Xingwen had just bought was all taken away by them. Of course, considering Wu Xing's condition, it seemed a bit inhumane to ask him to cook. After a while, Wu Xing leaned stiffly on the sofa like a patient with some kind of limb incoordination, and watched the news with He Xingwen. He Xingwen chatted with him casually. So, this is the first new species discovered? After a while, Wu Xing's speech became clear again. I can't let you go out alone. He Xingwen pleaded for himself. This is just a coincidence. Wu Xing, it happened to you. It's not a coincidence. Who knows if it came here because of the smell? This is the first one discovered. But it's not necessarily the first one to appear. He Xingwen said to himself. What about the people who bought it before? Did they eat it? Wu Xing moved his mouth and was about to say something. But when he heard the sound at the door, he closed his mouth again. Is there someone at home? Huang Heling said while opening the door and looking at the traces at the door. Your son. He Jiangwen glanced at the situation in the living room and gestured to Huang Heling. What do you mean my son? Isn't that your biological son? Huang Heling put her things aside, walked into the living room, looked at He Xingwen for a long time, and slowly said the cruel reality. You've gained weight. You're finally back. I've been waiting for a long time. He Xingwen quickly glanced at Yi Tong, abruptly moved his eyes away, and said, You went out to travel. Why didn't you tell me? That requires me to contact you. Huang Heling glanced at Wu Xing who was leaning on the sofa. Xiao Wu is here too. Why does he look like this? Didn't he sleep well last night? I said He Xingwen back. Wu Xing moved his feet off the sofa. I've been a little busy recently. He Jiangwen was too lazy to pay attention to them, and rummaged through the suitcase and said, Son, come here. See what Dad bought for you. Oh, Dad, you bought me something? My dad is still the best. He Xingwen said with a little embarrassment and surprise. Who called you? He Jiangwen said disdainfully, turned his head and waved at He Tong. Put it on and show it to Dad. He Xingwen watched the big gold chain hanging around He Tong's neck, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to doubt why his father's taste suddenly dropped to this level, or whether to doubt what kind of magic potion He Tong had given his parents. This thing doesn't look cheap. If you can buy a big gold chain, you will be treated much better than him. It looks good. The most outrageous thing is that Huang Heling praised it against her conscience. Come and try this new dress I bought for you. He Xingwen slowly sat back on the sofa, and he and Wu Xing were like two forgotten mushrooms, exuding a gloomy atmosphere in a dark and damp corner. By the way, the family photo hasn't been taken yet. Xiao He, come here. Yes. Change your pose. I bought a necklace for my son. He likes it very much. He Jiangwen muttered while editing his moments. He Tong was free only when his parents started to work. He glanced at Wu Xing and landed on He Xingwen, looking at him carefully. Big gold chain. He Xingwen muttered. He Tong put the heavy gold chain around He Xingwen's neck, and He Xingwen felt the weight of the gold. Is this thing too heavy? He Xingwen took it off his neck and looked in the direction of his parents, only to find that his parents, who seemed to be busy, were observing them inconspicuously. He Xingwen coughed, pretending nothing happened, and put the big gold chain back on He Tong's neck. Where did my dad get so much money? He Tong explained honestly. When your company established a charity foundation some time ago, some of the stocks were distributed to your parents. That's good. He Xingwen was very relieved. At least they are finally willing to spend money. He Tong's fingers moved. I also bought a gift. He Xingwen, for me? He Tong was a little nervous, looked in the direction of Huang Heling, received an encouraging look, and then reached out to take out the box from his pocket. The big red box, square and familiar in shape, often appears frequently in major TV dramas. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of the news on TV seemed to disappear. He Jiangwen turned off the TV and stuffed the remote control, hiding his achievements and fame. He Tong handed the box to He Xingwen blankly, revealing the ring inside. It was a men's ring with a whole row of diamonds inlaid in the ring. The style was simple and elegant, exuding an expensive feel. The lights reflected the colorful colors. The scene was silent. He Xingwen was caught off guard and didn't even react. He Tong hadn't revealed this before, and he was not mentally prepared at all. Perhaps because He Xingwen didn't move for too long. Huang Heling coughed heavily not far away. He Xingwen reflexively stretched out his hand. He Tong lowered his head. Perhaps because He Xingwen was sitting, and it was not convenient to stand. He simply half knelt on the ground and helped He Xingwen put on the ring. This is too sudden. I'm not prepared. Before He Xingwen finished speaking, his mother stuffed a hard box into his hand. He Xingwen touched the box in front of his eyes, opened it and took a look. It was the same style of couple rings. He Xingwen subconsciously turned his head to look at his mother, and received a look from his mother that said, "Why are you still standing there? Did He Tong blow up his parents' favorability in the past few months? Who is their biological son?" While thinking about other things to distract himself, He Xingwen handed the box to He Tong. In a daze, the two of them had the same action. He Tong stretched out his hand, and He Xingwen quickly put the ring on him in this posture. Two identical rings on the ring finger complemented each other. The ground is cold. Why are you kneeling? Wang Heling lifted He Tong up, glared at He Xingwen, patted He Tong's knees, and asked about his well-being. Next time, let him kneel. Don't move. Mom. He Xingwen tried to gain some sense of existence. I am your biological son. Not now. Wang Heling said expressionlessly. Why do I need such a biological son who has not been heard from for several months? Before He Xingwen could speak, Wang Heling turned to He Jiangwen and said, Old He, what date was it? He Jiangwen asked He Xingwen. What date do you care about? Are you coming back to stay or are you leaving right away? He Xingwen glanced at Wu Xing blankly. Wu Xing closed his eyes and rested, pretending that he was not there. I should be able to stay for quite a while, He Xingwen said carefully. My work location has been changed to near my home. Then you should find time to get the marriage certificate with Xiao He. It's not good to keep getting along like this, He Jiangwen said. When people ask me, I'm embarrassed to say that this is my biological son. A question mark popped up in He Xingwen's head. Get a marriage certificate? This? No. What does this have to do with whether he is your biological son? He Jiangwen said confidently. We have the same household registration. So isn't he my biological son? Wang Heling narrowed her eyes, as if she was looking at a heartless man. You still don't want to get the marriage certificate? He Xingwen was too familiar with his mother's tone. If it were a child, he would have been beaten the next second. How is it possible? He Xingwen grabbed He Tong's hand, crossed his fingers, and the two rings on his hand were extremely conspicuous. I am sincere. Wait. Isn't the scene and character of this line a bit wrong? Logically speaking, shouldn't He Xingwen say this to He Tong's parents? He Xingwen was confused for a moment, and didn't care about so much. He continued to prove his innocence. It was a bit sudden. I didn't react, but I react now. He Xingwen moved his eyes back to He Tong and said affectionately, Let's get the certificate someday. Wu Xing was full of complaints, but he couldn't say them in this scene. After the invisible storm passed, He Xingwen and He Tong stayed together for a while. When they smelled the food in the kitchen, they finally remembered the extra person present. They were very puzzled that the other person had not left yet. Are you going to stay for dinner? I've eaten enough dog food. Wu Xing stood up and said goodbye to them. I won't disturb your reunion after a long time. He reminded He Xingwen, remember to go to work on time tomorrow. There is still a lot of work to do. He Xingwen nodded perfunctorily, and his feelings of seeing him off were beyond words. You should leave quickly. My parents will have time later, and will keep you for dinner. However, as soon as dinner started, He Xingwen regretted sending the guests away so quickly. If there were guests, his parents would at least give him some face. But as soon as Wu Xing left, it completely became a Hongyan banquet. He Xingwen, who was hit countless times during the meal, lay on the sofa to digest the food. The background sound of the news, and the laughter of his father, and He Tong playing chess reached his ears. Canon. In order to control food safety and other issues, seafood and other foods need to pass national safety standards before entering the market. Okay. Don't lie down. Go take a shower quickly. What time is it? Take a shower and go to bed early. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Wang Heling put the cushions on the sofa neatly and glared at He Xingwen. The bed is made for you. He Xingwen was stared at and looked at the clock. Stunned, Mom. It's only 8 o'clock. Isn't it too early to go to bed at this time? Wang Heling ignored him and said to He Jiangwen beside him, Don't drag Xiao He to play chess. Xiao He, you should also get ready. The bed is made for you. He Xingwen was even more surprised. Mom, you also cleaned up the guest room? What guest room? Wang Heling said angrily. You two are still sleeping in separate beds? Ah? He Xingwen, who suddenly became stiff, was pushed towards the bathroom by Wang Heling. Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Go to bed early. What time do you go to work tomorrow? I'll call you. Forget it. Let Xiaohe call you then. This is really a real mother, who arranged everything properly. He Xingwen turned his head to look at He Tong, who calmly cleaned up the chessboard without any change in expression. He Xingwen's mind was full of chaos, and he didn't even remember how he took a shower. After taking a shower, he walked straight to the room, and his 7 souls and 6 spirits were half lost. Halfway through, he was pulled aside by his mother, and a familiar package was stuffed into his hand. Do you know how to use it? Huang Heling glanced at He Xingwen's expression and said meaningfully, Come on. He Xingwen returned to his room with a confused look on his face. While he was still thinking about whether the 2 words come on had any metaphors, He Tong came back from taking a shower. With the sound of the door closing, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Between He Xingwen and He Tong, fierce sparks collided. Although no one moved, everything was heating up fiercely. He Xingwen licked his inexplicably dry lips and gestured to He Tong with the box in his hand. My mother gave it to me. He Tong let go of his hand and revealed an identical small box. My aunt gave it to me. He Xingwen's eyes drifted, and he said uncertainly, Then turn off the light? He Tong blinked and did not move. But the room darkened in an instant, covering all artificial light, leaving only the purest and most original everything. Chapter 260 Reality 40 New Research and New Energy. I think I should take a day off today. He Xingwen finished lunch and started to complain again. It's inhumane to go to work on this day. Huang Heling rolled her eyes. What day is today? New Year's Day or a festival? Why can't I go to work? He Jiangwen took the stack of bowls from Huang Heling's hand, went into the kitchen, and said disdainfully while washing them, Hurry up and go to work. We will go to the farm to pick strawberries later. We won't be back in the evening. You can make something to eat when you get home after get off work. He Xingwen said, and looked over to see He Tong who was helping He Jiangwen wash the dishes. You're not coming back tonight? He Tong put the clean bowls on the bowl rack and looked sideways at He Xingwen. He smiled a little. Uncle thought about it for a long time before. What uncle? Call me Dad. He Jiangwen said without raising his head. Don't pay attention to him. He Tong changed his words. Dad thought about it for many days when he was traveling before. Picking strawberries, fishing and barbecue. Seeing the unbelievable expression on He Xingwen's face, He Tong explained, Aren't you busy at work too? He Tong put down the bowl in his hand, pushed He Xingwen to the door, and whispered in his ear, You should work overtime tonight. So you should eat in the employee cafeteria to save running back and forth. This is the disadvantage of finding a system as a boyfriend. Nothing can be hidden from him. Even things that He Xingwen doesn't know. He Xingwen was pushed to the door. As soon as the door opened, the car parked at the door immediately rang twice, showing its presence. He Xingwen ignored him and held He Tong's hand tightly. Are you really going to leave me to play? He Tong pursed his lips. Wu Xing leaned out of the car window and tapped his wrist to remind him that it was really late. He Tong, Wu Xing is urging you. He Xingwen sighed, then come closer. He Tong couldn't help but smile, and quickly kissed He Xingwen on the lips, and they separated immediately. He Xingwen blinked and looked at him, and the smile on He Tong's face widened a little, and he looked at He Xingwen without blinking. It's unbearable to watch. After waiting for them to finish being so affectionate, Wu Xing quickly started the car. Going to work is like a farewell. He Xingwen sat in the passenger seat and yawned. If it weren't for that idiot yesterday, I would have wanted to ask for leave today. Don't even think about it. A lot of people are waiting for you. It's impossible to approve it. Wu Xing looked at the sleepiness on He Xingwen's face and was a little confused. It's noon now. You haven't woken up yet? What did you do last night? He Xingwen glanced at the perennial single dog next to him. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and reminded him, I'm different from you. I have a boyfriend, and I have a lot of things to do at night. Wu Xing was silent for 2 seconds and said, Just pretend I didn't ask. It was a rare quiet journey, and He Xingwen took the time to catch up on his sleep. When he entered the institute, the familiar busy atmosphere instantly brought He Xingwen back to the state of the previous few months in the management bureau. He Xingwen started his daily life as a tool again, rushing around in several scientific research groups. Wu Xing had parted ways with him early on, but of course they eventually met in the same lab. Pippy Shrimp? He Xingwen rushed to the research team that was just established yesterday, and immediately became excited. He turned the tables and asked, What new discoveries have you made? All the mantis shrimps in the supermarket have been brought back, and those that have been sold have been found as much as possible. We traced the source and checked other seafood from the same place of origin. There are many strange individuals in this batch of seafood. He Xingwen stared at the seafood in the tanks in front of him. Just by looking at the appearance, they all tasted good. In fact, these strange individuals cannot be classified as mutants. To be precise, they just have some minor abnormalities. The white coat said, it's like some selective changes on the evolutionary path. Overall, they have not deviated from our original understanding of these creatures. They are edible and delicious. I am more inclined to believe that this is one of the effects of ether on the world. All things in the world have started a new evolutionary frenzy to adapt to the new world. Don't you think this pattern is familiar? Wu Xing said thoughtfully, after humans were affected by ether. A large number of humans with special abilities emerged? He Xingwen reacted instantly. You mean? Ether has the same effect on humans and animals. First, mutants appeared. And then ordinary animals showed some abnormalities. Wu Xing, first. People with special abilities. And then ordinary people mastered the use of ether. The only difference between animals and humans is that humans are not affected as much as those animals. At least from the current point of view. No one has limb mutations. The busy white coat on the side continued. After all, humans have the ability to think. But animals only have instincts. He Xingwen, so? That mantis shrimp? It's edible and delicious, but it's a bit troublesome to catch it in the future. He Xingwen felt regret from the bottom of his heart. That's really bad news. The worst news is that I estimate that in 2 months, many foods originally on the table will undergo small changes, making them more difficult to catch. The white coat said regretfully, this is the animal's instinct for racial survival and reproduction. After all, the world is fair. Humans can master ether to become more powerful, and animals can also use ether to increase their chances of survival. Fortunately, mutant organisms are not hidden among ordinary organisms. He Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the problem would be serious. We have considered this issue. Wu Xing said goodbye to the white coats and took He Xingwen to another direction. We are studying how to accurately distinguish mutant organisms from ordinary species. But the progress is slow, and there is no gain. He Xingwen became interested. How to accurately distinguish the two? Wu Xing. The most significant difference between mutant organisms and ordinary animals is the ether contained in their bodies. So the research direction of this topic is how to accurately distinguish the ether content in organisms. He Xingwen almost immediately realized the problem. If they really research something, then his vest seemed a bit dangerous. This research idea is not wrong, and it can even be said to be a necessity. Whether it is developing superconductivity theory or studying the impact of ether on mutant organisms, people urgently need to have a deeper understanding of ether. Wu Xing didn't notice He Xingwen's psychological fluctuations, and continued before. We used ether observation to identify the ether fluctuations around living things, which was too imprecise and easy to make wrong judgments. For example, you were previously confirmed as a person with poor ether perception, but now it seems that you are not completely unable to perceive ether. No, I really didn't perceive ether. He Xingwen hurriedly clarified this point. That underwater breathing was a sudden epiphany between life and death. I know. But the emergence of superconductivity theory has compressed our need for ether perception to an extremely low level. Even ordinary people who have difficulty perceiving ether can gain power through the manipulation of the medium. So we need more accurate data. If the research is successful, it will be able to act in multiple fields. He Xingwen, how is your research going? It wasn't going very well before, but after cooperating with the mage, things got much better. He Xingwen choked on a mouthful of water, and choked for a long time before he recovered. Cooperate with the mage? His movement made He Xingwen realize that He Xingwen didn't know that the holographic game was actually from another world. So he lowered his voice and said, by the way, this is confidential. You will sign a confidentiality agreement later. He said word by word in He Xingwen's wide eyes. In fact, the holographic game is real. Another world. He Xingwen opened his mouth, piled up emotions, and gave Wu Xing a suitable response. Wow. It's really surprising. So, those NPCs are all living people, living intelligent creatures. Wu Xing enthusiastically explained to He Xingwen. The mages have ways to confirm the ether in intelligent creatures. But the situation on Earth is different from that in other worlds. So we are still studying how to implement these methods on Earth. It's incredible, He Xingwen perfunctorily said, and immediately shifted the topic to the issue he was most concerned about. Have you found a way? Compared to the magic that mages are best at, magical creations are more reliable. Wu Xing arrived at the destination and swiped his card to enter another confidential area. This is also why He Xingwen followed him. And the doors opened one after another, and closed in unison after they passed by. He said carelessly, I thought the institute changed its location because of me? There is a part of this consideration. Wu Xing, but the most important thing is that there are mines here. He Xingwen was stunned. There are mines here? Impossible? This is W province. How can there be large mineral veins? And if there are, it should have been known decades ago. How could it be found only now? Wu Xing turned his head and met He Xingwen's eyes. He Xingwen widened his eyes. A little unbelievable, new energy. The last door opened in front of He Xingwen and the others, revealing the busy laboratory, production line, and mine behind the door. He Xingwen realized that part of the huge area of the institute was underground. It can't be said to be a new energy source. After all, everyone knows its existence now. Wu Xing said, it's just that ether has changed its storage method. He introduced the faintly glowing minerals to He Xingwen. Etherite, a mineral with extremely rich ether content, is the most critical raw material for the magic creations we are currently researching. Wu Xing glanced at He Xingwen's expression and understood his feelings at the moment. Now you know how amazing the changes in the world are. Right? This is far from a new era that can be explained by superpowers. Wu Xing took him to the white coats next to the mine. Why this mineral can store ether is also one of our current research topics, and we have made many new discoveries from it. Wu Xing greeted the white coats. How is the progress? The ether stones were distributed in front of the white coats in various postures. Some were cut and crushed, some were soaked in water, and some were undergoing precise research. From time to time, they could feel the fluctuations of the ether here. Wu Xing's greeting received a very cold response, and no one paid any attention to Wu Xing at all. Wu Xing continued, I brought the people. Instantly, a group of white coats looked over and fell on He Xingwen. They came forward and surrounded him, pushing Wu Xing aside. He Xingwen, right? Those mutant creatures are so enthusiastic about you. Why don't they attack you? I told you long ago that those guys don't know shit. They haven't figured out anything after working for a long time. We should have taken over long ago. Come on. Take this stone. He Xingwen is very used to being a tool. But this time the situation is different. So he cast a blank look at Wu Xing outside the crowd. It's okay. Just some ether-related cooperation. Before Wu Xing could speak, a man in a white coat enthusiastically explained, hasn't there been any progress in the topic of why you attract mutant creatures? Coincidentally, we recently discovered that this ether stone vein actually has a special attraction to mutant creatures. The other party pointed to the mine behind him and said, everything was normal when this vein was first excavated. After all, it is close to the city and not so remote. The mutant creatures nearby had been cleared out long ago. But when we continued to dig underground, we encountered a bunch of mutant creatures. After clearing one wave, another wave came. This is very abnormal. So we think that mutant creatures may be more sensitive to ether. Dr. Wang's research manual also mentioned this point. Animal instincts are sometimes more reliable than humans. So we put forward a new guess for this situation. Will your extraordinary attraction to mutant creatures, could it be for this reason? The white coat looked at He Xingwen with shining eyes and said, there is something wrong with your ether. He Xingwen was stunned for a while, and said dryly, it sounds very likely. Wu Xing squeezed into the crowd and patted He Xingwen on the shoulder. You are the real chosen one. He Xingwen turned his head and showed Wu Xing a difficult smile. It's just a little sudden. I have to take it slow. Wu Xing could understand his feelings. Who would have thought that after being a person with poor ether perception for 2 years, he would now become the key to the problem? Take it slow. While cooperating with the experiment, He Xingwen became a tool again. If there is only one thing that can comfort He Xingwen in this series of bad news, it is that their research has not made a breakthrough, and they will not find the real reason why He Xingwen attracts mutant creatures all at once. And then lift He Xingwen's vest. As He Xingwen was coordinating the experiment with instructions, a fierce noise suddenly came from the mine. He Xingwen subconsciously glanced at the mine. He saw the security personnel who were like background boards near the mine, holding up various weapons in their hands and aiming at the mine. Amidst the increasingly fierce noises, a group of people rolled out of the mine. The next second, gunshots rang out, and the fierce firepower intertwined into a dense net, covering the entire exit of the mine. The excitement so close did not attract the attention of the white coats at all. They continued to command He Xingwen in a serious manner, raise your hands. He Xingwen raised his hand, his eyes still on the group of people. The firepower net lasted for a moment before it ended, and the group of people who rolled out of the mine. He Xingwen took a rough look and found many familiar faces. After Wu Xing had a brief exchange with them, the group left in another direction. When He Xingwen finished the experiment and went to the staff restaurant to eat dinner hungry, Wu Xing took the initiative to mention the previous episode. The team that came to practice superconductivity theory. Wu Xing buried his head in his food and said while eating, "Do they look familiar? They went out to sea with us before." He Xingwen ate without distraction. Wu Xing continued, "There are many mutant creatures in these mineral veins, so we use them as refresh points to improve their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. It was quiet on the sea for a few days, and new mutant creatures appeared again. The reason why the sea was quiet for a few days was that the wave of mutant creatures led away by He Xingwen was cleared by the devastating blow. But the tenacious vitality of the creatures was there. The old life died, and new life was born." He Xingwen continued to eat without distraction. His thoughts were all on another matter. "Wu Xing, by the way, I have a meeting tonight. Do you want to sit in? Or should I have someone take you back?" He Xingwen put down his chopsticks. "What meeting?" "A discussion on relevant clues of His Majesty the King." If he had heard this content before today, He Xingwen would definitely not be interested. But now is different from the past. He Xingwen, whose vest is in danger, finally has some sense of crisis. So, a moment later, He Xingwen entered the discussion as an observer. Unexpectedly, the scale of the discussion was very large, even including many foreigners. It was a global discussion. He Xingwen looked around and was stunned by the number of people present. This was not all the people participating in the discussion. There were also many who participated in the discussion through remote conferences. The total number of people participating in the conference was as high as several thousand. He Xingwen could understand why Wu Xing could easily bring him in. A very simple truth. The more people participate, the lower the confidentiality. After all, the more people there are, the higher the possibility of information leakage. Seeing so many people, He Xingwen lost interest. But since they were here, the scene was chaotic for a while before slowly getting to the point. After briefly introducing the disappearance of His Majesty the King, the discussion immediately started. His Majesty the King still did not respond. No relevant information has been found. Suspicious targets have been excluded up to number 10444. The official website of the holographic game has not traced the administrator's access trace. Just as He Xingwen expected, this large-scale discussion of relevant information did not have much useful information. Instead, it just kept repeating bad news that had no gains, mixed with suspicion and attacks on each other. In addition to wasting time, it was really useless. The discussion didn't last long and ended quickly. Seeing the screens of the remote conferences dimming one by one, He Xingwen was shocked and poked Wu Xing. "Can we go back?" Wu Xing cleaned up the things on the table and gave He Xingwen a look. "No. It's officially started." When only his own people were left, the conversation became direct and finally involved the term different world. "How is the situation over there with Jia?" "It's still the same. There has been no news from His Majesty the King. Jia and his people are very stable. They have always been blindly loyal to His Majesty the King. Even if His Majesty is not here, they are still faithfully carrying out His Majesty's orders. This is probably why His Majesty the King can disappear without hesitation. After all, he doesn't have to worry about accidents in the kingdom because of his absence. It's not yet clear whether His Majesty the King disappeared of his own will or by accident. I don't think His Majesty the King will have any accidents. There's no point in arguing about this. This meeting was held because we have made new progress." "What progress?" "The latest news about His Majesty the King came from the Undead Emperor." "The Undead Emperor? We finally contacted the Undead Emperor? What news?" "His Majesty the King went to the world projection to meet the great scientist for the key." "So, this means His Majesty the King hasn't come back yet?" "This is the most likely reason. After all, he disappeared too suddenly. I believe that with a tacit understanding between us and His Majesty the King, even if he wants to let go, he will give corresponding hints to let us be prepared." Someone suddenly responded, "Is there a list of missing persons in the past 2 years? We have verified them one by one." He Xingwen sat in the crowd and scratched his head. Although there was no one at home, He Xingwen still rushed back home and talked to He Tong on the cold bed. "Did you hear everything? You don't have much time left." He Tong made a rational plan. "Human research on ether is progressing very rapidly, and sooner or later they will find the problem with you." He Tong, in fact, as far as I know, They have helped you transport the holographic game cabin in the original rental house. Given your special characteristics, if you play games with the people from the Special Investigation Bureau, the scene will be very interesting at that time. He Xingwen sighed. Yes. It must be very interesting. How are you going to deal with it? Let's see. He Xingwen turned over. I haven't thought about it yet. It's easy to deceive them. If you want to. If they hope. He Tong is as reliable as ever. They will never find His Majesty the King. Even if they find His Majesty the King, it's not a big problem. It won't affect me at all. He Xingwen sat up, put his hand on his chin, and thought, I'm just wondering what the vast world you are in looks like. It's just a bigger world. He Tong said in a flat tone, You are very curious. Do you want to see it with your own eyes? Humanity's yearning for the vast universe can never be erased. Not to mention that it is so close. He Xingwen did not deny it, but said, It's hard for me to restrain my instinctive curiosity. He Tong said objectively, That is too far away and too dangerous for you. He Xingwen, so I am waiting for the moment when it is not far away and not dangerous for me. The huge amount of data trembled, forming a new judgment. He Tong paused for a few seconds. So, you let them look at the ambitious new world? He Xingwen thought for a moment and said, I prefer to call it the inevitable process of civilization evolution. He Tong chuckled. A more distant new world. A very ambitious plan. What are you going to do next? He Xingwen blinked, as if he saw the surging data stream in the darkness. Just like He Tong. Wait patiently, and then hand the key to the person who is most likely to open the door.